Volume 1, Chapter 1 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Vavasor and his daughter. Whether or no she, whom you are to forgive, if you can, did or did not belong to the upper 10,000 of this our English world, I am not prepared to say with any strength of affirmation. By blood she was connected with big people, distantly connected with some very big people indeed, people who belonged to the upper 10,000, if there be any such division. But of these very big relations she had known and seen little, and they had cared as little for her. Her grandfather, Squire Vavasor of Vavasor Hall in Westmoreland, was a country gentleman, possessing some thousand a year at the outside, and he therefore never came up to London, and had no ambition to have himself numbered as one in any exclusive set. A hot-headed, ignorant, honest old gentleman, he lived ever at Vavasor Hall, declaring to any who would listen to him that the country was going to the mischief, and congratulating himself that at any rate, in his county, parliamentary reform had been powerless to alter the old political arrangements. Alice Vavasor, whose offence against the world I am to tell you, and if possible to excuse, was the daughter of his younger son, and as her father, John Vavasor, had done nothing to raise the family name to eminence, Alice could not lay claim to any high position from her birth as a Vavasor. John Vavasor had come up to London early in life as a barrister, and had failed. He had failed, at least, in attaining either much wealth or much repute, though he had succeeded in earning, or perhaps I might better say in obtaining, a livelihood. He had married a lady somewhat older than himself, who was in possession of 400 a year, and who was related to those big people to whom I have alluded. Who these were, and the special nature of the relationship, I shall be called upon to explain hereafter, but at present it will suffice to say that Alice MacLeod gave great offence to all her friends by her marriage. She did not, however, give them much time for the indulgence of their anger. Having given birth to a daughter within 12 months of her marriage, she died, leaving in abeyance that question as to whether the fault of her marriage should or should not be pardoned by her family. When a man marries an heiress for her money, if that money be within her own control, as was the case with Miss MacLeod's fortune, it is generally well for the speculating lover that the lady's friends should quarrel with him and with her. She is thereby driven to throw herself entirely into the gentleman's arms, and he thus becomes possessed of the wife and the money without the abominable nuisance of stringent settlements. But the MacLeods, though they quarrelled with Alice, did not quarrel with her à l'outrance. They snubbed herself and her chosen husband, but they did not so far separate themselves from her and her affairs as to give up the charge of her possessions. Her 400 a year was settled very closely on herself and on her children, without even a life interest having been given to Mr. Vavasor, and therefore when she died the mother's fortune became the property of the little baby. But under these circumstances the big people did not refuse to interest themselves to some extent on behalf of the father. I do not suppose that any actual agreement or compact was made between Mr. Vavasor and the MacLeods, but it came to be understood between them that if he made no demand upon them for his daughter's money, and allowed them to have charge of her education, they would do something for him. He was a practising barrister, though his practice had never amounted to much, and a practising barrister is always supposed to be capable of filling any situation which may come his way. 2 years after his wife's death, Mr. Vavasor was appointed assistant commissioner in some office which had to do with insolvents, and which was abolished 3 years after his appointment. It was at first thought that he would keep his 800 a year for life, and be required to do nothing for it. But a wretched cheese-paring Whig government, as John Vavasor called it when describing the circumstances of the arrangement to his father down in Westmoreland, would not permit this. It gave him the option of taking 400 a year for doing nothing, or of keeping his whole income and attending 3 days a week for 3 hours a day during term time at a miserable dingy little office near Chancery Lane, where his duty would consist in signing his name to accounts which he never read, and at which he was never supposed even to look. He had sulkily elected to keep the money, and this signing had been now for nearly 20 years the business of his life. Of course, he considered himself to be a very hardly used man. One Lord Chancellor after another he petitioned, begging that he might be relieved from the cruelty of his position, and allowed to take his salary without doing anything in return for it. The amount of work which he did perform was certainly a minimum of labor. Term time, as terms were counted in Mr. Vavasor's office, hardly comprised half the year, and the hours of weekly attendance did not do more than make 1 day's work a week for a working man. But Mr. Vavasor had been appointed an assistant commissioner, and with every Lord Chancellor he argued that all Westminster Hall, and Lincoln's Inn to boot, had no right to call upon him to degrade himself by signing his name to accounts. In answer to every memorial, he was offered the alternative of freedom with half his income, and so the thing went on. There can, however, be no doubt that Mr. Vavasor was better off and happier with his almost nominal employment than he would have been without it. He always argued that it kept him in London, but he would undoubtedly have lived in London with or without his official occupation. He had become so habituated to London life in a small way, before the choice of leaving London was open to him, that nothing would have kept him long away from it. After his wife's death he dined at his club every day, on which a dinner was not given to him by some friend elsewhere, and was rarely happy except when so dining. They who have seen him scanning the steward's list of dishes, and giving the necessary orders for his own and his friend's dinner at about 4:30 in the afternoon, have seen John Vavasor at the only moment of the day at which he is ever much in earnest. All other things are light and easy to him, to be taken easily and to be dismissed easily. Even the eating of the dinner calls forth from him no special sign of energy. Sometimes a frown will gather on his brow as he tastes the first half-glass from his bottle of claret, but as a rule that which he has prepared for himself with so much elaborate care is consumed with only pleasant enjoyment. Now and again it will happen that the cook is treacherous even to him, and then he can hit hard. But in hitting he is quiet, and strikes with a smile on his face. Such had been Mr. Vavasor's pursuits and pleasures in life up to the time at which my story commences. But I must not allow the reader to suppose that he was a man without good qualities. Had he, when young, possessed the gift of industry, I think that he might have shone in his profession, and have been well spoken of and esteemed in the world. As it was, he was a discontented man, but nevertheless he was popular, and to some extent esteemed. He was liberal, as far as his means would permit. He was a man of his word, and he understood well that code of by-laws which was presumed to constitute the character of a gentleman in his circle. He knew how to carry himself well among men, and understood thoroughly what might be said and what might not, what might be done among those with whom he lived, and what should be left undone. By nature, too, he was kindly disposed, loving many persons a little if he loved few or none passionately. Moreover, at the age of 50, he was a handsome man with a fine forehead, round which the hair and beard was only beginning to show itself to be gray. He stood well, with a large person, only now beginning to become corpulent. His eyes were bright and gray, and his mouth and chin were sharply cut, and told of gentle birth. Most men who knew John Vavasor well declared it to be a pity that he should spend his time in signing accounts in Chancery Lane. I have said that Alice Vavasor's big relatives cared but little for her in her early years, but I have also said that they were careful to undertake the charge of her education, and I must explain away this little discrepancy. The biggest of these big people had hardly heard of her, but there was a certain Lady Macleod, not very big herself, but as it were hanging on to the skirts of those who were so, who cared very much for Alice. She was the widow of a Sir Archibald Macleod, K.C.B., who had been a soldier, she herself having also been a Macleod by birth, and for very many years past, from a time previous to the birth of Alice Vavasor, she had lived at Cheltenham, making short sojourns in London during the spring, when the contents of her limited purse would admit of her doing so. Of old Lady Macleod, I think I may say that she was a good woman. That she was a good woman, though subject to two of the most serious drawbacks to goodness which can afflict a lady. She was a Calvinistic Sabbatarian in religion, and in worldly matters she was a devout believer in the high rank of her noble relatives. She could almost worship a youthful marquis, though he lived a life that would disgrace a heathen among heathens, and she could and did, in her own mind, condemn crowds of commonplace men and women to all eternal torments of which her imagination could conceive, because they listened to profane music in a park on Sunday. Yet she was a good woman. Out of her small means she gave much away. She owed no man anything. She strove to love her neighbors. She bore much pain with calm, unspeaking endurance, and she lived in trust of a better world. Alice Vavasor, who was after all only her cousin, she loved with an exceeding love, and yet Alice had done very much to extinguish such love. Alice, in the years of her childhood, had been brought up by Lady Macleod. At the age of 12 she had been sent to a school at Aix-la-Chapelle, a comitatus of her relatives having agreed that such was to be her fate, much in opposition to Lady Macleod's judgment. At 19 she had returned to Cheltenham, and after remaining there for little more than a year, had expressed her unwillingness to remain longer with her cousin. She could sympathize neither with her relatives' faults or virtues. She made an arrangement, therefore, with her father, that they two would keep house together in London, and so they had lived for the last 5 years. For Alice Vavasor, when she will be introduced to the reader, had already passed her 24th birthday. Their mode of life had been singular, and certainly not in all respects satisfactory. Alice, when she was 21, had the full command of her own fortune, and when she induced her father, who for the last 15 years had lived in lodgings, to take a small house in Queen Anne Street, of course she offered to incur a portion of the expense. He had warned her that his habits were not those of a domestic man, but he had been content simply so to warn her. He had not felt it to be his duty to decline the arrangement, because he knew himself to be unable to give his child all that attention which a widowed father, under such circumstances, should pay to an only daughter. The house had been taken, and Alice and he had lived together, but their lives had been quite apart. For a short time, for a month or two, he had striven to dine at home, and even to remain at home through the evening. But the work had been too hard for him, and he had utterly broken down. He had said to her and to himself that his health would fail him under the effects of so great a change made so late in life, and I am not sure that he had not spoken truly. At any rate, the effort had been abandoned, and Mr. Vavasor now never dined at home, nor did he and his daughter ever dine out together. Their joint means did not admit of their giving dinners, and therefore they could not make their joint way in the same circle. It thus came to pass that they lived apart, quite apart. They saw each other, probably daily, but they did little more than see each other. They did not even breakfast together, and after 3 o'clock in the day Mr. Vavasor was never to be found in his own house. Miss Vavasor had made for herself a certain footing in society, though I am disposed to doubt her right to be considered as holding a place among the upper 10,000. 2 classes of people she had chosen to avoid, having been driven to such avoidings by her aunt's preferences. Marquises and such like, whether wicked or otherwise, she had eschewed, and had eschewed likewise all low church tendencies. The eschewing of marquises is not generally very difficult. Young ladies living with their fathers on very moderate incomes in or about Queen Anne Street are not usually much troubled on that matter, nor can I say that Miss Vavasor was so troubled. But with her there was a certain definite thing to be done towards such eschewal. Lady Macleod by no means avoided her noble relatives, nor did she at all avoid Alice Vavasor. When in London, she was persevering in her visits to Queen Anne Street, although she considered herself, nobody knew why, not to be on speaking terms with Mr. Vavasor, and she strove hard to produce an intimacy between Alice and her noble relatives, such an intimacy as that which she herself enjoyed, an intimacy which gave her a footing in their houses, but no footing in their hearts, or even in their habits. But all this Alice declined with as much consistency as she did those other struggles which her old cousin made on her behalf, strong, never flagging, but ever failing efforts to induce the girl to go to such places of worship as Lady Macleod herself frequented. A few words must be said as to Alice Vavasor's person. One fact also must be told, and then, I believe, I may start upon my story. As regards her character, I will leave it to be read in the story itself. The reader already knows that she appears upon the scene at no very early age, and the mode of her life had perhaps given to her an appearance of more years than those which she really possessed. It was not that her face was old, but that there was nothing that was girlish in her manners. Her demeanor was as staid, and her voice as self-possessed, as though she had already been 10 years married. In person she was tall and well made, rather large in her neck and shoulders, as were all the Vavasors, but by no means fat. Her hair was brown, but very dark, and she wore it rather lower upon her forehead than is customary at the present day. Her eyes, too, were dark, though they were not black, and her complexion, though not quite that of a brunette, was far away from being fair. Her nose was somewhat broad, and retroussé too, but to my thinking it was a charming nose, full of character, and giving to her face at times a look of pleasant humour, which it would otherwise have lacked. Her mouth was large and full of character, and her chin oval, dimpled, and finely chiselled, like her father's. I beg you, in taking her for all in all, to admit that she was a fine, handsome, high-spirited young woman. And now for my fact. At the time of which I am writing, she was already engaged to be married. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lady MacLeod. I cannot say that the house in Queen Anne Street was a pleasant house. I am now speaking of the material house, made up of the walls and furniture, and not of any pleasantness or unpleasantness supplied by the inmates. It was a small house on the south side of the street, squeezed in between two large mansions, which seemed to crush it, and by which its fair proportion of doorstep and area was in truth curtailed. The stairs were narrow, the dining-room was dark, and possessed none of those appearances of plenteous hospitality which a dining-room should have. But all this would have been as nothing if the drawing-room had been pretty, as it is the bounden duty of all drawing-rooms to be. But Alice Vavasor's drawing-room was not pretty. Her father had had the care of furnishing the house, and he had entrusted the duty to a tradesman who had chosen green paper, a green carpet, green curtains, and green damask chairs. There was a green damask sofa and 2 green armchairs opposite to each other at the 2 sides of the fireplace. The room was altogether green, and was not enticing. In shape it was nearly square, the very small back room on the same floor not having been, as is usual, added to it. This had been fitted up as a study for Mr. Vavasor, and was very rarely used for any purpose. Most of us know, when we enter a drawing-room, whether it is a pretty room or no, but how few of us know how to make a drawing-room pretty. There has come up in London, in these latter days, a form of room so monstrously ugly that I will venture to say that no other people on earth but Londoners would put up with it. Londoners, as a rule, take their houses as they can get them, looking only to situation, size, and price. What Grecian, what Roman, what Turk, what Italian would endure, or would ever have endured, to use a room with a monstrous cantle in the form of a parallelogram cut sheerly out of one corner of it? This was the shape of room we have now adopted. or rather which the builders have adopted for us, in order to throw the whole first floor into one apartment which may be presumed to have noble dimensions, with such drawback from it as the necessities of the staircase may require. A sharp, unadorned corner projects itself into these would-be noble dimensions, and as ugly a form of chamber is produced as any upon which the eye can look. I would say more on the subject if I dared to do so here, but I am bound now to confine myself to Miss Vavasor's room. The monstrous deformity of which I have spoken was not known when that house in Queen Anne Street was built. There is to be found no such abomination of shape in the buildings of our ancestors, not even in the days of George II. But yet the drawing-room of which I speak was ugly, and Alice knew that it was so. She knew that it was ugly, and she would greatly have liked to banish the green sofa, to have repapered the wall, and to have hung up curtains with a dash of pink through them. With the green carpet she would have been contented, but her father was an extravagant man, and from the day on which she had come of age she had determined that it was her special duty to avoid extravagance. "It is the ugliest room I ever saw in my life," her father once said to her. "It is not very pretty," Alice replied. "I'll go halves with you in the expense of redoing it," said Mr. Vavasor. "Wouldn't that be extravagant, papa? The things have not been here quite 4 years yet." Then Mr. Vavasor had shrugged his shoulders, and said nothing more about it. It was little to him whether the drawing-room in Queen Anne Street was ugly or pretty. He was on the committee of his club, and he took care that the furniture there should be in all respects comfortable. It was now June, and that month Lady Macleod was in the habit of spending among her noble relatives in London, when she had succeeded in making both ends so far overlap each other at Cheltenham as to give her the £50 necessary for this purpose. For though she spent her month in London among her noble friends, it must not be supposed that her noble friends gave her bed or board. They sometimes gave her tea, such as it was, and once or twice in the month they gave the old lady a second-rate dinner. On these occasions she hired a little parlour and bedroom behind it in King Street, St. James, and lived a hot, uncomfortable life, going about at nights to gatherings of fashionable people of which she in her heart disapproved, seeking for smiles which seldom came to her, and which she excused herself for desiring, because they were the smiles of her kith and her kin, telling herself always that she made this vain journey to the modern Babylon for the good of Alice Vavasor, and telling herself as often that she now made it for the last time. On the occasion of her preceding visit, she had reminded herself that she was then 75 years old, and had sworn to herself that she would come to London no more. But here she was again in London, having justified the journey to herself on the plea that there were circumstances in Alice's engagement which made it desirable that she should for a while be near her niece. Her niece, as she thought, was hardly managing her own affairs discreetly. "Well, aunt," said Alice, as the old lady walked into the drawing-room one morning at 11 o'clock. Alice always called Lady Macleod her aunt, though, as has been before explained, there was no such close connection between them. During Lady Macleod's sojourn in London, these morning visits were made almost every day. Alice never denied herself, and even made a point of remaining at home to receive them, unless she had previously explained that she would be out. but I am not prepared to say that they were, of their own nature, agreeable to her. "Would you mind shutting the window, my dear?" said Lady Macleod, seating herself stiffly on one of the small ugly green chairs. She had been educated at a time when easy chairs were considered vicious, and among people who regarded all easy postures as being so, and she could still boast, at 76, that she never leaned back. "Would you mind shutting the window? I'm so warm that I'm afraid of the draught." "You don't mean to say that you walked from King Street?" said Alice, doing as she was desired. "Indeed I do, every step of the way. Cabs are so ruinous. It's a most unfortunate thing. They always say it's just over the 2 miles here. I don't believe a word of it, because I'm only a little more than the half-hour walking it, and those men will say anything. But how can I prove it, you know? I really think it's too far for you to walk when it's so warm." "But what can I do, my dear? I must come when I've specially come up to London to see you. I shall have a cab back again, because it'll be hotter then, and dear Lady Midlothian has promised to send her carriage at 3 to take me to the concert. I do so wish you'd go, Alice." "It's out of the question, aunt. The idea of my going in that way at the last moment without any invitation." "It wouldn't be without an invitation, Alice. The Marchioness has said to me over and over again how glad she would be to see you if I would bring you. Why doesn't she come and call if she is so anxious to know me?" "My dear, you've no right to expect it. You haven't indeed. She never calls even on me." "I know I've no right, and I don't expect it, and I don't want it. But neither has she a right to suppose that, under such circumstances, I shall go to her house. You might as well give it up, aunt. Cart ropes wouldn't drag me there." "I think you are very wrong, particularly under your present circumstances. A young woman that is going to be married, as you are—" "As I am, perhaps." "That's nonsense, Alice. Of course you are, and for his sake you are bound to cultivate any advantages that naturally belong to you. As to Lady Midlothian or the Marchioness coming to call on you here in your father's house, after all that has passed, you really have no right to look for it." "And I don't look for it." "That sort of people are not expected to call. If you'll think of it, how could they do it with all the demands they have on their time?" "My dear aunt, I wouldn't interfere with their time for worlds. Nobody can say of me, I'm sure, that I run after great people or rich people. It does happen that some of the nearest relations I have, indeed I may say the nearest relations, are people of high rank, and I do not see that I'm bound to turn away from my own flesh and blood because of that, particularly when they are always so anxious to keep up the connection." "I was only speaking of myself, aunt. It is very different with you. You have known them all your life." "And how are you to know them if you won't begin? Lady Midlothian said to me only yesterday that she was glad to hear that you were going to be married so respectably, and then—" "Upon my word, I'm very much obliged to her ladyship. I wonder whether she considered that she married respectably when she took Lord Midlothian." Now Lady Midlothian had been unfortunate in her marriage, having united herself to a man of bad character, who had used her ill, and from whom she had now been for some years separated. Alice might have spared her allusion to this misfortune when speaking of the Countess to the cousin who was so fond of her, But she was angered by the application of that odious word respectable to her own prospects, and perhaps the more angered as she was somewhat inclined to feel that the epithet did suit her own position. Her engagement, she had sometimes told herself, was very respectable, and had as often told herself that it lacked other attractions which it should have possessed. She was not quite pleased with herself in having accepted John Gray, or rather perhaps was not satisfied with herself in having loved him. In her many thoughts on the subject, she always admitted to herself that she had accepted him simply because she loved him, that she had given her quick assent to his quick proposal simply because he had won her heart. But she was sometimes almost angry with herself that she had permitted her heart to be thus easily taken from her, and had rebuked herself for her girlish facility. But the marriage would be at any rate respectable. Mr. Gray was a man of high character, of good, though moderate means. He was, too, well educated, of good birth, a gentleman, and a man of talent. No one could deny that the marriage would be highly respectable, and her father had been more than satisfied. Why Miss Vavasor herself was not quite satisfied will, I hope, in time make itself appear. In the meanwhile, it can be understood that Lady Midlothian's praise would gall her. "Alice, don't be uncharitable," said Lady Macleod severely. "Whatever may have been Lady Midlothian's misfortunes, no one can say they have resulted from her own fault." "Yes, they can, aunt, if she married a man whom she knew to be a scapegrace because he was very rich and an earl. She was the daughter of a nobleman herself, and only married in her own degree. But I don't want to discuss that. She meant to be good-natured when she mentioned your marriage, and you should take it as it was meant. After all, she was only your mother's second cousin." "Dear aunt, I make no claim on her cousinship." "But she admits the claim, and is quite anxious that you should know her. She has been at the trouble to find out everything about Mr. Gray, and told me that nothing could be more satisfactory." "Upon my word, I am very much obliged to her." Lady Macleod was a woman of much patience, and possessed also of considerable perseverance. For another half hour she went on expatiating on the advantages which would accrue to Alice as a married woman from an acquaintance with her noble relatives, and endeavouring to persuade her that no better opportunity than the present would present itself. There would be a place in Lady Midlothian's carriage, as none other of the daughters were going but Lady Jane. Lady Midlothian would take it quite as a compliment, and a concert was not like a ball or any customary party. An unmarried girl might very properly go to a concert under such circumstances as now existed without any special invitation. Lady Macleod ought to have known her adopted niece better. Alice was immovable. As a matter of course, she was immovable. Lady Macleod had seldom been able to persuade her to anything, and ought to have been well sure that, of all things, she could not have persuaded her to this. Then, at last, they came to another subject, as to which Lady Macleod declared that she had specially come on this special morning, forgetting, probably, that she had already made the same assertion with reference to the concert. But in truth the last assertion was the correct one, and on that other subject she had been hurried on to say more than she meant by the eagerness of the moment. All the morning she had been full of the matter on which she was now about to speak. She had discussed it quite at length with Lady Midlothian, though she was by no means prepared to tell Alice Vavasor that any such discussion had taken place. From the concert, and the effect which Lady Midlothian's countenance might have upon Mr. Grey's future welfare, she got herself by degrees round to a projected Swiss tour which Alice was about to make. Of this Swiss tour she had heard before, but had not heard who were to be Miss Vavasor's companions until Lady Midlothian had told her. How it had come to pass that Lady Midlothian had interested herself so much in the concerns of a person whom she did not know, and on whom she in her greatness could not be expected to call, I cannot say, but from some quarter she had learned who were the proposed companions of Alice Vavasor's tour, and she had told Lady Macleod that she did not at all approve of the arrangement. "And when do you go, Alice?" said Lady Macleod. "Early in July, I believe. It will be very hot, but Kate must be back by the middle of August." Kate Vavasor was Alice's first cousin. "Oh, Kate is to go with you?" "Of course she is. I could not go alone, or with no one but George. Indeed, it was Kate who made up the party." "Of course you could not go alone with George," said Lady Macleod very grimly. Now George Vavasor was Kate's brother, and was therefore also first cousin to Alice. He was heir to the old squire down in Westmoreland, with whom Kate lived, their father being dead. Nothing, it would seem, could be more rational than that Alice should go to Switzerland with her cousins. But Lady Macleod was clearly not of this opinion. She looked very grim as she made this allusion to cousin George, and seemed to be preparing herself for a fight. "That is exactly what I say," answered Alice. "But indeed he is simply going as an escort to me and Kate, as we don't like the role of unprotected females. It is very good-natured of him, seeing how much his time is taken up." "I thought he never did anything." "That's because you don't know him, aunt." "No, certainly I don't know him." She did not add that she had no wish to know Mr. George Vavasor, but she looked it. "And has your father been told that he is going?" "Of course he has." "And does—" Lady Macleod hesitated a little before she went on, and then finished her question with a little spasmodic assumption of courage. "And does Mr. Grey know that he is going?" Alice remained silent for a full minute before she answered this question, during which Lady Macleod sat watching her grimly, with her eyes very intent upon her niece's face. If she supposed such silence to have been in any degree produced by shame in answering the question, she was much mistaken. But it may be doubted whether she understood the character of the girl whom she thought she knew so well, and it is probable that she did make such mistake. "I tell you simply that he does," said Alice at last, "seeing that I wrote to him yesterday, letting him know that such were our arrangements. But I feel that I should not thus answer the question you mean to ask. You want to know whether Mr. Grey will approve of it. As I only wrote yesterday, of course I have not heard, and therefore cannot say. But I can say this, aunt, that much as I might regret his disapproval, it would make no change in my plans." "Would it not? Then I must tell you, you are very wrong. It ought to make a change." "What! The disapproval of the man you are going to marry make no change in your plans?" "Not in that matter. Come, aunt, if we must discuss this matter, let us do it at any rate fairly. In an ordinary way, if Mr. Grey had asked me to give up for any reason my trip altogether, I should have given it up certainly, as I would give up any other indifferent project at the request of so dear a friend with whom I am so so closely connected. But if he asked me not to travel with my cousin George, I should refuse him absolutely, without a word of parley on the subject, simply because of the nature and closeness of my connection with him. I suppose you understand what I mean, aunt?" "I suppose I do. You mean that you would refuse to obey him on the very subject on which he has a right to claim your obedience." "He has no right to claim my obedience on any subject," said Alice; and as she spoke, Aunt McLeod jumped up with a little start at the vehemence of the words, and of the tone in which they were expressed. She had heard that tone before, and might have been used to it, but nevertheless the little jump was involuntary. "At present he has no right to my obedience on any subject, but least of all on that," said Alice. "His advice he may give me, but I am quite sure he will not ask for obedience." "And if he advises you, you will slight his advice?" "If he tells me that I had better not travel with my cousin George, I shall certainly not take his advice. Moreover, I should be careful to let him know how much I was offended by any such counsel from him. It would show a littleness on his part, and a suspicion of which I cannot suppose him to be capable." Alice, as she said this, got up from her seat and walked about the room. When she had finished, she stood at one of the windows with her back to her visitor. There was silence between them for a minute or two, during which Lady McLeod was deeply considering how best she might speak the terrible words which, as Alice's nearest female relative, she felt herself bound to utter. At last she collected her thoughts and her courage, and spoke out. "My dear Alice, I need hardly say that if you had a mother living, or any person with you filling the place of a mother, I should not interfere in this matter." "Of course, Aunt McLeod, if you think I am wrong, you have quite a right to say so." "I do think you are wrong, very wrong indeed, and if you persist in this, I am afraid I must say that I think you wicked. Of course Mr. Grey cannot like you to travel with George Vavasor." "And why not, aunt?" Alice, as she asked this question, turned round and confronted Lady McLeod boldly. She spoke with a steady voice, and fixed her eyes upon the old lady's face, as though determined to show that she had no fear of what might be said to her. "Why not, Alice? Surely you do not wish me to say why not?" "But I do wish you to say why not. How can I defend myself till the accusation is made? You are now engaged to marry Mr. Grey, with the consent and approbation of all your friends. 2 years ago you had what, aunt? If you mean to say that 2 years ago I was engaged to my cousin George, you are mistaken. 3 years ago I told him that under certain conditions I would become engaged to him. But my conditions did not suit him, nor his me, and no engagement was ever made. Mr. Grey knows the history of the whole thing. As far as it was possible, I have told him everything that took place. The fact was, Alice, that George Vavasor's mode of life was such that an engagement with him would have been absolute madness. Dear aunt, you must excuse me if I say that I cannot discuss George Vavasor's mode of life. If I were thinking of becoming his wife, you would have a perfect right to discuss it, because of your constant kindness to me. But as matters are, he is simply a cousin, and as I like him, and you do not, we had better say nothing about him. I must say this, that after what has passed, and at the present crisis of your life—" "Dear aunt, I'm not in any crisis. Yes, you are, Alice, in the most special crisis of a girl's life. You are still a girl, but you are the promised wife of a very worthy man, who will look to you for all his domestic happiness. George Vavasor has the name, at least, of being very wild. The worthy man and the wild man must fight it out between them. If I were going away with George by himself, there might be something in what you say. That would be monstrous. Monstrous or not, it isn't what I'm about to do. Kate and I have put our purses together and are going to have an outing for our special fun and gratification. As we should be poor travelers alone, George has promised to go with his sister. Papa knows all about it and never thought of making any objection. Lady Macleod shook her head. She did not like to say anything against Mr. Vavasor before his daughter, but the shaking of her head was intended to signify that Mr. Vavasor's assent in such a matter was worth nothing. "I can only say again," said Lady Macleod, "that I think Mr. Grey will be displeased, and that he will have very great cause for displeasure. And I think, moreover, that his approbation ought to be your chief study. I believe, my dear, I'll ask you to let Jane get me a cab. I shan't have a bit too much time to dress for the concert." Alice simply rang the bell, and said no further word on the subject which they had been discussing. When Lady Macleod got up to go away, Alice kissed her, as was customary with them, and the old lady, as she went, uttered her customary valediction. "God bless you, my dear. Good-bye. I'll come to-morrow if I can." There was, therefore, no quarrel between them, but both of them felt that words had been spoken which must probably lead to some diminution of their past intimacy. When Lady Macleod was gone, Alice sat alone for an hour, thinking of what had passed between them, thinking rather of those two men, the worthy man and the wild man, whose names had been mentioned in close connection with herself. John Grey was a worthy man, a man worthy at all points, as far as she knew him. She told herself it was so, and she told herself also that her cousin George was wild, very wild, and yet her thoughts were, I fear, on the whole more kindly towards her cousin than towards her lover. She had declared to her aunt that John Grey would be incapable of such suspicion as would be shown by any objection on his part to the arrangements made for the tour. She had said so, and had so believed, and yet she continued to brood over the position which her affairs would take if he did make the objection which Lady Macleod anticipated. She told herself over and over again that under such circumstances she would not give way an inch. "He is free to go," she said to herself. "If he does not trust me, he is quite free to go." It may almost be said that she came at last to anticipate from her lover that very answer to her own letter which she had declared him to be incapable of making. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Grey, the worthy man. Mr. Grey's answer to Alice Vavasor's letter, which was duly sent by return of post, and duly received on the morning after Lady Macleod's visit, may perhaps be taken as giving a sample of his worthiness. It was dated from Nethercoats, a small country house in Cambridgeshire, which belonged to him, at which he already spent much of his time, and at which he intended to live altogether after his marriage. Nethercoats, June 1806. Dearest Alice, I am glad you have settled your affairs, foreign affairs, I mean, so much to your mind. As to your home affairs, they are not, to my thinking, quite so satisfactorily arranged. But as I am a party interested in the latter, my opinion may perhaps have an undue bias. Touching the tour, I quite agree with you that you and Kate would have been uncomfortable alone. It's a very fine theory, that of women being able to get along without men as well as with them. But, like other fine theories, it will be found very troublesome by those who first put it in practice. Gloved hands, petticoats, feminine softness, and the general homage paid to beauty, all stand in the way of success. These things may perhaps some day be got rid of, and possibly with advantage. But while young ladies are still encumbered with them, a male companion will always be found to be a comfort. I don't quite know whether your cousin George is the best possible knight you might have chosen. I should consider myself to be infinitely preferable, had my going been upon the cards. Were you in danger of meeting Paynim foes, he, no doubt, would kill them off much quicker than I could do, and would be much more serviceable in liberating you from the dungeons of oppressors, or even from stray tigers in the Swiss forests. But I doubt his being punctual with the luggage. He will want you or Kate to keep the accounts, if any are kept. He will be slow in getting you glasses of water at the railway stations, and will always keep you waiting at breakfast. I hold that a man with 2 ladies on a tour should be an absolute slave to them, or they will not fully enjoy themselves. He should simply be an upper servant, with the privilege of sitting at the same table with his mistresses. I have my doubts as to whether your cousin is fit for the place. But as to myself, it is just the thing that I was made for. Luckily, however, neither you nor Kate are without wills of your own, and perhaps you may be able to reduce Mr. Vavasor to obedience. As to the home affairs, I have very little to say here, in this letter. I shall of course run up and see you before you start, and shall probably stay a week in town. I know I ought not to do so, as it will be a week of idleness, and yet not a week of happiness. I'd sooner have an hour with you in the country than a whole day in London, and I always feel in town that I've too much to do to allow of my doing anything. If it were sheer idleness, I could enjoy it, but it is a feverish idleness, in which one is driven here and there, expecting some gratification, which not only never comes, but which never even begins to come. I will, however, undergo a week of it, say the last 7 days of this month, and shall trust to you to recompense me by as much of yourself as your town doings will permit. And now again as to those home affairs. If I say nothing now, I believe you will understand why I refrain. You have cunningly just left me to imply, from what you say, that all my arguments have been of no avail, but you do not answer them, or even tell me that you have decided. I shall therefore imply nothing, and still trust to my personal eloquence for success, or rather not trust, but hope. The garden is going on very well. We are rather short of water, and therefore not quite as bright as I had hoped. But we are preparing with untiring industry for future brightness. Your commands have been obeyed in all things, and Morrison always says, the mistress didn't mean this, or the mistress did intend that. God bless the mistress is what I now say, and send her home, to her own home, to her flowers, and her fruit, and her house, and her husband, as soon as may be, with no more of these delays, which are to me so grievous, and which seem to me to be so unnecessary. That is my prayer. Yours ever and always, J. G. I didn't give commands, Alice said to herself, as she sat with the letter at her solitary breakfast table. He asked me how I liked the things, and of course I was obliged to say. I was obliged to seem to care, even if I didn't care. Such were her first thoughts as she put the letter back into its envelope, after reading it the second time. When she opened it, which she did quickly, not pausing a moment lest she should suspect herself of fearing to see what might be its contents, her mind was full of that rebuke which her aunt had anticipated, and which she had almost taught herself to expect. She had torn the letter open rapidly, and had dashed at its contents with quick eyes. In half a moment she had seen what was the nature of the reply respecting the proposed companion of her tour, and then she had completed her reading slowly enough. No, I gave no commands, she repeated to herself, as though she might thereby absolve herself from blame, in reference to some possible future accusations, which might perhaps be brought against her under certain circumstances which she was contemplating. Then she considered the letter bit by bit, taking it backwards, and sipping her tea every now and then amidst her thoughts. No, she had no home, no house there. She had no husband, not as yet. He spoke of their engagement as though it were a betrothal, as betrothals used to be of yore, as though they were already in some sort married. Such betrothals were not made nowadays. There still remained, both to him and to her, a certain liberty of extricating themselves from this engagement. Should he come to her and say that he found that their contemplated marriage would not make him happy, would not she release him without a word of reproach? Would not she regard him as much more honorable in doing so than in adhering to a marriage which was distasteful to him? And if she would so judge him and certainly acquit him, was it not reasonable that she under similar circumstances should expect a similar acquittal? Then she declared to herself that she carried on this argument within her own breast, simply as an argument, induced to do so by that assertion on his part that he was already her husband, that his house was even now her home. She had no intention of using that power which was still hers. She had no wish to go back from her pledged word. She thought that she had no such wish. She loved him much, and admired him even more than she loved him. He was noble, generous, clever, good, so good as to be almost perfect. Nay, for aught she knew, he was perfect. Would that he had some faults! Would that he had! Would that he had! How could she, full of faults as she knew herself to be, how could she hope to make happy a man perfect as he was? But then there would be no doubt as to her present duty. She loved him, and that was everything. Having told him that she loved him, and having on that score accepted his love, nothing but a change in her heart towards him could justify her in seeking to break the bond which bound them together. She did love him, and she loved him only. But she had once loved her cousin. Yes, truly it was so. In her thoughts she did not now deny it. She had loved him, and was tormented by a feeling that she had had a more full delight in that love than in this other, that had sprung up subsequently. She had told herself that this had come of her youth, that love at 20 was sweeter than it could be afterwards. There had been a something of rapture in that earlier dream which could never be repeated, which could never live, indeed, except in a dream. Now that she was older and perhaps wiser, love meant a partnership in which each partner would be honest to the other, in which each would wish and strive for the other's welfare, so that thus their joint venture might be ensured. Then in those early girlish days it had meant a total abnegation of self. The one was of earth, and therefore possible. The other had been a ray from heaven, and impossible, except in a dream. And she had been mistaken in her first love. She admitted that frankly. He whom she had worshipped had been an idol of clay, and she knew that it was well for her to have abandoned that idolatry. He had not only been untrue to her, but, worse than that, had been false in excusing his untruth. He had not only promised falsely, but had made such promises with a deliberate, premeditated falsehood. And he had been selfish, coldly selfish, weighing the value of his own low lusts against that of her holy love. She had known this, and had parted from him with an oath to herself that no promised contrition on his part would ever bring them together again. But she had pardoned him as a man, though never as a lover, and had bade him welcome again as a cousin and as her friend's brother. She had again become very anxious as to his career, not hiding her regard, but professing that anxiety aloud. She knew him to be clever, ambitious, bold, and she believed even yet, in spite of her own experience, that he might not be bad at heart. Now, as she told herself that in truth she loved the man to whom her troth was plighted, I fear that she almost thought more of that other man from whom she had torn herself asunder. Why should he find himself unhappy in London, she said, as she went back to the letter. Why should he pretend to condemn the very place which most men find the fittest for all their energies? Were I a man, no earthly consideration should induce me to live elsewhere. It is odd how we differ in all things. However brilliant might be his own light, he would be contented to hide it under a bushel. And at last she recurred to that matter as to which she had been so anxious when she first opened her lover's letter. It will be remembered how assured she had expressed herself that Mr. Grey would not condescend to object to her travelling with her cousin. He had not so condescended. He had written on the matter with a pleasant joke, like a gentleman as he was, disdaining to allude to the past passages in the life of her whom he loved, abstaining even from expressing anything that might be taken as a permission on his part. There had been in Alice's words, as she told him of their proposed plan, a something that had betrayed a tremor in her thoughts. She had studiously striven so to frame her phrases that her tale might be told as any other simple statement, as though there had been no trembling in her mind as she wrote. But she had failed, and she knew that she had failed. She had failed, and he had read all her effort and all her failure. She was quite conscious of this. She felt it thoroughly, and she knew that he was noble and a gentleman to the last drop of his blood. And yet there was almost a feeling of disappointment in that he had not written such a letter as Lady Macleod had anticipated. During the next week, Lady Macleod still came almost daily to Queen Anne Street, but nothing further was said between her and Miss Vavasor as to the Swiss tour, nor were there any questions asked about Mr. Gray's opinion on the subject. The old lady, of course, discovered that there was no quarrel, or, as she believed, any probability of a quarrel, and with that she was obliged to be contented. Nor did she again on this occasion attempt to take Alice to Lady Midlothian's. Indeed, their usual subjects of conversation were almost abandoned, and Lady Macleod's visits, though they were as constant as heretofore, were not so long. She did not dare to talk about Mr. Gray, and because she did not so dare, was determined to regard herself as in a degree ill-used. So she was silent, reserved, and fretful. At length came the last day of her London season, and her last visit to her niece. "I would come because it's my last day," said Lady Macleod, "but really I'm so hurried, and have so many things to do, that I hardly know how to manage it." "It's very kind," said Alice, giving her aunt an affectionate squeeze of the hand. "I'm keeping the cab, so I can just stay 25 minutes. I've marked the time accurately, but I know the man will swear it's over the half hour." "You'll have no more trouble about cabs, aunt, when you are back in Cheltenham." "The flies are worse, my dear. I really think they're worse. I pay the bill every month, but they've always one down that I didn't have. It's the regular practice, for I've had them from all the men in the place. It's hard enough to find honest men anywhere, I suppose, or honest women either. What do you think of Mrs. Green wanting to charge me for an extra week, because she says I didn't give her notice till Tuesday morning? I won't pay her, and she may stop my things if she dares. However, it's the last time. I shall never come up to London again, my dear." "Oh, aunt, don't say that." "But I do say it, my dear. What should an old woman like me do, trailing up to town every year, merely because it's what people choose to call the season?" "To see your friends, of course. Age doesn't matter when a person's health is so good as yours." "If you knew what I suffer from, lumbago, though I must say coming to London always does cure that for the time. But as for friends, well, I suppose one has no right to complain when one gets to be as old as I am, but I declare I believe that those I love best would sooner be without me than with me." "Do you mean me, aunt?" "No, my dear, I don't mean you. Of course my life would have been very different if you had consented to remain with me till you were married, but I didn't mean you. I don't know that I meant any one. You shouldn't mind what an old woman like me says." "You're a little melancholy because you're going away." "No, indeed. I don't know why I stayed the last week. I did say to Lady Midlothian that I thought I should go on the 20th, and though I know that she knew that I really didn't go, she has not once sent to me since. To be sure, they've been out every night, but I thought she might have asked me to come and lunch. It's so lonely dining by myself in lodgings in London." "And yet you will never come and dine with me." "No, my dear, no. But we won't talk about that. I've just one more word to say. Let me see. I've just 6 minutes to stay. I've made up my mind that I'll never come up to town again, except for one thing." "And what's that, aunt?" Alice, as she asked the question, well knew what that one thing was. "I'll come for your marriage, my dear. I do hope you will not keep me long waiting." "Ah, I can't make any promise. There's no knowing when that may be." And why should there be no knowing? I always think that when a girl is once engaged, the sooner she's married the better. There may be reasons for delay on the gentleman's part. There very often are, you know. But, Alice, you don't mean to say that Mr. Grey is putting it off?" Alice was silent for a moment, during which Lady Macleod's face assumed a look of almost tragic horror. Was there something wrong on Mr. Grey's side of which she was altogether unaware? Alice, though for a second or two she had been guilty of a slight playful deceit, was too honest to allow the impression to remain. "No, aunt," she said, "Mr. Grey is not putting it off. It has been left to me to fix the time." "And why don't you fix it?" "It is such a serious thing. After all, it is not more than 4 months yet since I accepted him. I don't know that there has been any delay." "But you might fix the time now, if he wishes it." "Well, perhaps I shall. Some day, aunt. I'm going to think about it, and you mustn't drive me." "But you should have some one to advise you, Alice." "Ah, that's just it. People always do seem to think it so terrible that a girl should have her own way in anything. She mustn't like any one at first, and then when she does like someone, she must marry him directly she's bidden. I haven't much of my own way at present, but you see, when I'm married I shan't have it at all. You can't wonder that I shouldn't be in a hurry." "I am not advocating anything like hurry, my dear, but goodness gracious me, I've been here 28 minutes, and that horrid man will impose upon me. Good-bye. God bless you. Mind, you write." And Lady Macleod hurried out of the room, more intent at the present moment upon saving her sixpence than she was on any other matter whatsoever. And then John Grey came up to town, arriving a day or two after the time that he had fixed. It is not perhaps improbable that Alice had used some diplomatic skill in preventing a meeting between Lady Macleod and her lover. They both were very anxious to obtain the same object, and Alice was to some extent opposed to their views. Had Lady Macleod and John Grey put their forces together, she might have found herself unable to resist their joint endeavours. She was resolved that she would not, at any rate, name any day for her marriage before her return from Switzerland, and she may, therefore, have thought it wise to keep Mr. Grey in the country till after Lady Macleod had gone, even though she thereby cut down the time of his sojourn in London to 4 days. On the occasion of that visit, Mr. Vavasor did a very memorable thing. He dined at home, with the view of welcoming his future son-in-law. He dined at home, and asked, or rather assented to Alice's asking, George and Kate Vavasor to join the dinner party. "What an auspicious omen for the future nuptials," said Kate, with her little sarcastic smile. "Uncle John dines at home, and Mr. Grey joins in the dissipation of a dinner party. We shall all be changed soon, I suppose, and George and I will take to keeping a little cottage in the country." "Kate," said Alice angrily, "I think you are about the most unjust person I ever met. I would forgive your raillery, however painful it might be, if it were only fair." "And to whom is it unfair on the present occasion? To your father?" "It was not intended for him." "To yourself?" "I care nothing as to myself, you know that very well." "Then it must have been unfair to Mr. Grey." "Yes, it was Mr. Grey whom you meant to attack. If I can forgive him for not caring for society, surely you might do so." "Exactly. But that's just what you can't do, my dear. You don't forgive him. If you did, you might be quite sure that I should say nothing. And if you choose to bid me hold my tongue, I will say nothing. But when you tell me all your own thoughts about this thing, you can hardly expect but that I should let you know mine in return. I'm not particular, and if you are ready for a little good, wholesome, useful hypocrisy, I won't balk you. I mayn't be quite so dishonest as you call me, but I'm not so wedded to truth but what I can look and act and speak a few falsehoods if you wish it. Only let us understand each other. You know I wish for no falsehood, Kate. I know it's very hard to understand what you do wish. I know that for the last year or two I have been trying to find out your wishes, and upon my word, my success has been very indifferent. I suppose you wish to marry Mr. Grey, but I'm by no means certain. I suppose the last thing on earth you'd wish would be to marry George. The very last. You were right there at any rate. Alice, sometimes you drive me too hard. You do, indeed. You make me doubt whether I hate or love you most. Knowing what my feelings are about George, I cannot understand how you can bring yourself to speak of him to me with such contempt. Kate Vavasor, as she spoke these words, left the room with a quick step and hurried up to her own chamber. There Alice found her in tears, and was driven by her friend's real grief into the expression of an apology which she knew was not properly due from her. Kate was acquainted with all the circumstances of that old affair between her brother and Alice. She had given in her adhesion to the propriety of what Alice had done. She had allowed that her brother George's behavior had been such as to make any engagement between them impossible. The fault, therefore, had been hers in making any reference to the question of such a marriage, nor had it been by any means her first fault of the same kind. Till Alice had become engaged to Mr. Grey, she had spoken of George only as her brother, or as her friend's cousin, but now she was constantly making allusion to those past occurrences which all of them should have striven to forget. Under these circumstances, was not Lady Macleod right in saying that George Vavasor should not have been accepted as a companion for the Swiss tour? The little dinner party went off very quietly, and if no other ground existed for charging Mr. Grey with London dissipation than what that afforded, he was accused most unjustly. The two young men had never before met each other, and Vavasor had gone to his uncle's house, prepared not only to dislike, but to despise his successor in Alice's favour. But in this he was either disappointed or gratified, as the case may be. "He has plenty to say for himself," he said to Kate on his way home. "Oh yes, he can talk. And he doesn't talk like a prig either, which was what I expected. He's uncommonly handsome." "I thought men never saw that in each other. I never see it in any man." "I see it in every animal, in men, women, horses, dogs, and even pigs. I like to look on handsome things. I think people always do who are ugly themselves." "And so you're going into raptures in favor of John Grey." "No, I'm not. I very seldom go into raptures about anything. But he talks in the way I like a man to talk. How he bowled my uncle over about those actors, And yet if my uncle knows anything about anything, it is about the stage 20 years ago. There was nothing more said then about John Gray, but Kate understood her brother well enough to be aware that this praise meant very little. George Vavasor spoke sometimes from his heart, and did so more frequently to his sister than to any one else, but his words came generally from his head. On the day after the little dinner in Queen Anne Street, John Gray came to say good-bye to his betrothed, for his betrothed she certainly was, in spite of those very poor arguments which she had used in trying to convince herself that she was still free if she wished to claim her freedom. Though he had been constantly with Alice during the last 3 days, he had not hitherto said anything as to the day of their marriage. He had been constantly with her alone, sitting for hours in that ugly green drawing-room, but he had never touched the subject. He had told her much of Switzerland, which she had never yet seen, but which he knew well. He had told her much of his garden and house, whither she had once gone with her father whilst paying a visit nominally to the colleges at Cambridge, and he had talked of various matters bearing in no immediate way upon his own or her affairs, for Mr. Gray was a man who knew well how to make words pleasant, but previous to this last moment he had said nothing on that subject on which he was so intent. "Well, Alice," he said, when the last hour had come, "and about that question of home affairs. Let us finish off the foreign affairs first. We have finished them, haven't we?" "Finished them? Why, we haven't started yet." "No, you haven't started, but we've had the discussion. Is there any reason why you'd rather not have this thing settled?" "No, no special reason." "Then why not let it be fixed? Do you fear coming to me as my wife?" "No." "I cannot think that you repent your goodness to me." "No, I don't repent it. What you call my goodness, I love you too entirely for that." "My darling," and now he passed his arm round her waist as they stood near the empty fireplace, "and if you love me—" "I do love you." "Then why should you not wish to come to me?" "I do wish it. I think I wish it." "But, Alice, you must have wished it altogether when you consented to be my wife." "A person may wish for a thing altogether, and yet not wish for it instantly." "Instantly? Come, I have not been hard on you. This is still June. Will you say the middle of September? And we shall still be in time for warm, pleasant days among the lakes. Is that asking for too much?" "It is not asking for anything." "Nay, but it is, love. Grant it, and I will swear that you have granted me everything." She was silent, having things to say, but not knowing in what words to put them. Now that he was with her, she could not say the things which she had told herself that she would utter to him. She could not bring herself to hint to him that his views of life were so unlike her own that there could be no chance of happiness between them, unless each could strive to lean somewhat towards the other. No man could be more gracious in word and manner than John Gray, no man more chivalrous in his carriage towards a woman, but he always spoke and acted as though there could be no question that his manner of life was to be adopted, without a word or thought of doubting, by his wife. When two came together, why should not each yield something, and each claim something? This she had meant to say to him on this day, but now that he was with her, she could not say it. "John," she said at last, Do not press me about this till I return. But then you will say the time is short. It would be short then. I cannot answer you now. Indeed, I cannot. That is, I cannot answer in the affirmative. It is such a solemn thing. Will it ever be less solemn, dearest? Never. I hope never. He did not press her further then, but kissed her and bade her farewell. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Can You Forgive Her by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. George Vavasor, the Wild Man. It will no doubt be understood that George Vavasor did not roam about in the woods unshorn, or wear leathern trappings and sandals like Robinson Crusoe, instead of coats and trousers. His wildness was of another kind. Indeed, I don't know that he was in truth at all wild, though Lady Macleod had called him so, and Alice had assented to her use of the word. George Vavasor had lived in London since he was 20, and now, at the time of the beginning of my story, he was a year or two over 30. He was, and ever had been, the heir to his grandfather's estate, but that estate was small, and when George first came to London, his father was a strong man of 40, with as much promise of life in him as his son had. A profession had therefore been absolutely necessary to him, and he had, at his Uncle John's instance, been placed in the office of a parliamentary land agent. With this parliamentary land agent he had quarrelled to the knife, but not before he had by his talents made himself so useful that he had before him the prospects of a lucrative partnership in the business. George Vavasor had many faults, but idleness, absolute idleness, was not one of them. He would occasionally postpone his work to pleasure. He would be at Newmarket when he should have been at Whitehall, but it was not usual with him to be in bed when he should be at his desk, and when he was at his desk he did not whittle his ruler, or pick his teeth, or clip his nails. Upon the whole, his friends were pleased with the first 5 years of his life in London, in spite of his having been found to be in debt on more than one occasion. But his debts had been paid, and all was going on swimmingly, when one day he knocked down the parliamentary agent with a blow between the eyes, and then there was an end of that. He himself was wont to say that he had known very well what he was about, that it had behooved him to knock down the man who was to have been his partner, and that he regretted nothing in the matter. At any rate, the deed was looked upon with approving eyes by many men of good standing, or at any rate sufficient standing to help George to another position, and within 6 weeks of the time of his leaving the office at Whitehall, he had become a partner in an established firm of wine merchants. A great-aunt had just then left him a couple of £1,000, which no doubt assisted him in his views with the wine merchants. In this employment he remained for another period of 5 years, and was supposed by all his friends to be doing very well, and indeed he did not do badly, only that he did not do well enough to satisfy himself. He was ambitious of making the house to which he belonged the first house in the trade in London, and scared his partners by the boldness and extent of his views. He himself declared that if they would only have gone along with him, he would have made them princes in the wine market. But they were men either of more prudence or of less audacity than he, and they declined to walk in his courses. At the end of the 5 years, Vavasor left the house, not having knocked any one down on this occasion, and taking with him a very nice sum of money. The 2 last of these 5 years had certainly been the best period of his life, for he had really worked very hard, like a man, giving up all pleasure that took time from him, and giving up also most pleasures which were dangerous on account of their costliness. He went to no races, played no billiards, and spoke of Cremorne as a childish thing, which he had abandoned now that he was no longer a child. It was during these 2 years that he had had his love passages with his cousin, and it must be presumed that he had, at any rate, intended at one time to settle himself respectably as a married man. He had, however, behaved very badly to Alice, and the match had been broken off. He had also during the last 2 years quarrelled with his grandfather. He had wished to raise a sum of money on the Vavasor estate, which, as it was unentailed, he could only do so with his grandfather's concurrence. The old gentleman would not hear of it, would listen with no patience to the proposition. It was in vain that George attempted to make the squire understand that the wine business was going on very well, that he himself owed no man anything, that everything with him was flourishing, but that his trade might be extended indefinitely by the use of a few £1,000 at moderate interest. Old Mr. Vavasor was furious. No documents and no assurances could make him lay aside a belief that the wine merchants and the business and his grandson were all ruined and ruinous together. No one but a ruined man would attempt to raise money on the family estate. So they had quarrelled, and had never spoken or seen each other since. He shall have the estate for his life, the squire said to his son John. I don't think I have a right to leave it away from him. It never has been left away from the heir. But I'll tie it up so that he shan't cut a tree on it. John Vavasor perhaps thought that the old rule of primogeniture might under such circumstances have been judiciously abandoned, in this one instance, in his own favour, but he did not say so. Nor would he have said it had there been a chance of his doing so with success. He was a man from whom no very noble deed could be expected, but he was also one who would do no ignoble deed. After that, George Vavasor had become a stockbroker, and a stockbroker he was now. In the first 12 months after his leaving the wine business, the same being the first year after his breach with Alice, he had gone back greatly in the estimation of men. He had lived in open defiance of decency. He had spent much money, and had apparently made none, and had been, as all his friends declared, on the high road to ruin. Aunt MacLeod had taken her judgment from this period of his life, when she had spoken of him as a man who never did anything. But he had come forth again suddenly as a working man, and now they who professed to know declared that he was by no means poor. He was in the city every day, and during the last 2 years had earned the character of a shrewd fellow who knew what he was about, who might not perhaps be very mealy-mouthed in affairs of business, but who was fairly and decently honourable in his money transactions. In fact, he stood well on 'Change. And during these 2 years he had stood a contest for a seat in Parliament, having striven to represent the metropolitan borough of Chelsea on the extremely radical interest. It is true that he had failed, and that he had spent a considerable sum of money in the contest. "Where on earth does your nephew get his money?" men said to John Vavasor at his club. "Upon my word, I don't know," said Vavasor. "He doesn't get it from me, and I'm sure he doesn't get it from my father." But George Vavasor, though he failed at Chelsea, did not spend his money altogether fruitlessly. He gained reputation by the struggle, and men came to speak of him as though he were one who would do something. He was a stockbroker, a thorough-going radical, and yet he was the heir to a fine estate which had come down from father to son for 400 years. There was something captivating about his history and adventures, especially as just at the time of the election he became engaged to an heiress who died a month before the marriage should have taken place. She died without a will, and her money all went to some third cousins. George Vavasor bore this last disappointment like a man, and it was at this time that he again became fully reconciled to his cousin. Previous to this they had met, and Alice, at her cousin Kate's instigation, had induced her father to meet him. But at first there had been no renewal of real friendship. Alice had given her cordial assent to her cousin's marriage with the heiress, Miss Grant, telling Kate that such an engagement was the very thing to put him thoroughly on his feet. And then she had been much pleased by his spirit at that Chelsea election. "It was grand of him, wasn't it?" said Kate, her eyes brimming full of tears. "It was very spirited," said Alice. "If you knew all, you would say so. They could get no one else to stand but that Mr. Travers, and he wouldn't come forward unless they would guarantee all his expenses." "I hope it didn't cost George much," said Alice. "It did, though. Nearly all he had got. But what matters? Money's nothing to him, except for its uses. My own little mite is my own now, and he shall have every farthing of it for the next election, even though I should go out as a housemaid the next day." There must have been something great about George Vavasor, or he would not have been so idolized by such a girl as his sister Kate. Early in the present spring, before the arrangements for the Swiss journey were made, George Vavasor had spoken to Alice about that intended marriage which had been broken off by the lady's death. He was sitting one evening with his cousin in the drawing-room in Queen Anne Street, waiting for Kate, who was to join him there before going to some party. I wonder whether Kate had had a hint from her brother to be late. At any rate, the two were together for an hour, and the talk had been all about himself. He had congratulated her on her engagement with Mr. Grey, which had just become known to him, and had then spoken of his own last intended marriage. "I grieved for her," he said, "greatly." "I'm sure you did, George." "Yes, I did, for her herself. Of course the world has given me credit for lamenting the loss of her money, but the truth is that as regards both herself and her money, it is much better for me that we were never married." "Do you mean even though she should have lived?" "Yes, even had she lived." "And why so? If you liked her, her money was surely no drawback." "No, not if I had liked her." "And did you not like her?" "No." "Oh, George!" "I did not love her as a man should love his wife, if you mean that. As for my liking her, I did like her. I liked her very much." "But you would have loved her?" "I don't know. I don't find that task of loving so very easy. It might have been that I should have learned to hate her. If so, it is better for you and better for her that she has gone. It is better, I am sure of it, and yet I grieve for her, and in thinking of her I almost feel as though I were guilty of her death. But she never suspected that you did not love her? Oh, no, but she was not given to think much of such things. She took all that for granted. Poor girl, she is at rest now, and her money has gone where it should go, among her own relatives. Yes, with such feelings as yours are about her, her money would have been a burden to you. I would not have taken it. I hope, at least, that I would not have taken it. Money is a sore temptation, especially to a poor man like me. It is well for me that the trial did not come in my way. But you are not such a very poor man now, are you, George? I thought your business was a good one. It is, and I have no right to be a poor man. But a man will be poor who does such mad things as I do. I had 3,000 or 4,000 pounds clear, and I spent every shilling of it on the Chelsea election. Goodness knows whether I shall have a shilling at all when another chance comes round. But if I have, I shall certainly spend it, and if I have not, I shall go in debt wherever I can raise 100 pounds. I hope you will be successful at last. I feel sure that I shall, but in the meantime I cannot but know that my career is perfectly reckless. No woman ought to join her lot to mine unless she has within her courage to be as reckless as I am. You know what men do when they toss up 4 shillings. Yes, I suppose I do. I am tossing up every day of my life for every shilling that I have. Do you mean that you're gambling? No, I have given that up altogether. I used to gamble, but I never do that now, and never shall again. What I mean is this, that I hold myself in readiness to risk everything at any moment in order to gain any object that may serve my turn. I am always ready to lead a forlorn hope. That's what I mean by tossing up every day for every shilling that I have. Alice did not quite understand him, and perhaps he did not intend that she should. Perhaps his object was to mystify her imagination. She did not understand him, but I fear that she admired the kind of courage which he professed, and he had not only professed it. In that matter of the past election he had certainly practised it. In talking of beauty to his sister, he had spoken of himself as being ugly. He would not generally have been called ugly by women, had not one side of his face been dreadfully scarred by a cicatrice, in which healing had left a dark indented line down from his left eye to his lower jaw. That black ravine running through his cheek was certainly ugly. On some occasions, when he was angry or disappointed, it was very hideous, for he would so contort his face that the scar would, as it were, stretch itself out, revealing all its horrors, and his countenance would become all scar. He looked at me like the devil himself, making the hole in his face gape at me. The old squire had said to John Vavasor, in describing the interview in which the grandson had tried to bully his grandfather into assenting to his own views about the mortgage. But in other respects George's face was not ugly, and might have been thought handsome by many women. His hair was black, and was parted in the front. His forehead, though low, was broad. His eyes were dark and bright, and his eyebrows were very full and perfectly black. At those periods of his anger, All his face, which was not scar, was eye and eyebrow. He wore a thick black mustache, which covered his mouth, but no whiskers. People said of him that he was so proud of his wound that he would not grow a hair to cover it. The fact, however, was that no whisker could be made to come sufficiently forward to be of service, and therefore he wore none. The story of that wound should be told. When he was yet hardly more than a boy, before he had come up to London, he was living in a house in the country which his father then occupied. At the time his father was absent, and he and his sister only were in the house with the maid servants. His sister had a few jewels in her room, and an exaggerated report of them having come to the ears of certain enterprising burglars, a little plan was arranged for obtaining them. A small boy was hidden in the house, a window was opened, and at the proper witching hour of night a stout individual crept upstairs in his stocking feet, and was already at Kate Vavasor's door, when in the dark, dressed only in his nightshirt, wholly unarmed, George Vavasor flew at the fellow's throat. 2 hours elapsed before the horror-stricken women of the house could bring men to the place. George's face had then been ripped open from the eye downwards with some chisel or house-breaking instrument, but the man was dead. George had wrenched from him his own tool, and having first jabbed him all over with insufficient wounds, had at last driven the steel through his windpipe. The small boy escaped, carrying with him 2 shillings and 3d, which Kate had left upon the drawing-room mantelpiece. George Vavasor was rather low in stature, but well made, with small hands and feet, but broad in the chest and strong in the loins. He was a fine horseman and a hard rider, and men who had known him well said that he could fence and shoot with a pistol as few men care to do in these peaceable days. Since volunteering had come up, he had become a captain of volunteers, and had won prizes with his rifle at Wimbledon. Such had been the life of George Vavasor, and such was his character, and such his appearance. He had always lived alone in London, and did so at present. But just now his sister was much with him, as she was staying up in town with an aunt, another Vavasor by birth, with whom the reader will, if he persevere, become acquainted in course of time. I hope he will persevere a little, for of all the Vavasors, Mrs. Greenow was perhaps the best worth knowing. But Kate Vavasor's home was understood to be in her grandfather's house in Westmoreland. On the evening before they started for Switzerland, George and Kate walked from Queen Anne Street, where they had been dining with Alice, to Mrs. Greenow's house. Everything had been settled about luggage, hours of starting, and routes as regarded their first few days, and the common purse had been made over to George. That portion of Mr. Gray's letter had been read which alluded to the Paynhams and the glasses of water, and everything had passed in the best of good humour. "I'll endeavour to get the cold water for you," George had said, "but as to the breakfasts, I can only hope you won't put me to severe trials by any very early hours. When people go out for pleasure, it should be pleasure." The brother and sister walked through 2 or 3 streets in silence, and then Kate asked a question. "George, I wonder what your wishes really are about Alice?" "That she shouldn't want her breakfast too early while we are away." "That means that I'm to hold my tongue, of course." "No, it doesn't." "Then it means that you intend to hold yours?" "No, not that either." "Then what does it mean?" "That I have no fixed wishes on the subject. Of course she'll marry this man John Gray, and then no one will hear another word about her." She will, no doubt, if you don't interfere. Probably she will whether you interfere or not. But if you wish to interfere, she's got 400 a year, and is not so good-looking as she was. Yes, she has got 400 a year, and she is more handsome now than ever she was. I know that you think so, and that you love her, and love no one else, unless you have a sneaking fondness for me. I'll leave you to judge of that last. And as for me, I only love two people in the world, her and you. If ever you mean to try, you should try now. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Balcony at Basel. I am not going to describe the Vavasor's Swiss tour. It would not be fair on my readers. 6 weeks in the Bernese Oberland by party of 3 would have but very small chance of success in the literary world at present, and I should consider myself to be dishonest if I attempt to palm off such matter on the public in the pages of a novel. It is true that I have just returned from Switzerland, and should find such a course of writing very convenient, but I dismiss the temptation, strong as it is. Retro age, Satanas. No living man or woman any longer wants to be told anything of the Grimsel or of the Gemmi. Ludgate Hill is nowadays more interesting than the Jungfrau. The Vavasors were not very energetic on their tour. As George had said, they had gone out for pleasure and not for work. They went direct to Interlaken and then hung about between that place and Grindelwald and Lauterbrunnen. It delighted him to sit still on some outer bench, looking at the mountains, with a cigar in his mouth, and it seemed to delight them to be with him. Much that Mr. Gray prophesied had come true. The 2 girls were ministers to him, instead of having him as their slave. What fine fellows those Alpine Club men think themselves, he said on one of these occasions, and how thoroughly they despise the sort of enjoyment I get from mountains. But they're mistaken. I don't see why either need be mistaken, said Alice. But they are mistaken, he continued. They rob the mountains of their poetry, which is or should be their greatest charm. Mont Blanc can have no mystery for a man who has been up it half a dozen times. It's like getting behind the scenes at a ballet, or making a conjurer explain his tricks. But is the exercise nothing? Said Kate. Yes, the exercise is very fine, but that avoids the question. And they all botanize, said Alice. I don't believe it. I believe that the most of them simply walk up the mountain and down again. But if they did, that avoids the question also. The poetry and mystery of the mountains are lost to those who make themselves familiar with their details, not the less because such familiarity may have useful results. In this world things are beautiful only because they are not quite seen, or not perfectly understood. Poetry is precious chiefly because it suggests more than it declares. Look in there through that valley where you just see the distant little peak at the end. Are you not dreaming of the unknown beautiful world that exists up there, beautiful as heaven is beautiful, because you know nothing of the reality? If you make your way up there and back tomorrow and find out all about it, do you mean to say that it will be as beautiful to you when you come back? Yes, I think it would, said Alice. Then you've no poetry in you. Now I'm made up of poetry." After that they began to laugh at him, and were very happy. I think that Mr. Grey was right in answering Alice's letter as he did, but I think that Lady Macleod was also right in saying that Alice should not have gone to Switzerland in company with George Vavasor. A peculiar familiarity sprang up, which, had all its circumstances been known to Mr. Grey, would not have entirely satisfied him, even though no word was said which might in itself have displeased him. During the first weeks of their travelling, no word was said which would have displeased him, but at last, when the time for their return was drawing nigh, when their happiness was nearly over, and that feeling of melancholy was coming on them which always pervades the last hours of any period that has been pleasant, then words became softer than they had been, and references were made to old days, allusions which never should have been permitted between them. Alice had been very happy, more happy perhaps in that she had been a joint minister with Kate to her cousin George's idle fantasies, than she would have been hurrying about with him as her slave. They had tacitly agreed to spoil him with comforts, and girls are always happier in spoiling some man than in being spoiled by men. And he had taken it all well, doing his despotism pleasantly, exacting much, but exacting nothing that was disagreeable, and he had been amusing always, as Alice thought without any effort. But men and women, when they show themselves at their best, seldom do so without an effort. If the object be near the heart, the effort will be pleasant to him who makes it, and if it be made well, it will be hidden. But not the less will the effort be there. George Vavasor had on the present occasion done his very best to please his cousin. They were sitting at Basle one evening in the balcony of the big hotel which overlooks the Rhine. The balcony runs the length of the house, and is open to all the company. But it is spacious, and little parties can be formed there with perfect privacy. The swift broad Rhine runs underneath, rushing through from the bridge which here spans the river, and every now and then on summer evenings loud shouts come up from strong swimmers in the water, who are glorying in the swiftness of the current. The three were sitting there by themselves at the end of the balcony. Coffee was before them on a little table, and George's cigar, as usual, was in his mouth. "It's nearly all over," said he, after they had remained silent for some minutes. "And I do think it has been a success," said Kate, "always excepting about the money. I'm ruined for ever." "I'll make your money all straight," said George. "Indeed, you'll do nothing of the kind," said Kate. "I'm ruined, but you are ruinder." "But what signifies? It is such a great thing ever to have had 6 weeks' happiness, that the ruin is, in point of fact, a good speculation. What do you say, Alice? Won't you vote too, that we've done it well?" "I think we've done it very well. I have enjoyed myself thoroughly." "And now you've got to go home to John Gray and Cambridgeshire. It's no wonder you should be melancholy." That was the thought in Kate's mind, but she did not speak it out on this occasion. "That's good of you, Alice," said Kate. "Is it not, George? I like a person who will give a hearty meed of approbation. But I am giving the meed of approbation to myself." "I like a person even to do that heartily," said Kate. "Not that George and I are thankful for the compliment. We are prepared to admit that we owe almost everything to you, are we not, George?" "I'm not, by any means," said George. "Well, I am, and I expect to have something pretty said to me in return. Have I been cross once, Alice?" "No, I don't think you have. You are never cross, though you are often ferocious. But I haven't been once ferocious, nor has George." "He would have been the most ungrateful man alive if he had," said Alice. "We've done nothing since we've started but realize from him that picture in Punch of the young gentleman at Jeddo who had a dozen ladies to wait upon him. And now he has got to go home to his lodgings and wait upon himself again. Poor fellow! I do pity you, George." "No, you don't, nor does Alice. I believe girls always think that a bachelor in London has the happiest of all lives. It's because they think so that they generally want to put an end to the man's condition. It's envy that makes us want to get married, not love," said Kate. "It's the devil in some shape as often as not," said he. "With a man, marriage always seems to him to be an evil at the instant." "Not always," said Alice. "Almost always. But he does it, as he takes physic, because something worse will come if he don't. A man never likes having his tooth pulled out, but all men do have their teeth pulled out, and they who delay it too long suffer the very mischief." "I do like George's philosophy," said Kate, getting up from her chair as she spoke. "It is so sharp, and has such a pleasant acid taste about it. And then we all know that it means nothing. Alice, I'm going upstairs to begin the final packing." "I'll come with you, dear." "No, don't. To tell the truth, I'm only going into that man's room because he won't put up a single thing of his own decently. We'll do ours, of course, when we go up to bed. Whatever you disarrange to-night, Master George, you must rearrange for yourself to-morrow morning, for I promise I won't go into your room at 5 o'clock." "How I do hate that early work," said George. "I'll be down again very soon," said Kate. "Then we'll take one turn on the bridge and go to bed." Alice and George were left together, sitting in the balcony. They had been alone together before many times since their travels had commenced, but they both of them felt that there was something to them in the present moment different from any other period of their journey. There was something that each felt to be sweet, undefinable, and dangerous. Alice had known that it would be better for her to go upstairs with Kate, but Kate's answer had been of such a nature that had she gone she would have shown that she had some special reason for going. Why should she show such a need? Or why, indeed, should she entertain it? Alice was seated quite at the end of the gallery, and Kate's chair was at her feet in the corner. When Alice and Kate had seated themselves, the waiter had brought a small table for the coffee cups, and George had placed his chair on the other side of that, so that Alice was, as it were, a prisoner. She could not slip away without some special preparation for going, and Kate had so placed her chair in leaving that she must actually have asked George to move it before she could escape. But why should she wish to escape? Nothing could be more lovely and enticing than the scene before her. The night had come on, with quick but still unperceived approach, as it does in those parts, for the twilight there is not prolonged as it is with us more northern folk. The night had come on, but there was a rising moon, which just sufficed to give a sheen to the water beneath her. The air was deliciously soft, of that softness which produces no sensation either of warmth or cold, but which just seems to touch one with loving tenderness, as though the unseen spirits of the air kissed one's forehead as they passed on their wings. The Rhine was running at her feet, so near that in the soft half-light it seemed as though she might step into its ripple. The Rhine was running by with that delicious sound of rapidly moving waters, that fresh, refreshing gurgle of the river which is so delicious to the ear at all times. If you be talking, it wraps up your speech, keeping it for yourselves, making it difficult neither to her who listens nor to him who speaks. If you would sleep, it is of all lullabies the sweetest. If you are alone and would think, it aids all your thoughts. If you are alone, and, alas, would not think, if thinking be too painful, it will dispel your sorrow, and give the comfort which music alone can give. Alice felt that the air kissed her, that the river sang for her its sweetest song, that the moon shone for her with its softest light, that light which lends the poetry of half-developed beauty to everything that it touches. Why should she leave it? Nothing was said for some minutes after Kate's departure, and Alice was beginning to shake from her that half-feeling of danger which had come over her. Vavasor had sat back in his chair, leaning against the house, with his feet raised upon a stool. His arms were folded across his breast, and he seemed to have divided himself between his thoughts and his cigar. Alice was looking full upon the river, and her thoughts had strayed away to her future home among John Gray's flower-beds and shrubs. But the river, though it sang to her pleasantly, seemed to sing a song of other things than such a home as that, a song full of mystery, as are all river songs when one tries to understand their words. "When are you to be married, Alice?" said George at last. "Oh, George," she said, "you ask me a question as though you were putting a pistol to my ear." "I'm sorry the question was so unpleasant." "I didn't say that it was unpleasant, but you asked it so suddenly. The truth is, I didn't expect you to speak at all just then. I suppose I was thinking of something." "But if it be not unpleasant, when are you to be married?" "I do not know. It is not fixed." "But about when, I mean? This summer?" "Certainly not this summer, for the summer will be over when we reach home." "This winter? Next spring? Next year? Or in 10 years' time?" "Before the expiration of the 10 years, I suppose. Anything more exact than that I can't say." "I suppose you like it," he then said. "What, being married? You see I've never tried yet." "The idea of it, the anticipation. You look forward with satisfaction to the kind of life you will lead at Nethercoats?" "Don't suppose I am saying anything against it, for I have no conception what sort of place Nethercoats is. On the whole, I don't know that there is any kind of life better than that of an English country gentleman in his own place, that is, if he can keep it up, and not live as the old squire does, in a state of chronic poverty. Mr. Gray's place doesn't entitle him to be called a country gentleman." "But you like the prospect of it?" "Oh, George, how you do cross-question one! Of course I like it, or I shouldn't have accepted it." "That does not follow, but I quite acknowledge that I have no right to cross-question you. If I ever had such right on the score of cousinship, I have lost it on the score of— But we won't mind that, will we, Alice?" To this she at first made no answer, but he repeated the question, "Will we, Alice?" "Will we what?" "Recur to the old days." "Why should we recur to them? They are past, and as we are again friends and dear cousins, the sting of them is gone." "Ah, yes, the sting of them is gone. It is for that reason, because it is so, that we may at last recur to them without danger. If we regret nothing, if neither of us has anything to regret, why not recur to them, and talk of them freely?" "No, George, that would not do." "By heavens, no, it would drive me mad, and if I know aught of you, It would hardly leave you as calm as you are at present." "As I would wish to be left calm." "Would you? Then I suppose I ought to hold my tongue. But, Alice, I shall never have the power of speaking to you again as I speak now. Since we have been out together, we have been dear friends. Is it not so?" "And shall we not always be dear friends?" "No, certainly not. How will it be possible? Think of it. How can I really be your friend when you are the mistress of that man's house in Cambridgeshire?" "George!" "I mean nothing disrespectful. I truly beg your pardon if it has seemed so. Let me say that gentleman's house, for he is a gentleman. That he certainly is. You could not have accepted him were he not so. But how can I be your friend when you are his wife? I may still call you Cousin Alice, and pat your children on the head if I chance to see them, and shall stop in the streets and shake hands with him if I meet him. That is if my untoward fate does not induce him to cut my acquaintance. But as for friendship, that will be over when you and I shall have parted next Thursday evening at London Bridge." "Oh, George, don't say so." "But I do." "And why on Thursday? Do you mean that you won't come to Queen Anne Street any more?" "Yes, that is what I do mean. This trip of ours has been very successful, Kate says. Perhaps Kate knows nothing about it." "It has been very pleasant, at least to me." "And the pleasure has had no drawback?" "None to me." "It has been very pleasant to me also, but the pleasure has had its alloy. Alice, I have nothing to ask from you, nothing. Anything that you should ask, I would do for you." "I have nothing to ask, nothing, but I have one word to say." "George, do not say it. Let me go upstairs. Let me go to Kate." "Certainly. If you wish it, you shall go." He still held his foot against the chair which barred her passage, and did not attempt to rise, as he must have done to make way for her passage out. "Certainly you shall go to Kate, if you refuse to hear me. But after all that has passed between us, after these 6 weeks of intimate companionship, I think you ought to listen to me. I tell you that I have nothing to ask. I am not going to make love to you." Alice had commenced some attempt to rise, but she had again settled herself in her chair, and now, when he paused for a moment, she made no further sign that she wished to escape, nor did she say a word to intimate her further wish that he should be silent. "I am not going to make love to you," he said again. "As for making love, as the word goes, that must be over between you and me. It has been made and marred, and cannot be remade. It may exist, or it may have been expelled, but where it does not exist, it will never be brought back again. It should not be spoken of between you and me. So, no doubt, any proper-going duenna would say, and so, too, little children should be told. But between you and me there can be no necessity for falsehood. We have grown beyond our sugar-toothed ages, and are now men and women. I perfectly understand your breaking away from me. I understood you, and in spite of my sorrow knew that you were right. I am not going to accuse or to defend myself, but I knew that you were right. Then let there be no more about it." "Yes, there must be more about it. I did not understand you when you accepted Mr. Grey. Against him I have not a whisper to make. He may be perfect for aught I know. But knowing you, as I thought I did, I could not understand your loving such a man as him. It was as though one who had lived on brandy should take himself suddenly to a milk diet, and enjoy the change. A milk diet is no doubt the best, but men who have lived on brandy can't make those changes very suddenly. They perish in the attempt." "Not always, George. It may be done with months of agony, but there was no such agony with you." "Who can tell? But you will tell me the cure was made. I thought so, and therefore thought that I should find you changed. I thought that you, who had been all fire, would now have turned yourself into soft-flowing milk and honey, and have become fit for the life in store for you. With such a one, I might have travelled from Moscow to Malta without danger. The woman fit to be John Gray's wife would certainly do me no harm, could not touch my happiness. I might have loved her once, might still love the memory of what she had been, but her, in her new form, after her new birth, such a one as that, Alice, could be nothing to me. Don't mistake me. I have enough of wisdom in me to know how much better, ay, and happier a woman she might be. It was not that I thought you had descended in the scale, but I gave you credit for virtues which you have not acquired. Alice, that wholesome diet of which I spoke is not your diet. You would starve on it and perish." He had spoken with great energy, but still in a low voice, having turned full round upon the table, with both his arms upon it, and his face stretched out far over towards her. She was looking full at him, and as I have said before, that scar and his gloomy eyes and thick eyebrows seemed to make up the whole of his face. But the scar had never been ugly to her. She knew the story, and when he was her lover she had taken pride in the mark of the wound. She looked at him, but though he paused she did not speak. The music of the river was still in her ears, and there came upon her a struggle as though she were striving to understand its song. Were the waters also telling her of the mistake she had made in accepting Mr. Gray as her husband? What her cousin was now telling her, was it not a repetition of words which she had spoken to herself hundreds of times during the last 2 months? Was she not telling herself daily, hourly, always, in every thought of her life, that in accepting Mr. Gray she had assumed herself to be mistress of virtues which she did not possess? Had she not, in truth, rioted upon brandy till the innocence of milk was unfitted for her? This man now came and rudely told her all this. But did he not tell her the truth? She sat silent and convicted, only gazing into his face when his speech was done. "I have learned this since we have been together again, Alice, and finding you, not the angel I had supposed, finding you to be the same woman I had once loved, the safety that I anticipated has not fallen to my lot. That's all. Here's Kate, and now we'll go for our walk." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Bridge over the Rhine. "George," said Kate, speaking before she quite got up to them, "will you tell me whether you have been preparing all your things for an open sale by auction?" Then she stole a look at Alice, and having learned from that glance that something had occurred which prevented Alice from joining her in her raillery, she went on with it herself rapidly, as though to cover Alice's confusion, and give her time to rally before they should all move. Would you believe it? He had 3 razors laid out on his table. A man must shave even at Basel, but not with 3 razors at once, and 3 hair-brushes, and half a dozen tooth-brushes, and a small collection of combs, and 4 or 5 little glass bottles, looking as though they contained poison, all with silver tops. I can only suppose you desired to startle the weak mind of the chambermaid. I have put them all up, but remember this, if they are taken out again, you are responsible, and I will not put up your boots, George. What can you have wanted with 3 pairs of boots at Basel? When you have completed the list of my wardrobe, we'll go out upon the bridge. That is, if Alice likes it. Oh, yes, I shall like it. Come along then, said Kate, and so they moved away. When they got upon the bridge, Alice and Kate were together, while George strolled behind them, close to them, but not taking any part in their conversation, as though he had merely gone with them as an escort. Kate seemed to be perfectly content with this arrangement, chattering to Alice so that she might show that there was nothing serious on the minds of any of them. It need hardly be said that Alice at this time made no appeal to George to join them. He followed them at their heels, with his hands behind his back, looking down upon the pavement and simply waiting upon their pleasure. "Do you know," said Kate, "I have a very great mind to run away." "Where do you want to run to?" "Well, that wouldn't much signify. Perhaps I'll go to the little inn at Handeck. It's a lonely place, where nobody would hear of me, and I should have the waterfall. I'm afraid they'd want to have their bill paid. That would be the worst of it." "But why run away just now?" "I won't, because you wouldn't like going home with George alone, and I suppose he'd be bound to look after me, as he's doing now. I wonder what he thinks of having to walk over the bridge after us girls. I suppose he'd be in that place down there drinking beer if we weren't here. If he wanted to go, I dare say he would, in spite of us." "That's ungrateful of you, for I'm sure we've never been kept in a moment by his failing us. But as I was saying, I do dread going home. You are going to John Gray, which may be pleasant enough, but I'm going to Aunt Greenow." "It's your own choice." "No, it's not. I haven't any choice in the matter. Of course I might refuse to speak to Aunt Greenow, and nobody could make me, but practically I haven't any choice in the matter. Fancy a month at Yarmouth with no companion but such a woman as that." "I shouldn't mind it. Aunt Greenow always seems to me to be a very good sort of woman. She may be a good woman, but I must say I think she's of a bad sort. You've never heard her talk about her husband?" "No, never. I think she did cry a little the first day she came to Queen Anne Street, but that wasn't unnatural." "He was 30 years older than herself." "But still he was her husband, and even if her tears are assumed, what of that? What's a woman to do? Of course she was wrong to marry him. She was 35 and had nothing, while he was 65 and very rich. According to all accounts, she made him a very good wife, and now that she's got all his money, you wouldn't have her go about laughing within 3 months of his death." "No, I wouldn't have her laugh, but neither would I have her cry, and she's quite right to wear weeds, but she needn't be so very outrageous in the depth of her hems, or so very careful that her caps are becoming. Her eyes will be worn out by their double service. They are always red with weeping, and yet she is ready every minute with a full battery of execution for any man that she sees." "Then why have you consented to go to Yarmouth with her?" "Just because she's got 40,000 pounds. If Mr. Greenow had left her with a bare maintenance, I don't suppose I should ever have held out my hand to her." then you're as bad as she is. Quite as bad, and that's what makes me want to run away. But it isn't my own fault altogether. It's the fault of the world at large. Does anybody ever drop their rich relatives? When she proposed to take me to Yarmouth, wasn't it natural that the squire should ask me to go? When I told George, wasn't it natural that he should say, "Oh, go, by all means, she's got 40,000 pounds." One can't pretend to be wiser or better than one's relatives, and after all, what can I expect from her money? Nothing, I should say. Not a halfpenny. I'm nearly 30, and she's only 40, and of course she'll marry again. I will say of myself, too, that no person living cares less for money. I should think no one. Yet one sticks to one's rich relatives. It's the way of the world. Then she paused a moment. But shall I tell you, Alice, why I do stick to her? Perhaps you'll think the object as mean as though I wanted her money myself. Why is it? Because it is on the cards that she may help George in his career. I do not want money, but he may, and for such purposes as his, I think it fair that all the family should contribute. I feel sure that he would make a name for himself in Parliament, and if I had my way, I would spend every shilling of Vavasor money in putting him there. When I told the squire so, I thought he would have eaten me. I really did think he would have turned me out of the house. And serve you right, too, after what had happened. I didn't care. Let him turn me out. I was determined he should know what I thought. He swore at me, and then he was so unhappy at what he had done that he came and kissed me that night in my bedroom and gave me a 10-pound note. What do you think I did with it? I sent it as a contribution to the next election, and George has it now locked up in a box. Don't you tell him that I told you. Then they stopped and leaned for a while over the parapet of the bridge. Come here, George, said Kate, and she made room for him between herself and Alice. Wouldn't you like to be swimming down there, as those boys were doing when we went out into the balcony? The water looks so enticing. I can't say I should, unless it might be a pleasant way of swimming into the next world. I should so like to feel myself going with the stream, said Kate, particularly by this light. I can't fancy in the least that I should be drowned. I can't fancy anything else, said Alice. It would be so pleasant to feel the water gliding along one's limbs, and to be carried away headlong, knowing that you were on the direct road to Rotterdam. And so arrive there without your clothes, said George. They would be brought after in a boat. Didn't you see that those boys had a boat with them? But if I lived here, I'd never do it except by moonlight. The water looks so clear and bright now, and the rushing sound of it is so soft. The sea at Yarmouth won't be anything like that, I suppose. Neither of them any longer answered her, and yet she went on talking about the river and their aunt and her prospects at Yarmouth. Neither of them answered her, and yet it seemed that they had not a word to say to each other. But still they stood there looking down upon the river, and every now and then Kate's voice was to be heard, preventing the feeling, which might otherwise have arisen, that their hearts were too full for speech. At last Alice seemed to shiver. There was a slight trembling in her arms, which George felt rather than saw. "You are cold," he said. "No, indeed." "If you are, let us go in. I thought you shivered with the night air." "It wasn't that. I was thinking of something. Don't you ever think of things that make you shiver?" "Indeed I do, very often. So often that I have to do my shiverings inwardly, otherwise people would think I had the palsy." "I don't mean things of moment," said Alice. "Little bits of things make me do it. Perhaps a word that I said and ought not to have said 10 years ago. The most ordinary little mistakes, even my own past thoughts to myself about the merest trifles, they are always making me shiver." "It's not because you have committed any murder, then?" "No, but it's my conscience all the same, I suppose." "Ah, I'm not so good as you. I doubt it's not my conscience at all. When I think of a chance I've let go by, as I have thousands, then it is that I shiver. But as I tell you, I shiver inwardly. I've been in one long shiver ever since we came out, because of one chance that I let go by. Come, we'll go in. We've to be up at 5 o'clock, and now it's 11. I'll do the rest of my shivering in bed." "Are you tired of being out?" said Kate, when the other two began to move. "Not tired of being out, but George reminds me that we have to be up at 5. "I wish George would hold his tongue. We can't come to the bridge at Basel every night in our lives. If one found oneself at the top of Sinai, I'm afraid the first feeling would be one of fear lest we wouldn't be down in time to dress for dinner. Are you aware, George, that the King of Rivers is running beneath your feet, and that the moon is shining with a brilliance you never see at home?" "I'll stay here all night if you'll put off going to-morrow," said George. "Our money wouldn't hold out," said Kate. "Don't talk about Sinai any more after that," said he, "but let's go in to bed." They walked across the bridge back to the hotel in the same manner as before, the two girls going together with the young man after them, and so they went up to the front steps of the hotel, through the hall, and on to the stairs. Here George handed Alice her candle, and as he did so he whispered a few words to her. "My shivering fit has to come yet," said he, "and will last me the whole night." She would have given much to be able to answer him lightly, as though what he had said had meant nothing, but she couldn't do it. The light speech would not come to her. She was conscious of all this, and went away to her own room without answering him at all. Here she sat down at the window, looking out upon the river till Kate should join her. Their rooms opened through from one to the other, and she would not begin her packing till her cousin should come. But Kate had gone with her brother, promising, as she did so, that she would be back in half a minute. That half-minute was protracted beyond half an hour. "If you'll take my advice," said Kate, at last, standing up with her candle in her hand, "you'll ask her in plain words to give you another chance. Do it to-morrow at Strasbourg. You'll never have a better opportunity." "And bid her throw John Gray over?" "Don't say anything about John Gray. Leave her to settle that matter with herself. Believe me that she has quite courage enough to dispose of John Gray if she has courage enough to accept your offer." "Kate, you women never understand each other. If I were to do that, all her most powerful feelings would be arrayed in arms against me. I must leave her to find out first that she wishes to be rid of her engagement. She has found that out long ago. Do you think I don't know what she wishes? But if you can't bring yourself to speak to her, she'll marry him in spite of her wishes." "Bring myself! I've never been very slow in bringing myself to speak to anyone when there was need. It isn't very pleasant sometimes, but I do it if I find occasion." "But surely it must be pleasant with her. You must be glad to find that she still loves you. You still love her, I suppose." Upon my word, I don't know. Don't provoke me, George. I'm moving heaven and earth to bring you two together. But if I didn't think you loved her, I'd go to her at once and bid her never see you again. Upon my word, Kate, I sometimes think it would be better if you'd leave heaven and earth alone. Then I will, but of all human beings, surely you're the most ungrateful. Why shouldn't she marry John Gray if she likes him? But she doesn't like him, and I hate him. I hate the sound of his voice, and the turn of his eye, and that slow, steady movement of his, as though he was always bethinking himself that he wouldn't wear out his clothes. I don't see that your hating him ought to have anything to do with it. If you're going to preach morals, I'll leave you. It's the darling wish of my heart that she should be your wife, if you ever loved anybody, and I sometimes doubt whether you ever did, but if you did, you loved her. Did and do are different things. Very well, George, then I have done. It has been the same in every twist and turn of my life. In everything that I have striven to do for you, you have thrown yourself over, in order that I might be thrown over too. But I believe you say this merely to vex me. Upon my word, Kate, I think you'd better go to bed. But not till I've told her everything. I won't leave her to be deceived and ill-used again. Who is ill-using her now? Is it not the worst of ill-usage, trying to separate her from that man? No, if I thought so, I would have no hand in doing it. She would be miserable with him and make him miserable as well. She does not really love him. He loves her, but I've nothing to do with that. It's nothing to me if he breaks his heart. I shall break mine if you don't let me go to bed. With that she went away and hurried along the corridor till she came to her cousin's room. She found Alice still seated at the window, or rather kneeling on the chair, with her head out through the lattice. "Why, you lazy creature," said Kate, "I declare you haven't touched a thing. You said we'd do it together. But he has kept me. Oh, what a man he is! If he ever does get married, what will his wife do with him?" "I don't think he ever will," said Alice. "Don't you? I dare say you understand him better than I do. Sometimes I think that the only thing wanting to make him thoroughly good is a wife, but it isn't every woman that would do for him, and the woman who marries him should have high courage. There are moments with him when he is very wild, but he never is cruel and never hard. Is Mr. Gray ever hard?" "Never, nor yet wild." "Oh, certainly not that. I'm quite sure he's never wild." "When you say that, Kate, I know that you mean to abuse him." "No, upon my word, what's the good of abusing him to you? I like a man to be wild, wild in any sense. You knew that before. I wonder whether you'd like a wild man for yourself?" "Ah, that's a question I've never asked myself. I've been often curious to consider what sort of husband would suit you, but I've had very few thoughts about a husband for myself. The truth is, I'm married to George, ever since—" "Ever since what?" "Since you and he were parted, I've had nothing to do in life but to stick to him, and I shall do so to the end, unless one thing should happen." "And what's that?" "Unless you should become his wife after all. He will never marry anybody else." "Kate, you shouldn't allude to such a thing now. You know that it's impossible." "Well, perhaps so. As far as I'm concerned, it is all the better for me. If George ever married, I should have nothing to do in the world. Literally nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing." "Kate, don't talk in that way," and Alice came up to her and embraced her. "Go away," she said. "Go, Alice. You and I must part. I cannot bear it any longer. You must know it all. When you are married to John Gray, our friendship must be over. If you become George's wife, I should become nobody. I've nothing else in the world. You and he would be so all-sufficient for each other that I should drop away from you like an old garment. But I'd give up all, everything, every hope I have, to see you become George's wife. I know myself not to be good. I know myself to be very bad, and yet I care nothing for myself. Don't, Alice, don't. I don't want your caresses. Caress him, and I'll kneel at your feet and cover them with kisses." She had now thrown herself upon a sofa and had turned her face away to the wall. "Kate, you shouldn't speak in that way." "Of course I shouldn't, but I do. You, who know everything, must know that I cannot marry your brother, even if he wished it. He does wish it. Not though I were under no other engagement." "And why not?" said Kate, again starting up. "What is there to separate you from George now, but that unfortunate affair that will end in the misery of you all? Don't you think I can't see? Don't I know which of the two men you like best?" "You are making me sorry, Kate, that I have ventured to come here in your brother's company. It is not only unkind of you to talk to me in this way, but worse than that, it is indelicate." "Oh, indelicate! How I do hate that word! If any word in the language reminds me of a whited sepulchre, it is that. All clean and polished outside, with filth and rottenness within. Are your thoughts delicate? That's the thing. You are engaged to marry John Gray. That may be delicate enough, if you love him truly, and feel yourself fitted to be his wife, but it's about the most indelicate thing you can do if you love any one better than him. Delicacy with many women is like their cleanliness. Nothing can be nicer than the whole outside get-up, but you wouldn't wish to answer for anything beneath. If you think ill of me like that—" "No, I don't think ill of you. How can I think ill of you when I know that all your difficulties have come from him? It hasn't been your fault. It has been his throughout. It is he who has driven you to sacrifice yourself on this altar. If we can, both of us, manage to lay aside all delicacy and pretense, and dare to speak the truth, we shall acknowledge that it is so. Had Mr. Gray come to you while things were smooth between you and George, would you have thought it possible that he could be George's rival in your estimation? Is it Hyperion to Satyr? And which is the sadder? I'll leave your heart to tell you. You know what is the darling wish of my heart. But, Alice, if I thought that Mr. Gray was to you Hyperion, if I thought that you could marry him with that sort of worshipping, idolatrous love which makes a girl proud as well as happy in her marriage, I wouldn't raise a little finger to prevent it." To this Alice made no answer, and then Kate allowed the matter to drop. Alice made no answer, though she felt that she was allowing judgment to go against her by default in not doing so. She had intended to fight bravely, and to have maintained the excellence of her present position as the affianced bride of Mr. Gray, but she felt that she had failed. She felt that she had, in some sort, acknowledged that the match was one to be deplored, that her words in her own defence would by no means have satisfied Mr. Gray, if Mr. Gray could have heard them, that they would have induced him to offer her back her troth rather than have made him happy as a lover. But she had nothing further to say. She could do something. She could hurry home and bid him name the earliest day he pleased. After that, her cousin would cease to disturb her in her career. It was nearly 1 o'clock before the two girls began to prepare for their morning start, and Alice, when they had finished their packing, seemed to be worn out with fatigue. "If you are tired, dear, we'll put it off," said Kate. "Not for worlds," said Alice. "For half a word we'll do it," continued Kate. "I'll slip out to George and tell him, and there's nothing he'd like so much." But Alice would not consent. About 2 they got into bed, and punctually at 6 they were at the railway station. "Don't speak to me," said George, when he met them at their door in the passage. "I shall only yawn in your face." However, they were in time, which means abroad that they were at the station half an hour before their train started, and they went on upon their journey to Strasbourg. There is nothing further to be told of their tour. They were but 2 days and nights on the road from Basle to London, and during those 2 days and nights neither George nor Kate spoke a word to Alice of her marriage, nor was any allusion made to the balcony at the inn, or to the bridge over the river. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Aunt Greenough. Kate Vavasor remained only 3 days in London before she started for Yarmouth, and during those 3 days she was not much with her cousin. "I'm my aunt's body and soul for the next 6 weeks," she said to Alice, when she did come to Queen Anne Street on the morning after her arrival, "and she is exigent in a manner I can't at all explain to you. You mustn't be surprised if I don't even write a line. I've escaped by stealth now. She went upstairs to try on some new weeds for the seaside, and then I bolted. She did not say a word about George, nor during those 3 days, nor for some days afterwards, did George show himself. As it turned out afterwards, he had gone off to Scotland, and had remained a week among the grouse. Thus, at least, he had accounted for himself and his movements. But all George Vavasor's friends knew that his goings out and comings in were seldom accounted for openly like those of other men. It will perhaps be as well to say a few words about Mrs. Greenough before we go with her to Yarmouth. Mrs. Greenough was the only daughter and the youngest child of the old squire at Vavasor Hall. She was just 10 years younger than her brother John, and I am inclined to think that she was almost justified in her repeated assertion that the difference was much greater than 10 years, by the freshness of her color and by the general juvenility of her appearance. She certainly did not look 40, and who can expect a woman to proclaim herself to be older than her looks? In early life she had been taken from her father's house, and had lived with relatives in one of the large towns in the north of England. It is certain she had not been quite successful as a girl, though she had enjoyed the name of being a beauty. She had not the usual success which comes from such repute. At 34 she was still unmarried. She had, moreover, acquired the character of being a flirt, and I fear that the stories which were told of her, though doubtless more than half false, had in them sufficient of truth to justify the character. Now this was very sad, seeing that Arabella Vavasor had no fortune, and that she had offended her father and brothers by declining to comply with their advice at certain periods of her career. There was, indeed, considerable trouble in the minds of the various male Vavasors with reference to Arabella, when tidings suddenly reached the Hall that she was going to be married to an old man. She was married to the old man, and the marriage fortunately turned out satisfactorily, at any rate for the old man and for her family. The Vavasors were relieved from all further trouble, and were as much surprised as gratified when they heard that she did her duty well in her new position. Arabella had long been a thorn in their side, never having really done anything which they could pronounce to be absolutely wrong, but always giving them cause for fear. Now they feared no longer. Her husband was a retired merchant, very rich, not very strong in health, and devoted to his bride. Rumours soon made their way to Vavasor Hall and to Queen Anne Street that Mrs. Greenow was quite a pattern wife, and that Mr. Greenow considered himself to be the happiest old man in Lancashire. And now in her prosperity she quite forgave the former slights which had been put upon her by her relatives. She wrote to her dear niece Alice, and to her dearest niece Kate, and sent little presents to her father. On one occasion she took her husband to Vavasor Hall, and there was a regular renewal of all the old family feelings. Arabella's husband was an old man, and was very old for his age, but the whole thing was quite respectable, and there was, at any rate, no doubt about the money. Then Mr. Greenow died, and the widow, having proved the will, came up to London, and claimed the commiseration of her nieces. "Why not go to Yarmouth with her for a month?" George had said to Kate. "Of course it will be a bore, but an aunt with £40,000 has a right to claim attention." Kate acknowledged the truth of the argument, and agreed to go to Yarmouth for a month. "Your Aunt Arabella has shown herself to be a very sensible woman," the old squire had written, "much more sensible than anybody thought her before her marriage. Of course you should go with her if she asks you." What aunt, uncle, or cousin, in the uncontrolled possession of £40,000, was ever unpopular in the family? Yarmouth is not a very prepossessing place to the eye. To my eye, at any rate, it is not so. There is an old town with which summer visitors have little or nothing to do, and there are the new houses down by the seaside, to which, at any rate, belongs the full advantage of sea air. A kind of esplanade runs for nearly a mile along the sands, and there are built, or in the course of building, rows of houses appropriated to summer visitors, all looking out upon the sea. There is no beauty unless the yellow sandy sea can be called beautiful. The coast is low and straight, and the east wind blows full upon it. But the place is healthy, and Mrs. Greenow was probably right in thinking that she might there revive some portion of the health which she had lost in watching beside the couch of her departing lord. "Omnibus! No, indeed. Jeanette, get me a fly." These were the first words Mrs. Greenow spoke as she put her foot upon the platform at the Yarmouth station. Her maid's name was Jenny, but Kate had already found, somewhat to her dismay, that orders had been issued before they left London that the girl was henceforth to be called Jeanette. Kate had also already found that her aunt could be imperious, but this taste for masterdom had not shown itself so plainly in London as it did from the moment that the train had left the station at Shoreditch. In London Mrs. Greenow had been among Londoners, and her career had hitherto been provincial. Her spirit, no doubt, had been somewhat cowed by the novelty of her position. But when she felt herself to be once beyond the stones, as the saying used to be, she was herself again, and at Ipswich she had ordered Jeanette to get her a glass of sherry, with an air which had created a good deal of attention among the guards and porters. The fly was procured, and with considerable exertion all Mrs. Greenow's boxes, together with the more moderate belongings of her niece and maid, were stowed on the top of it, round upon the driver's body on the coach box, on the maid's lap, and I fear in Kate's also, and upon the vacant seat. "The large house in Montpelier Parade," said Mrs. Greenow. "They is all large, ma'am," said the driver. "The largest," said Mrs. Greenow. "They're much of a muchness," said the driver. "Then Mrs. Jones's," said Mrs. Greenow, "but I was particularly told it was the largest in the row." "I know Mrs. Jones's well," said the driver, and away they went. Mrs. Jones's house was handsome and comfortable, but I fear Mrs. Greenow's satisfaction in this respect was impaired by her disappointment in finding that it was not perceptibly bigger than those to the right and left of her. Her ambition in this and in other similar matters would have amused Kate greatly had she been a bystander, and not one of her aunt's party. Mrs. Greenow was good-natured, liberal, and not by nature selfish, but she was determined not to waste the good things which fortune had given, and desired that all the world should see that she had 40,000 pounds of her own, and in doing this she was repressed by no feeling of false shame. She never hesitated in her demands through bashfulness. She called aloud for such comfort and grandeur as Yarmouth could afford her, and was well pleased that all around should hear her calling. Joined to all this was her uncontrolled grief for her husband's death. "Dear Greenow, sweet lamb, oh, Kate, if you'd only known that man!" When she said this, she was sitting in the best of Mrs. Jones's sitting rooms, waiting to have dinner announced. She had taken a drawing room and dining room, because, as she had said, she didn't see why people should be stuffy when they went to the seaside, not if they had means to make themselves comfortable. "Oh, Kate, I do wish you'd known him." "I wish I had," said Kate, very untruly. "I was unfortunately away when he went to Vavasor Hall." "Ah, yes, but it was at home, in the domestic circle, that Greenow should have been seen to be appreciated. I was a happy woman, Kate, while that lasted." And Kate was surprised to see that real tears, one or two on each side, were making their way down her aunt's cheeks. But they were soon checked with a handkerchief of the broadest hem and of the finest cambric. "Dinner, ma'am," said Jeanette, opening the door. "Jeanette, I told you always to say that dinner was served." "Dinner served, then," said Jeanette, in a tone of anger. "Come, Kate," said her aunt, "I've but little appetite myself, but there's no reason you shouldn't eat your dinner. I specially wrote to Mrs. Jones to have some sweetbread. I do hope she's got a decent cook. It's very little I eat myself, but I do like to see things nice." The next day was Sunday, and it was beautiful to see how Mrs. Greenow went to church in all the glory of widowhood. There had been a great unpacking after that banquet on the sweetbread, and all her funereal millinery had been displayed before Kate's wondering eyes. The charm of the woman was in this, that she was not in the least ashamed of anything that she did. She turned over all her wardrobe of mourning, showing the richness of each article, the stiffness of the crape, the fineness of the cambric, the breadth of the frills, telling the price of each to a shilling, while she explained how the whole had been amassed without any consideration of expense. This she did with all the pride of a young bride when she shows the glories of her trousseau to the friend of her bosom. Jeanette stood by the while, removing one thing and exhibiting another. Now and again through the performance, Mrs. Greenow would rest a while from her employment, and address the shade of the departed one in terms of most endearing affection. In the midst of this Mrs. Jones came in, but the widow was not a whit abashed by the presence of the stranger. "Peace be to his manes," she said at last, as she carefully folded up a huge black crape mantilla. She made, however, but one syllable of the classical word, and Mrs. Jones thought that her lodger had addressed herself to the mortal remains of her deceased lord. "He is left her uncommon well off, I suppose," said Mrs. Jones to Jeanette. "You may say that, ma'am. It's more nor 100,000 of pounds." "No, pounds of sterling, ma'am, indeed it is, to my knowledge. Why don't she have a carriage?" "So she do, but a lady can't bring her carriage down to the sea when she's only just buried her husband, as one may say. What'd folks say if they saw her in her own carriage? But it ain't because she can't afford it, Mrs. Jones. And now we're talking of it, you must order a fly for church to-morrow. That'll look private, you know. She said I was to get a man that had a livery coat and gloves." The man with the coat and gloves was procured, and Mrs. Greenow's entry into church made quite a sensation. There was a thoughtfulness about her which alone showed that she was a woman of no ordinary power. She foresaw all necessities, and made provision for all emergencies. Another would not have secured an eligible sitting, and been at home in Yarmouth Church till half the period of her sojourn there was over. But Mrs. Greenow had done it all. She walked up the middle aisle with as much self-possession as though the chancel had belonged to her family for years, and the respectable pew-opener absolutely deserted 2 or 3 old ladies whom she was attending, to show Mrs. Greenow into her seat. When seated, she was the cynosure of all eyes. Kate Vavasor became immediately aware that a great sensation had been occasioned by their entrance, and equally aware that none of it was due to her. I regret to say that this feeling continued to show itself through the whole service. How many ladies of 40 go to church without attracting the least attention? But it is hardly too much to say that every person in that church had looked at Mrs. Greenow. I doubt if there was present there a single married lady who, on leaving the building, did not speak to her husband of the widow. There had prevailed during the whole 2 hours a general, though unexpressed conviction that something worthy of remark had happened that morning. It had an effect even upon the curate's reading, and the incumbent, while preaching his sermon, could not keep his eyes off that wonderful bonnet and veil. On the next morning, before 11, Mrs. Greenow's name was put down at the assembly room. I need hardly say that in my present condition I care nothing for these things. Of course I would sooner be alone, but my dear Kate, I know what I owe to you. Kate, with less intelligence than might have been expected from one so clever, began to assure her aunt that she required no society, and that, coming thus with her to the seaside in the early days of her widowhood, she had been well aware that they would live retired. But Mrs. Greenow soon put her down, and did so without the slightest feeling of shame or annoyance on her own part. "My dear," she said, "in this matter you must let me do what I know to be right. I should consider myself to be very selfish if I allowed my grief to interfere with your amusements." "But, aunt, I don't care for such amusements." "That's nonsense, my dear. You ought to care for them. How are you to settle yourself in life if you don't care for them?" "My dear aunt, I am settled." "Settled!" said Mrs. Greenow, astounded, as though there must have been some hidden marriage of which she had not heard. "But that's nonsense. Of course you're not settled. And how are you to be, if I allow you to shut yourself up in such a place as this, just where a girl has a chance?" It was in vain that Kate tried to stop her. It was not easy to stop Mrs. Greenow when she was supported by the full assurance of being mistress of the place and of the occasion. "No, my dear, I know very well what I owe you, and I shall do my duty. As I said before, society can have no charms now for such a one as I am. All that social intercourse could ever do for me lies buried in my darling's grave. My heart is desolate, and must remain so. But I'm not going to immolate you on the altars of my grief. I shall force myself to go out for your sake, Kate." "But, dear aunt, the world will think it so odd, just at present." "I don't care twopence for the world. What can the world do to me? I'm not dependent on the world. Thanks to the care of that sainted lamb, I can hold my own, and as long as I can do that, the world won't hurt me. No, Kate, if I think a thing's right, I shall do it. I mean to make the place pleasant for you if I can, and the world may object if it likes." Mrs. Greenow was probably right in her appreciation of the value of her independence. Remarks may perhaps have been made by the world of Yarmouth as to her early return to society. People, no doubt, did remind each other that old Greenow was hardly yet 4 months buried. Mrs. Jones and Jeanette probably had their little jokes downstairs, but this did not hurt Mrs. Greenow. What was said was not said in her hearing. Mrs. Jones's bills were paid every Saturday with admirable punctuality, and as long as this was done, everybody about the house treated the lady with that deference which was due to the respectability of her possessions. When a recently bereaved widow attempts to enjoy her freedom without money, then it behooves the world to speak aloud, and the world does its duty. Numerous people came to call at Montpelier Parade, and Kate was astonished to find that her aunt had so many friends. She was indeed so bewildered by these strangers that she could hardly ascertain whom her aunt had really known before and whom she now saw for the first time. Somebody had known somebody who had known somebody else, and that was allowed to be a sufficient introduction, always presuming that the existing somebody was backed by some known advantages of money or position. Mrs. Greenow could smile from beneath her widow's cap in a most bewitching way. "Upon my word, then, she is really handsome," Kate wrote one day to Alice, but she could also frown, and knew well how to put aside, or if need be, to reprobate any attempt at familiarity from those whose worldly circumstances were supposed to be disadvantageous. "My dear aunt," said Kate one morning after their walk upon the pier, "how you did snub that Captain Belfield." "Captain Belfield, indeed! I don't believe he's a captain at all. At any rate, he has sold out, and the tradesmen have had a scramble for the money. He was only a lieutenant when the 97th were in Manchester, and I'm sure he's never had a shilling to purchase since that. But everybody here seems to know him." "Perhaps they do not know so much of him as I do. The idea of his having the impudence to tell me I was looking very well! Nothing can be so mean as men who go about in that way when they haven't money enough in their pockets to pay their washerwomen." But how do you know, aunt, that Captain Belfield hasn't paid his washerwoman? I know more than you think, my dear. It's my business. How could I tell whose attentions you should receive and whose you shouldn't, if I didn't inquire into these things? It was in vain that Kate rebelled, or attempted to rebel, against this more than maternal care. She told her aunt that she was now nearly 30, and that she had managed her own affairs, at any rate with safety, for the last 10 years, but it was to no purpose. Kate would get angry, but Mrs. Greenow never became angry. Kate would be quite in earnest, but Mrs. Greenow would push aside all that her niece said as though it were worth nothing. Kate was an unmarried woman with a very small fortune, and therefore, of course, was desirous of being married with as little delay as possible. It was natural that she should deny that it was so, especially at this early date in their mutual acquaintance. When the niece came to know her aunt more intimately, there might be confidence between them, and then they would do better. But Mrs. Greenow would spare neither herself nor her purse on Kate's behalf, and she would be a dragon of watchfulness in protecting her from the evil desires of such useless men as Captain Belfield. "I declare, Kate, I don't understand you," she said one morning to her niece, as they sat together over a late breakfast. They had fallen into luxurious habits, and I am afraid it was past 11 o'clock, although the breakfast things were still on the table. Kate would usually bathe before breakfast, but Mrs. Greenow was never out of her room till 10:30. "I like the morning for contemplation," she once said. "When a woman has gone through all that I have suffered, she has a great deal to think of." "And it is so much more comfortable to be a-thinking when one's in bed," said Jeanette, who was present at the time. "Child, hold your tongue," said the widow. "Yes, ma'am," said Jeanette, "but we'll return to the scene at the breakfast table." "What don't you understand, aunt? You only danced twice last night, and once you stood up with Captain Belfield." "On purpose to ask after that poor woman who washes his clothes without getting paid for it." "Nonsense, Kate, you didn't ask him anything of the kind, I'm sure. It's very provoking, it is indeed. But what harm can Captain Belfield do me? What good can he do you? That's the question. You see, my dear, years will go by. I don't mean to say you ain't quite as young as ever you were, and nothing can be nicer and fresher than you are, especially since you took to bathing." "Oh, aunt, don't." "My dear, the truth must be spoken. I declare I don't think I ever saw a young woman so improvident as you are. When are you to begin to think about getting married if you don't do it now?" "I shall never begin to think about it till I buy my wedding clothes." "That's nonsense, sheer nonsense. How are you to get wedding clothes if you have never thought about getting a husband? Didn't I see Mr. Cheesacre ask you for a dance last night?" "Yes, he did, while you were talking to Captain Belfield yourself, aunt." "Captain Belfield can't hurt me, my dear. And why didn't you dance with Mr. Cheesacre? He's a fat Norfolk farmer, with not an idea beyond the virtues of stall feeding." "My dear, every acre of it is his own land, every acre, and he bought another farm for £13,000 only last autumn. They're better than the squires, some of those gentlemen farmers, they are indeed, and of all men in the world they're the easiest managed." "There's a recommendation, no doubt." "Of course it is, a great recommendation." Mrs. Greenow had no idea of joking when her mind was intent on serious things. "He's to take us to the picnic to-morrow, and I do hope you'll manage to let him sit beside you. It'll be the place of honor, because he gives all the wine. He's picked up with that man Belfield, and he's to be there. But if you allow your name to be once mixed up with his, it will be all over with you as far as Yarmouth is concerned." "I don't at all want to be mixed up with Captain Belfield, as you call it," said Kate. Then she subsided into her novel, while Mrs. Greenow busied herself about the good things for the picnic. In truth, the aunt did not understand the niece. Whatsoever might be the faults of Kate Vavasor, an unmaidenly desire of catching a husband for herself was certainly not one of them. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Cheesacre. Yarmouth is not a happy place for a picnic. A picnic should be held among green things. Green turf is absolutely an essential. There should be trees, broken ground, small paths, thickets, and hidden recesses. There should, if possible, be rocks, old timber, moss, and brambles. There should certainly be hills and dales, on a small scale, and above all there should be running water. There should be no expanse. Jones should not be able to see all Green's movements, nor should Augusta always have her eye upon her sister Jane. But the spot chosen for Mr. Cheesacre's picnic at Yarmouth had none of the virtues above described. It was on the seashore. Nothing was visible from the sight but sand and sea. There were no trees there, and nothing green. Neither was there any running water. But there was a long, dry, flat strand. There was an old boat half turned over, under which it was proposed to dine, and in addition to this, benches, boards, and some amount of canvas for shelter were provided by the liberality of Mr. Cheesacre. Therefore it was called Mr. Cheesacre's picnic. But it was to be a marine picnic, and therefore the essential attributes of other picnics were not required. The idea had come from some boating expeditions in which mackerel had been caught, and during which food had been eaten, not altogether comfortably, in the boats. Then a thought had suggested itself to Captain Belfield that they might land and eat their food, and his friend Mr. Cheesacre had promised his substantial aid. A lady had surmised that Ormsby Sands would be the very place for dancing in the cool of the evening. They might dance on the sand, she said, and yet no footing seen. And so the thing had progressed, and the picnic been inaugurated. It was Mr. Cheesacre's picnic undoubtedly. Mr. Cheesacre was to supply the boats, the wine, the cigars, the music, and the carpenter's work necessary for the turning of the old boat into a banqueting saloon. But Mrs. Greenow had promised to provide the eatables, and enjoyed as much of the éclat as the master of the festival. She had known Mr. Cheesacre now for 10 days, and was quite intimate with him. He was a stout, florid man of about 45, a bachelor, apparently much attached to ladies' society, bearing no sign of age, except that he was rather bald, and that grey hairs had mixed themselves with his whiskers, very fond of his farming, and yet somewhat ashamed of it when he found himself in what he considered to be polite circles, and he was, moreover, a little inclined to seek the honour which comes from a well-filled and liberally opened purse. He liked to give a man a dinner, and then to boast of the dinner he had given. He was very proud when he could talk of having mounted for a day's hunting any man who might be supposed to be of higher rank than himself. I had Grimsby with me the other day, the son of old Grimsby of Hatherwick, you know. Blest if he didn't stake my bay mare. But what matters? I mounted him again the next day, just the same. Some people thought he was soft, for it was very well known throughout Norfolk that young Grimsby would take a mount wherever he could get it. In these days Mrs. Greenow had become intimate with Mr. Cheesacre, and had already learned that he was the undoubted owner of his own acres. It wouldn't do for me, she had said to him, to be putting myself forward as if I were giving a party myself, or anything of that sort, would it now? Well, perhaps not, but you might come with us. So I will, Mr. Cheesacre, for that dear girl's sake. I should never forgive myself if I debarred her from all the pleasures of youth because of my sorrows. I need hardly say that at such a time as this nothing of that sort can give me any pleasure. I suppose not, said Mr. Cheesacre with solemn look. Quite out of the question, and Mrs. Greenow wiped away her tears. For though as regards age I might dance on the sands as merrily as the best of them, that I'm sure you could, Mrs. Greenow. How's a woman to enjoy herself if her heart lies buried? But it won't always be so, Mrs. Greenow. Mrs. Greenow shook her head to show that she hardly knew how to answer such a question. Probably it would be so always, but she did not wish to put a damper on the present occasion by making so sad a declaration. But as I was saying, continued she, if you and I do it between us, won't that be the surest way of having it come off nicely? Mr. Cheesacre thought that it would be the best way. Exactly so. I'll do the meat and pastry and fruit, and you shall do the boats and the wine. And the music, said Cheesacre, and the expenses at the place. He did not choose that any part of his outlay should go unnoticed. I'll go halves in all that if you like, said Mrs. Greenow. But Mr. Cheesacre had declined this. He did not begrudge the expense, but only wished that it should be recognized. And Mr. Cheesacre, continued Mrs. Greenow, I did mean to send the music. I did indeed. I couldn't hear of it, Mrs. Greenow. But I mention it now because I was thinking of getting Blowhard to come. That other man, Fluty, wouldn't do at all out in the open air. It shall be Blowhard, said Mr. Cheesacre, and it was Blowhard. Mrs. Greenow liked to have her own way in these little things, though her heart did lie buried. On the morning of the picnic, Mr. Cheesacre came down to Montpelier Parade with Captain Belfield, whose linen on that occasion certainly gave no outward sign of any quarrel between him and his washerwoman. He was got up wonderfully, and was prepared at all points for the day's work. He had on a pseudo-sailor's jacket, very liberally ornamented with brass buttons, which displayed with great judgment the exquisite shapes of his pseudo-sailor's duck trousers. Beneath them there was a pair of very shiny patent leather shoes, well adapted for dancing on the sand, presuming him to be anxious of doing so, as Venus offered to do, without leaving any footmarks. His waistcoat was of a delicate white fabric, ornamented with many gilt buttons. He had bejewelled studs in his shirt, and yellow kid gloves on his hands, having, of course, another pair in his pocket for the necessities of the evening. His array was quite perfect, and had stricken dismay into the heart of his friend Cheesacre when he joined that gentleman. He was a well-made man, nearly 6 feet high, with dark hair, dark whiskers, and dark moustache, nearly black, but of that suspicious hue which to the observant beholder seems always to tell a tale of the hairdresser's shop. He was handsome too, with well-arranged features, but carrying perhaps in his nose some first symptoms of the effects of midnight amusements. Upon the whole, however, he was a nice man to look at, for those who like to look on nice men of that kind. Cheesacre, too, had adopted something of a sailor's garb. He had on a jacket of a rougher sort, coming down much lower than that of the captain, being much looser, and perhaps somewhat more like a garment which a possible seaman might possibly wear. But he was disgusted with himself the moment that he saw Belfield. His heart had been faint, and he had not dared to ornament himself boldly as his friend had done. "I say, Gus, you are a swell!" he exclaimed. It may be explained that Captain Belfield had been christened Gustavus. "I don't know much about that," said the captain. "My fellow sent me this toggery, and said that it was the sort of thing. I'll change with you if you like it." But Cheesacre could not have worn that jacket, and he walked on, hating himself. It will be remembered that Mrs. Greenow had spoken with considerable severity of Captain Belfield's pretensions when discussing his character with her niece, but nevertheless on the present occasion she received him with most gracious smiles. It may be that her estimate of his character had been altered, or that she was making sacrifice of her own feelings in consideration of Mr. Cheesacre, who was known to be the captain's intimate friend. But she had smiles for both of them. She had a wondrous power of smiling, and could, upon occasion, give signs of peculiar favour to half a dozen different gentlemen in as many minutes. They found her in the midst of hampers which were not yet wholly packed, while Mrs. Jones, Jeanette, and the cook of the household moved around her, on the outside of the circle, ministering to her wants. She had in her hand an outspread clean napkin, and she wore fastened round her dress a huge coarse apron, that she might thus be protected from some possible ebullition of gravy, or escape of salad mixture or cream. But in other respects she was clothed in the fullest honours of widowhood. She had not mitigated her weeds by half an inch. She had scorned to make any compromise between the world of pleasure and the world of woe. There she was, a widow, declared by herself to be of 4 months' standing, with a buried heart, making ready a dainty banquet with skill and liberality. She was ready on the instant to sit down upon the baskets in which the grouse pie had been just carefully inhumed, and talked about her sainted lamb with a deluge of tears. If anybody didn't like it, that person might do the other thing. Mr. Cheesacre and Captain Belfield thought that they did like it. "Oh, Mr. Cheesacre, if you haven't caught me before I've half done. Captain Belfield, I hope you think my apron becoming." "Everything that you wear, Mrs. Greenow, is always becoming." "Don't talk in that way when you know. But never mind, we will think of nothing sad to-day if we can help it. Will we, Mr. Cheesacre?" "Oh dear no, I should think not, unless it should come on to rain." "It won't rain. We won't think of such a thing. But by the way, Captain Belfield, I and my niece do mean to send out a few things, just in a bag, you know, so that we may tidy ourselves up a little after the sea. I don't want it mentioned, because if it gets about among the other ladies, they'll think we wanted to make a dressing of it, and there wouldn't be room for them all, would there?" "No, there wouldn't," said Mr. Cheesacre, who had been out on the previous evening inspecting, and perhaps limiting, the carpenters in their work. "That's just it," said Mrs. Greenow. But there won't be any harm, will there, Mr. Cheesacre, in Jeanette's going out with our things? She'll ride in the cart, you know, with the eatables. I know Jeanette's a friend of yours." "We shall be delighted to have Jeanette," said Mr. Cheesacre. "Thank ye, sir," said Jeanette, with a curtsy. "Jeanette, don't you let Mr. Cheesacre turn your head. And mind you, behave yourself, and be useful." "Well, let me see, what else is there? Mrs. Jones, you might as well give me that ham now. Captain Belfield, hand it over. Don't you put it into the basket, because you'd turn it the wrong side down. There now, if you haven't nearly made me upset the apricot pie." Then in the transfer of the dishes between the captain and the widow there occurred some little innocent by-play, which seemed to give offence to Mr. Cheesacre, so that the gentleman turned his back upon the hampers, and took a step away towards the door. Mrs. Greenow saw the thing at a glance, and immediately applied herself to cure the wound. "What do you think, Mr. Cheesacre?" said she. "Kate wouldn't come down, because she didn't choose that you should see her with an apron on over her frock. I'm sure I don't know why Miss Vavasor should care about my seeing her." "Nor I either. That's just what I said. Do step up into the drawing-room. You'll find her there, and you can make her answer for herself." "She wouldn't come down for me," said Mr. Cheesacre. But he didn't stir. Perhaps he wasn't willing to leave his friend with the widow. At length the last of the dishes was packed, and Mrs. Greenow went upstairs with the two gentlemen. There they found Kate and 2 or 3 other ladies who had promised to embark under the protection of Mrs. Greenow's wings. There were the 2 Miss Fairstairs, whom Mrs. Greenow had especially patronized, and who repaid that lady for her kindness by an amount of outspoken eulogy which startled Kate by its audacity. "Your dear aunt," Fanny Fairstairs had said on coming into the room, "I don't think I ever came across a woman with such genuine milk of human kindness." "Nor with so much true wit," said her sister Charlotte, who had been called Charlie on the sands of Yarmouth for the last 12 years. When the widow came into the room, they flew at her and devoured her with kisses, and swore that they had never seen her looking so well. But as the bright new gloves which both the girls wore had been presents from Mrs. Greenow, they certainly did owe her some affection. There are not many ladies who would venture to bestow such gifts upon their friends after so very short an acquaintance, but Mrs. Greenow had a power that was quite her own in such matters. She was already on a very confidential footing with the Miss Fairstairs, and had given them much useful advice as to their future prospects. And then there was a Mrs. Green, whose husband was first lieutenant on board a man-of-war on the West Indian station. Mrs. Green was a quiet, ladylike little woman, rather pretty, very silent, and, as one would have thought, hardly adapted for the special intimacy of Mrs. Greenow. But Mrs. Greenow had found out that she was alone, not very rich, and in want of the solace of society. Therefore she had, from sheer good nature, forced herself upon Mrs. Green, and Mrs. Green, with much trepidation, had consented to be taken to the picnic. "I know your husband would like it," Mrs. Greenow had said, "and I hope I may live to tell him that I made you go." There came in also a brother of the Fairstairs girls, Joe Fairstairs, a lanky, useless, idle young man, younger than them, who was supposed to earn his bread in an attorney's office at Norwich, or rather to be preparing to earn it at some future time, and who was a heavy burden upon all his friends. "We told Joe to come to the house," said Fanny to the widow apologetically, "because we thought he might be useful in carrying down the cloaks. Mrs. Greenough smiled graciously upon Joe, and assured him that she was charmed to see him without any reference to such services as those mentioned. And then they started. When they got to the door, both Cheesacre and the captain made an attempt to get possession of the widow's arm, but she had it all arranged. Captain Belfield found himself constrained to attend to Mrs. Green, while Mr. Cheesacre walked down to the beach beside Kate Vavasor. "I'll take your arm, Mr. Joe," said the widow, "and the girl shall come with us." But when they got to the boats, round which the other comers to the picnic were already assembled, Mr. Cheesacre, although both the boats were for the day his own, found himself separated from the widow. He got into that which contained Kate Vavasor, and was shoved off from the beach, while he saw Captain Belfield arranging Mrs. Greenow's drapery. He had declared to himself that it should be otherwise, and that as he had to pay the piper should play as he liked it. But Mrs. Greenough, with a word or two, had settled it all, and Mr. Cheesacre had found himself to be powerless. "How absurd Belfield looks in that jacket, doesn't he?" he said to Kate, as he took his seat in the boat. "Do you think so? I thought it was so very pretty and becoming for the occasion." Mr. Cheesacre hated Captain Belfield, and regretted more than ever that he had not done something for his own personal adornment. He could not endure to think that his friend, who paid for nothing, should carry away the honours of the morning and defraud him of the delights which should justly belong to him. "It may be becoming," said Cheesacre, "but don't you think it's awfully extravagant?" "As to that I can't tell. You see I don't at all know what is the price of a jacket covered all over with little brass buttons." "And the waistcoat, Miss Vavasor," said Cheesacre, almost solemnly. "The waistcoat, I should think, must have been expensive." "Oh, dreadful! And he's got nothing, Miss Vavasor, literally nothing. Do you know," and he reduced his voice to a whisper as he made this communication, "I lent him £20 the day before yesterday. I did indeed. You won't mention it again, of course. I tell you, because, as you are seeing a good deal of him just now, I think it right that you should know on what sort of a footing he stands. It's all fair, they say, in love and war, and this small breach of confidence was, we must presume, a love stratagem on the part of Mr. Cheesacre. He was at this time smitten with the charms both of the widow and of the niece, and he constantly found that the captain was interfering with him, on whichever side he turned himself. On the present occasion he had desired to take the widow for his share, and was, upon the whole, inclined to think that the widow was the more worthy of his attentions. He had made certain little inquiries within the last day or two, the answers to which had been satisfactory. These he had by no means communicated to his friend, to whom, indeed, he had expressed an opinion that Mrs. Greenough was after all only a flash in the pan. "She does very well pour passer le temps," the captain had answered. Mr. Cheesacre had not quite understood the exact gist of the captain's meaning, but had felt certain that his friend was playing him false. "I don't want it to be mentioned again, Miss Vavasor," he continued. "Such things should not be mentioned at all," Kate replied, having been angered at the insinuation that the nature of Captain Belfield's footing could be a matter of any moment to her. "No, they shouldn't, and therefore I know that I'm quite safe with you, Miss Vavasor. He's a very pleasant fellow, very, and has seen the world, uncommon, but he's better for eating and drinking with than he is for buying and selling with, as we say in Norfolk. Do you like Norfolk, Miss Vavasor?" I was never in it before, and now I've only seen Yarmouth. A nice place, Yarmouth, very. But you should come up and see our lands. I suppose you don't know that we feed 1/3 of England during the winter months." "Dear me!" "We do, though. Nobody knows what a county Norfolk is, taking it all together, including the game, you know, and Lord Nelson, and its watering places, and the rest of it. I don't think there's a county in England to beat it. Fancy feeding 1/3 of all England and Wales." "With bread and cheese, do you mean, and those sorts of things?" "Beef," said Mr. Cheesacre, and in his patriotic energy he repeated the word aloud. "Beef. Yes, indeed. But if you were to tell them that in London they wouldn't believe you. Ah, you should certainly come down and see our lands. The 7:45 a.m. train would take you through Norwich to my door, as one may say, and you would be back by the 6:22 p.m. In this way he brought himself back again into good humour, feeling that in the absence of the widow he could not do better than make progress with the niece. In the meantime, Mrs. Greenow and the captain were getting on very comfortably in the other boat. "Take an oar, Captain," one of the men had said to him as soon as he had placed the ladies. "Not to-day, Jack," he had answered. "I'll content myself with being boatswain this morning." "The best thing as the boatswain does is to pipe all hands to grog," said the man. "I won't be behind in that either," said the captain, and so they all went on swimmingly. "What a fine generous fellow your friend Mr. Cheesacre is," said the widow. "Yes, he is. He's a capital fellow in his way. Some of these Norfolk farmers are no end of good fellows. And I suppose he's something more than a common farmer. He's visited by the people about where he lives, isn't he?" "Oh yes, in a sort of a way. The county people, you know, keep themselves very much to themselves." "That's of course. But his house, he has a good sort of place, hasn't he?" Yes, a very good house, a little too near to the horse pond for my taste. But when a man gets his money out of the till, he mustn't be ashamed of the counter. Must he, Mrs. Greenow?" "But he could live like a gentleman if he let his own land, couldn't he?" "That depends upon how a gentleman wishes to live." Here the privacy of their conversation was interrupted by an exclamation from a young lady to the effect that Charlie Fairstairs was becoming sick. This Charlie stoutly denied, and proved the truth of her assertion by her behaviour. Soon after this they completed their marine adventures, and prepared to land close to the spot at which the banquet was prepared. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Can You Forgive Her by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Rivals. There had been a pretense of fishing, but no fish had been caught. It was soon found that such an amusement would interfere with the ladies' dresses, and the affairs had become too serious to allow of any trivial interruption. "I really think, Mr. Cheesacre," an anxious mother had said, "that you'd better give it up. The water off the nasty cord has got all over Maria's dress already." Maria made a faint protest that it did not signify in the least, but the fishing was given up, not without an inward feeling on the part of Mr. Cheesacre that if Maria chose to come out with him in his boat, having been invited especially to fish, she ought to have put up with the natural results. There are people who like to take everything and never like to give anything, he said to Kate afterwards, as he was walking up with her to the picnic dinner. But he was unreasonable and unjust. The girls had graced his party with their best hats and freshest muslins, not that they might see him catch a mackerel, but that they might flirt and dance to the best advantage. You can't suppose that any girl will like to be drenched with sea-water when she has taken so much trouble with her starch, said Kate. Then she shouldn't come fishing, said Mr. Cheesacre. I hate such airs. But when they arrived at the old boat, Mrs. Greenow shone forth pre-eminently as the mistress of the occasion, altogether overshadowing Mr. Cheesacre by the extent of her authority. There was a little contest for supremacy between them, invisible to the eyes of the multitude. But Mr. Cheesacre, in such a matter, had not a chance against Mrs. Greenow. I am disposed to think that she would have reigned even though she had not contributed to the eatables. But with that point in her favour, she was able to make herself supreme. Jeanette, too, was her servant, which was a great thing. Mr. Cheesacre soon gave way, and though he bustled about and was conspicuous, he bustled about in obedience to orders received, and became a head servant. Captain Belfield also made himself useful, but he drove Mr. Cheesacre into paroxysms of suppressed anger by giving directions, and by having those directions obeyed. A man to whom he had lent £20 the day before yesterday, and who had not contributed so much as a bottle of champagne. "We're to dine at 4, and now it's 3:30, said Mrs. Greenow, addressing herself to the multitude. "And to begin to dance at 6, said an eager young lady. "Maria, hold your tongue," said the young lady's mother. "Yes, we'll dine at 4, said Mr. Cheesacre, "and as for the music, I've ordered it to be here punctual at 5:30. We're to have 3 horns, cymbals, triangle, and a drum." "How very nice, isn't it, Mrs. Greenow?" said Charlie Fairstairs. "And now suppose we begin to unpack," said Captain Belfield. "Half the fun is in arranging the things." "Oh dear, yes, more than half," said Fanny Fairstairs. "Belfield, don't mind about the hampers," said Cheesacre. "Wine is a ticklish thing to handle, and there's my man there to manage it." "It's odd if I don't know more about wine than the boots from the hotel," said Belfield. This allusion to the boots almost cowed Mr. Cheesacre, and made him turn away, leaving Belfield with the widow. There was a great unpacking, during which Captain Belfield and Mrs. Greenow constantly had their heads in the same hamper. I by no means intend to insinuate that there was anything wrong in this. People engaged together in unpacking pies and cold chickens must have their heads in the same hamper. But a great intimacy was thereby produced, and the widow seemed to have laid aside altogether that prejudice of hers with reference to the washerwoman. There was a long table placed on the sand, sheltered by the upturned boat from the land side, but open towards the sea, and over this, supported on poles, there was an awning. Upon the whole, the arrangement was not an uncomfortable one for people who had selected so very uncomfortable a dining-room as the sand of the seashore. Much was certainly due to Mr. Cheesacre for the expenditure he had incurred, and something perhaps to Captain Belfield for his ingenuity in having suggested it. Now came the placing of the guests for dinner, and Mr. Cheesacre made another great effort. "I'll tell you what," he said aloud, "Belfield and I will take the 2 ends of the table, and Mrs. Greenow shall sit at my right hand." This was not only boldly done, but there was a propriety in it which at first sight seemed to be irresistible. Much as he hated and did hate the captain, he had skilfully made the proposition, in such a way as to flatter him, and it seemed for a few minutes as though he were going to have it all his own way. But Captain Belfield was not a man to submit to defeat in such a matter as this without an effort. "I don't think that will do," said he. "Mrs. Greenow gives the dinner, and Cheesacre gives the wine. We must have them at the two ends of the table. I am sure Mrs. Greenow won't refuse to allow me to hand her to the place which belongs to her. I will sit at her right hand and be her minister." Mrs. Greenow did not refuse, and so the matter was adjusted. Mr. Cheesacre took his seat in despair. It was nothing to him that he had Kate Vavasor at his left hand. He liked talking to Kate very well, but he could not enjoy that pleasure while Captain Belfield was in the very act of making progress with the widow. "One would think that he had given it himself, wouldn't you?" he said to Maria's mother, who sat at his right hand. The lady did not in the least understand him. "Given what?" said she. "Why, the music, and the wine, and all the rest of it. There are some people full of that kind of impudence. How they manage to carry it on without ever paying a shilling, I never could tell. I know I have to pay my way, and something over and beyond, generally." Maria's mother said, yes, indeed. She had other daughters there besides Maria, and was looking down the table to see whether they were judiciously placed. Her beauty, her youngest one, Ophelia, was sitting next to that ne'er-do-well, Joe Fairstairs, and this made her unhappy. "Ophelia, my dear, you are dreadfully in the draught. There's a seat up here, just opposite, where you'll be more comfortable." "There's no draught here, mamma," said Ophelia, without the slightest sign of moving. Perhaps Ophelia liked the society of that lanky, idle, useless young man. The mirth of the table certainly came from Mrs. Greenow's end. The widow had hardly taken her place before she got up again and changed with the captain. It was found that the captain could better carve the great grouse pie from the end than from the side. Cheesacre, when he saw this, absolutely threw down his knife and fork violently upon the table. "Is anything the matter?" said Maria's mother. "Matter?" said he. Then he shook his head in grief of heart and vexation of spirit, and resumed his knife and fork. Kate watched it all, and was greatly amused. "I never saw a man so nearly broken-hearted," she said, in her letter to Alice the next day. 11, 13, 18, 21, said Cheesacre to himself, reckoning up in his misery the number of pounds sterling which he would have to pay for being ill-treated in this way. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Captain Belfield, as soon as the eating was over, "if I may be permitted to get upon my legs for 2 minutes, I am going to propose a toast to you." The real patron of the feast had actually not yet swallowed his last bit of cheese. The thing was indecent in the violence of its injustice. "If you please, Captain Belfield," said the patron, indifferent to the cheese in his throat, "I'll propose the toast." "Nothing on earth could be better, my dear fellow," said the captain, "and I'm sure I should be the last man in the world to take the job out of the hands of one who would do it so much better than I can. But as it's your health that we're going to drink, I really don't see how you are to do it." Cheesacre grunted and sat down. He certainly could not propose his own health, nor did he complain of the honour that was to be done him. It was very proper that his health should be drunk, and that he had now to think of the words in which he would return thanks. But the extent of his horror may be imagined when Belfield got up and made a most brilliant speech in praise of Mrs. Greenow, For full 5 minutes he went on without mentioning the name of Cheesacre. Yarmouth, he said, had never in his days been so blessed as it had been this year by the presence of the lady who was now with them. She had come among them, he declared, forgetful of herself and of her great sorrows, with the sole desire of adding something to the happiness of others. Then Mrs. Greenow had taken out her pocket-handkerchief, sweeping back the broad ribbons of her cap over her shoulders. Although the scene was very affecting, and Cheesacre was driven to madness, they were the very words that he had intended to speak himself. "I hate all this kind of thing," he said to Kate. "It's so fulsome." "After-dinner speeches never mean anything," said Kate. At last, when Belfield had come to an end of praising Mrs. Greenow, he told the guests that he wished to join his friend Mr. Cheesacre in the toast, the more so as it could hardly be hoped that Mrs. Greenow would herself rise to return thanks. There was no better fellow than his friend Cheesacre, whom he had known for he would not say how many years. He was quite sure they would all have the most sincere pleasure in joining the health of Mr. Cheesacre with that of Mrs. Greenow. Then there was a clattering of glasses and a murmuring of healths, and Mr. Cheesacre slowly got upon his legs. "I'm very much obliged to this company," said he, "and to my friend Belfield, who really is, but perhaps that doesn't signify now. I've had the greatest pleasure in getting up this little thing, and I'd made up my mind to propose Mrs. Greenow's health, but no doubt it has been in better hands. Perhaps, considering all things, Belfield might have waited. With such a subject on my hands, I couldn't wait a moment. I didn't interrupt you, Captain Belfield, and perhaps you'll let me go on without interrupting me. We've all drunk Mrs. Greenow's health, and I'm sure she's very much obliged. So am I for the honour you've done me. I have taken some trouble in getting up this little thing, and I hope you like it. I think somebody said something about liberality. I beg to assure you that I don't think of that for a moment. Somebody must pay for these sort of things, and I'm always very glad to take my turn. I dare say Belfield will give us the next picnic, and if he'll appoint a day before the end of the month, I shall be happy to be one of the party." Then he sat down with some inward satisfaction, fully convinced that he had given his enemy a fatal blow. "Nothing on earth would give me so much pleasure," said Belfield. After that he turned again to Mrs. Greenow, and went on with his private conversation. There was no more speaking, nor was there much time for other after-dinner ceremonies. The 3 horns, the cymbals, the triangle, and the drum were soon heard tuning up behind the banqueting hall, and the ladies went to the further end of the old boat to make their preparations for the dance. Then it was that the thoughtful care of Mrs. Greenow, in having sent Jeanette with brushes, combs, clean handkerchiefs, and other little knick-knackeries, became so apparent. It was said that the widow herself actually changed her cap, which was considered by some to be very unfair, as there had been an understanding that there should be no dressing. On such occasions, ladies are generally willing to forego the advantage of dressing, on the condition that other ladies shall forego the same advantage. But when this compact is broken by any special lady, the treason is thought to be very treacherous. It is as though a fencer should remove the button from the end of his foil. But Mrs. Greenow was so good-natured in tendering the services of Jeanette to all the young ladies, and was so willing to share with others those good things of the toilet which her care had provided, that her cap was forgiven her by the most of those present. When ladies have made up their minds to dance, they will dance, let the circumstances of the moment be ever so antagonistic to that exercise. A ploughed field in February would not be too wet, nor the side of a house too uneven. In honest truth, the sands of the seashore are not adapted for the exercise. It was all very well for Venus to make the promise, but when making it, she knew that Adonis would not keep her to her word. Let any lightest limbed nymph try it, and she will find that she leaves most palpable footing. The sands in question were doubtless compact, firm, and sufficiently moist to make walking on them comfortable, but they ruffled themselves most uncomfortably under the unwonted pressure to which they were subjected. Nevertheless, our friends did dance on the sands, finding, however, that quadrilles and Sir Roger de Coverley suited them better than polkas and waltzes. "No, my friend, no," Mrs. Greenow said to Mr. Cheesacre, when that gentleman endeavoured to persuade her to stand up. "Kate will be delighted, I am sure, to join you, but as for me, you must excuse me." But Mr. Cheesacre was not inclined at the moment to ask Kate Vavasor to dance with him. He was possessed by an undefined idea that Kate had snubbed him, and as Kate's fortune was, as he said, literally nothing, he was not at all disposed to court her favour at the expense of such suffering to himself. "I'm not quite sure that I'll dance myself," said he, seating himself in a corner of the tent by Mrs. Greenow's side. Captain Belfield at that moment was seen leading Miss Vavasor away to a new place on the sands, whither he was followed by a score of dancers, and Mr. Cheesacre saw that now at last he might reap the reward for which he had laboured. He was alone with the widow, and having been made bold by wine, had an opportunity of fighting his battle, than which none better could ever be found. He was himself by no means a poor man, and he despised poverty in others. It was well that there should be poor gentry, in order that they might act as satellites to those who, like himself, had money. As to Mrs. Greenow's money, there was no doubt. He knew it all to a fraction. She had spread for herself, and someone else had spread for her, a report that her wealth was almost unlimited, but the £40,000 was a fact, and any such innocent fault as that little fiction might well be forgiven to a woman endorsed with such substantial virtues, and she was handsome too. Mr. Cheesacre, as he regarded her matured charms, sometimes felt that he should have been smitten even without the £40,000. "By George, there's flesh and blood," he had once said to his friend Belfield, before he had begun to suspect that man's treachery. His admiration must then have been sincere, for at that time the £40,000 was not an ascertained fact. Looking at the matter in all its bearings, Mr. Cheesacre thought that he couldn't do better. His wooing should be fair, honest, and above board. He was a thriving man, and what might not they two do in Norfolk, if they put their wealth together? "Oh, Mr. Cheesacre, you should join them," said Mrs. Greenow. "They'll not half enjoy themselves without you. Kate will think that you mean to neglect her." "I shan't dance, Mrs. Greenow, unless you like to stand up for a set." "No, my friend, no, I shall not do that. I fear you forget how recent has been my bereavement. Your asking me is the bitterest reproach to me for having ventured to join your festive board." "Upon my honour, I didn't mean it, Mrs. Greenow. I didn't mean it, indeed." "I do not suspect you. It would have been unmanly. And nobody can say that of me. There isn't a man or woman in Norfolk that wouldn't say I was manly. I'm quite sure of that. I have my faults, I'm aware. And what are your faults, Mr. Cheesacre? Well, perhaps I'm extravagant, but it's only in these kinds of things, you know, when I spend a little money for the sake of making my friends happy. When I'm about, on the lands at home, I ain't extravagant, I can tell you. Extravagance is a great vice. Oh, I ain't extravagant in that sense, not a bit in the world. But when a man's enamored, and perhaps looking out for a wife, he does like to be a little free, you know. And are you looking out for a wife, Mr. Cheesacre? If I told you, I suppose you'd only laugh at me. No, indeed, I would not. I am not given to joking when any one that I regard speaks to me seriously. Ain't you, though? I'm so glad of that. When one has really got a serious thing to say, one doesn't like to have fun poked at one. And besides, how could I laugh at marriages, seeing how happy I have been in that condition? So very happy. And Mrs. Greenow put up her handkerchief to her eyes. So happy that you'll try it again some day, won't you? Never, Mr. Cheesacre, never. Is that the way you talk of serious things without joking? Anything like love of that sort, is over for me. It lies buried under the sod with my poor dear departed saint. But Mrs. Greenow, and Cheesacre, as he prepared to argue the question with her, got nearer to her in the corner behind the table. But Mrs. Greenow, care killed a cat, you know. And sometimes I think that care will kill me. No, by George, not if I can prevent it. You're very kind, Mr. Cheesacre, but there's no preventing such care as mine. Isn't there, though? I'll tell you what, Mrs. Greenow, I'm in earnest, I am indeed. If you'll inquire, you'll find there isn't a fellow in Norfolk pays his way better than I do, or is better able to do it. I don't pay a sixpence of rent, and I sit upon 700 acres of as good land as there is in the county. There's not an acre that won't do me a bullock and a half. Just put that and that together, and see what it comes to. And mind you, some of these fellows that farm their own land are worse off than if they'd rent to pay. They've borrowed so much to carry on with that the interest is more than rent. I don't owe a sixpence to e'er a man or e'er a company in the world. I can walk into every bank in Norwich without seeing my master. There ain't any of my paper flying about, Mrs. Greenow. I'm Samuel Cheesacre of Oileymead, and it's all my own. Mr. Cheesacre, as he thus spoke of his good fortunes and firm standing in the world, became impetuous in the energy of the moment, and brought down his fist powerfully on the slight table before them. The whole fabric rattled, and the boat resounded, but the noise he had made seemed to assist him. It's all my own, Mrs. Greenow, and the half of it shall be yours, if you'll please to take it. Then he stretched out his hand to her, not as though he intended to grasp hers in a grasp of love, but as if he expected some hand-pledge from her as a token that she accepted the bargain. If you'd known Greenow, Mr. Cheesacre, I've no doubt he was a very good sort of man. If you'd known him, you would not have addressed me in this way. What difference would that make? My idea is that care killed a cat, as I said before. I never knew what was the good of being unhappy. If I find early mangles don't do on a bit of land, then I sow late turnips, and never cry after spilt milk. Greenow was the early mangles. I'll be the late turnips. Come then, say the word. There ain't a bedroom in my house, not one of the front ones, that isn't mahogany furnished." "What's furniture to me?" said Mrs. Greenow, with her handkerchief to her eyes. Just at this moment Maria's mother stepped in under the canvas. It was most inopportune. Mr. Cheesacre felt that he was progressing well, and was conscious that he had got safely over those fences in the race which his bashfulness would naturally make difficult to him. He knew that he had done this under the influence of the champagne, and was aware that it might not be easy to procure again a combination of circumstances that would be so beneficial to him. But now he was interrupted just as he was expecting success. He was interrupted, and felt himself to be looking like a guilty creature under the eye of the strange lady. He had not a word to say, but drawing himself suddenly a foot and a half away from the widow's side, sat there confessing his guilt in his face. Mrs. Greenow felt no guilt, and was afraid of no strange eyes. "Mr. Cheesacre and I are talking about farming," she said. "Oh, farming," answered Maria's mother. "Mr. Cheesacre thinks that turnips are better than early mangels," said Mrs. Greenow. "Yes, I do," said Cheesacre. "I prefer the early mangels," said Mrs. Greenow. "I don't think nature ever intended those late crops. What do you say, Mrs. Walker?" "I dare say Mr. Cheesacre understands what he's about when he's at home," said the lady. "I know what a bit of land can do as well as any man in Norfolk," said the gentleman. "It may be very well in Norfolk," said Mrs. Greenow, rising from her seat, "but the practice isn't thought much of in the other counties with which I am better acquainted." "I'd just come in to say that I thought we might be getting to the boats," said Mrs. Walker. "My Ophelia is so delicate." At this moment the delicate Ophelia was to be seen under the influence of the music, taking a distant range upon the sands with Joe Fairstairs' arm round her waist. The attitude was justified by the tune that was in progress, and there was no reason why a gallop on the sands should have any special termination in distance, as it must have in a room. But under such circumstances Mrs. Walker's solicitude was not unreasonable. The erratic steps of the distant dancers were recalled, and preparations were made for the return journey. Others had strayed besides the delicate Ophelia and the idle Joe, and some little time was taken up in collecting the party. The boats had to be drawn down, and the boatmen fetched from their cans and tobacco pipes. "I hope they're sober," said Mrs. Walker, with a look of great dismay. "Sober as judges," said Belfield, who had himself been looking after the remains of Mr. Cheesacre's hampers, while that gentleman had been so much better engaged in the tent. "Because," continued Mrs. Walker, "I know that they play all manner of tricks when they're in liquor. They'd think nothing of taking us out to sea, Mrs. Greenow." "Oh, I do wish they would," said Ophelia. "Ophelia, mind you come in the boat with me," said her mother, and she looked very savage when she gave the order. It was Mrs. Walker's intention that the boat should not carry Joe Fairstairs, but Joe and her daughter together were too clever for her. When the boats went off, she found herself to be in that one over which Mr. Cheesacre presided, while the sinning Ophelia with her good-for-nothing admirer were under the more mirthful protection of Captain Belfield. "Mamma will be so angry," said Ophelia, "and it was all your fault. I did mean to go into the other boat. Don't, Mr. Fairstairs." Then they got settled down in their seats, to the satisfaction, let us hope, of them both. Mr. Cheesacre had vainly endeavoured to arrange that Mrs. Greenow should return with him, but not only was Captain Belfield opposed to such a change in their positions, but so also was Mrs. Greenow. "I think we'd better go back as we came," she said, giving her hand to the captain. "Oh, certainly," said Captain Belfield. "Why should there be any change? Cheesacre, old fellow, mind you look after Mrs. Walker. Come along, my hearty." It really almost appeared that Captain Belfield was addressing Mrs. Greenow as his hearty, but it must be presumed that the term of genial endearment was intended for the whole boat's load. Mrs. Greenow took her place on the comfortable broad bench in the stern, and Belfield seated himself beside her with the tiller in his hand. "If you're going to steer, Captain Belfield, I beg that you'll be careful." "Careful, and with you on board," said the captain. "Don't you know that I would sooner perish beneath the waves than that a drop of water should touch you roughly? But you see, we might perish beneath the waves together." "Together! What a sweet word that is! Perish together! If it were not that there might be something better even than that, I would wish to perish in such company." "But I should not wish anything of the kind, Captain Belfield, and therefore pray be careful." There was no perishing by water on that occasion. Mr. Cheesacre's boat reached the pier at Yarmouth first, and gave up its load without accident. Very shortly afterwards, Captain Belfield's crew reached the same place, in the same state of preservation. "There," said he, as he handed out Mrs. Greenow, "I have brought you to no harm, at any rate as yet, and, as I hope, will not do so hereafter." "May the heavens forbid it, Mrs. Greenow. Whatever may be our lots hereafter, yours, I mean, and mine, I trust that yours may be free from all disaster. Oh, that I might venture to hope that, at some future day, the privilege might be mine of protecting you from all danger." "I can protect myself very well, I can assure you. Good night, Captain Belfield. We won't take you and Mr. Cheesacre out of your way, will we, Kate? We have had a most pleasant day." They were now upon the esplanade, and Mrs. Greenow's house was to the right, whereas the lodgings of both the gentlemen were to the left. Each of them fought hard for the privilege of accompanying the widow to her door, but Mrs. Greenow was self-willed, and upon this occasion would have neither of them. "Mr. Joe Fairstairs must pass the house," said she, "and he will see us home. Mr. Cheesacre, good night. Indeed, you shall not a step." There was in her voice which induced Mr. Cheesacre to obey her, and which made Captain Belfield aware that he would only injure his cause if he endeavoured to make further progress in it on the present occasion. "Well, Kate, what do you think of the day?" the aunt said when she was alone with her niece. "I never think much about such days, aunt. It was all very well, but I fear I have not the temperament fitted for enjoying the fun. I envied Ophelia Walker because she made herself thoroughly happy." "I do like to see girls enjoy themselves," said Mrs. Greenow. "I do, indeed. And young men, too. It seems so natural. Why shouldn't young people flirt? Or old people either, for the matter of that. Or old people either, if they don't do any harm to anybody. I'll tell you what it is, Kate. People have become so very virtuous that they're driven into all manner of abominable resources for amusement and occupation. If I had sons and daughters, I should think a little flirting the very best thing for them, as a safety valve. When people get to be old, there's a difficulty. They want to flirt with the young people, and the young people don't want them. If the old people would be content to flirt together, I don't see why they should ever give it up till they're obliged to give up everything and go away." That was Mrs. Greenow's doctrine on the subject of flirtation. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Can You Forgive Her by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Nethercoats. We will leave Mrs. Greenow with her niece and two sisters at Yarmouth, and returning by stages to London, will call upon Mr. Gray at his place in Cambridgeshire as we pass by. I believe it is conceded by all the other counties that Cambridgeshire possesses fewer rural beauties than any other county in England. It is very flat, it is not well timbered, the rivers are merely dikes, and in a very large portion of the county the farms and fields are divided simply by ditches, not by hedgerows. Such arrangements are, no doubt, well adapted for agricultural purposes, but are not conducive to rural beauty. Mr. Gray's residence was situated in a part of Cambridgeshire in which the above-named characteristics are very much marked. It was in the Isle of Ely, some few miles distant from the cathedral town, on the side of a long straight road, which ran through the fields for miles without even a bush to cheer it. The name of his place was Nethercoats, and here he lived generally throughout the year, and here he intended to live throughout his life. His father had held a prebendal stall at Ely in times when prebendal stalls were worth more than they are at present, and having also been possessed of a living in the neighbourhood, had amassed a considerable sum of money. With this he had during his life purchased the property of Nethercoats, and had built on it the house in which his son now lived. He had married late in life, and had lost his wife soon after the birth of an only child. The house had been built in his own parish, and his wife had lived there for a few months, and had died there. But after that event, the old clergyman had gone back to his residence in the Close at Ely, and there John Gray had had the home of his youth. He had been brought up under his father's eye, having been sent to no public school. But he had gone to Cambridge, had taken college honours, and had then, his father dying exactly at this time, declined to accept a fellowship. His father had left to him an income of some 1,500 a year, and with this he sat himself down near to his college friends, near also to the old cathedral which he loved, in the house which his father had built. But though Nethercoats possessed no beauty of scenery, though the country around it was in truth as uninteresting as any country could be, it had many delights of its own. The house itself was as excellent a residence for a country gentleman of small means as taste and skill together could construct. I doubt whether prettier rooms were ever seen than the drawing-room, the library, and the dining-room at Nethercoats. They were all on the ground floor, and all opened out on to the garden and lawn. The library, which was the largest of the three, was a handsome chamber, and so filled as to make it well known in the university as one of the best private collections in that part of England. But perhaps the gardens of Nethercoats constituted its greatest glory. They were spacious and excellently kept up, and had been originally laid out with that knowledge of gardening without which no garden, merely as a garden, can be effective, and such of necessity was the garden of Nethercoats. Fine single forest trees there were none there, nor was it possible that there should have been any such, nor could there be a clear rippling stream with steep green banks and broken rocks lying about its bed. Such beauties are beauties of landscape, and do not of their nature belong to a garden, but the shrubs of Nethercoats were of the rarest kind, and had been long enough in their present places to have reached the period of their beauty. Nothing had been spared that a garden could want. The fruit trees were perfect in their kind, and the glass houses were so good and so extensive that John Gray, in his prudence, was sometimes tempted to think that he had too much of them. It must be understood that there were no grounds, according to the meaning usually given to that word, belonging to the house at Nethercoats. Between the garden and the public road there was a paddock belonging to the house, along the side of which, but divided from it by a hedge and shrubbery, ran the private carriage-way up to the house. This swept through the small front flower garden, dividing it equally. But the lawns, and indeed the whole of that which made the beauty of the place, lay on the back of the house, on which side opened the windows from the 3 sitting-rooms. Down on the public road there stood a lodge, at which lived one of the gardeners. There was another field of some 6 or 7 acres, to which there was a gate from the corner of the front paddock, and which went round 2 sides of the garden. This was Nethercoats, and the whole estate covered about 12 acres. It was not a place for much bachelor enjoyment of that sort generally popular with bachelors. Nevertheless, Mr. Gray had been constant in his residence there for the 7 years which had now elapsed since he had left his college. His easy access to Cambridge had probably done much to mitigate what might otherwise have been the too great tedium of his life, and he had, prompted thereto by early associations, found most of his society in the close of Ely Cathedral. But with all the delight he could derive from these 2 sources, there had still been many solitary hours in his life, and he had gradually learned to feel that he of all men wanted a companion in his home. His visits to London had generally been short and far between, occasioned probably by some need in the library, or by the necessity of some slight literary transaction with the editor or publisher of a periodical. In one of these visits he had met Alice Vavasor, and had remained in town. I will not say till Alice had promised to share his home in Cambridgeshire, but so long that he had resolved before he went that he would ask her to do so. He had asked her, and we know that he had been successful. He had obtained her promise, and from that moment all his life had been changed for him. Hitherto at Nethercoats, his little smoking-room, his books, and his plants had been everything to him. Now he began to surround himself with an infinity of feminine belongings, and to promise himself an infinity of feminine blessings, wondering much that he should have been content to pass so long a portion of his life in the dull seclusion which he had endured. He was not by nature an impatient man, but now he became impatient, longing for the fruition of his new idea of happiness, longing to have that as his own which he certainly loved beyond all else in the world, and which perhaps was all he had ever loved with the perfect love of equality. But though impatient and fully aware of his own impatience, he acknowledged to himself that Alice could not be expected to share it. He could plan nothing now, could have no pleasure in life that she was not expected to share. But as yet it could not be so with her. She had her house in London, her town society, and her father, and inasmuch as the change for her would be much greater than it would be for him, it was natural that she should require some small delay. He had not pressed her, At least he had not pressed her with that eager pressure which a girl must resist with something of the opposition of a contest, if she resist it at all. But in truth his impatience was now waxing strong, and during the absence in Switzerland of which we have spoken, he resolved that a marriage very late in the autumn, that a marriage even in winter, would be better than a marriage postponed till the following year. It was not yet late in August when the party returned from their tour. Would not a further delay of 2 months suffice for his bride? Alice had written to him occasionally from Switzerland, and her first 2 letters had been very charming. They had referred almost exclusively to the tour, and had been made pleasant with some slightly colored account of George Vavasor's idleness, and of Kate's obedience to her brother's behests. Alice had never written much of love in her love letters, and Gray was well enough contented with her style, though it was not impassioned. As for doubting her love, it was not in the heart of the man to do so after it had once been assured to him by her word. He could not so slightly respect himself or her as to leave room for such a doubt in his bosom. He was a man who could never have suggested to himself that a woman loved him till the fact was there before him, but who, having ascertained, as he might think, the fact, could never suggest to himself that her love would fail him. Her first 2 letters from Switzerland had been very pleasant, but after that there seemed to have crept over her a melancholy which she unconsciously transferred to her words, and which he could not but taste in them, at first unconsciously also, but soon with so plain a flavor that he recognized it, and made it a matter of mental inquiry. During the 3 or 4 last days of the journey, while they were at Basle and on their way home, she had not written, but she did write on the day after her arrival, having then received from Mr. Gray a letter, in which he told her how very much she would add to his happiness if she would now agree that their marriage should not be postponed beyond the end of October. This letter she found in her room on her return, and this she answered at once, and she answered it in such words that Mr. Gray resolved that he would go at once to her in London. I will give her letter at length, as I shall then be best able to proceed with my story quickly. Queen Anne Street, August, 1860. Dearest John, we reached home yesterday, tired enough, as we came through from Paris without stopping. I may indeed say that we came through from Strasbourg, as we only slept in Paris. I don't like Strasbourg. A steeple, after all, is not everything, and putting the steeple aside, I don't think the style is good. But the hotel was uncomfortable, which goes for so much, and then we were saturated with beauty of a better kind. I got your letter directly I came in last night, and I suppose I had better dash at it at once. I would so willingly delay doing so, saying nice little things the while, did I not know that this would be mere cowardice. Whatever happens, I won't be a coward, and therefore I will tell you at once that I cannot let you hope that we should be married this year. Of course you will ask me why, as you have a right to do, and of course I am bound to answer. I do not know that I can give any answer with which you will not have a right to complain. If it be so, I can only ask your pardon for the injury I am doing you. Marriage is a great change in life, much greater to me than to you, who will remain in your old house, will keep your old pursuits, will still be your own master, and will change in nothing, except in this, that you will have a companion who probably may not be all that you expect. But I must change everything. It will be to me as though I were passing through a grave to a new world. I shall see nothing that I have been accustomed to see, and must abandon all the ways of life that I have hitherto adopted. Of course I should have thought of this before I accepted you, and I did think of it. I made up my mind that, as I truly loved you, I would risk the change, that I would risk it for your sake and for mine, hoping that I might add something to your happiness, and that I might secure my own. Dear John, do not suppose that I despair that it may be so, but indeed you must not hurry me. I must tune myself to the change that I have to make. What if I should wake some morning after 6 months living with you, and tell you that the quiet of your home was making me mad? You must not ask me again till the winter shall have passed away. If in the meantime I shall find that I have been wrong, I will humbly confess that I have wronged you, and ask you to forgive me. And I will freely admit this. If the delay which I now propose is so contrary to your own plans as to make your marriage, under such circumstances, not that which you had expected, I know that you are free to tell me so, and to say that our engagement shall be over. I am well aware that I can have no right to bind you to a marriage at one period which you had only contemplated as to take place at another period. I think I may promise that I will obey any wish you may express in anything, except in that one which you urged in your last letter. Kate is going down to Yarmouth with Mrs. Greenow, and I shall see no more of her probably till next year, as she will be due in Westmoreland after that. George left me at the door when he brought me home, and declared that he intended to vanish out of London. Whether in town or out, he is never to be seen at this period of the year. Papa offers to go to Ramsgate for a fortnight, but he looks so wretched when he makes the offer that I shall not have the heart to hold him to it. Lady Macleod very much wants me to go to Cheltenham. I very much want not to go, simply because I can never agree with her about anything, but it will probably end in my going there for a week or two. Over and beyond that, I have no prospects before Christmas which are not purely domestic. There is a project that we shall all eat our Christmas dinner at Vavasor Hall, of course not including George, but this project is quite in the clouds, and as far as I am concerned will remain there. Dear John, let me hear that this letter does not make you unhappy. Most affectionately yours, Alice Vavasor. At Nethercoats the post was brought in at breakfast time, and Mr. Grey was sitting with his tea and eggs before him when he read Alice's letter. He read it twice before he began to think what he would do in regard to it, and then referred to one or two others which he had received from Switzerland, reading them also very carefully. After that he took up the slouch hat which he had been wearing in the garden before he was called to his breakfast, and with the letters in his hand sauntered down among the shrubs and lawns. He thought he knew, that there was more in Alice's mind than a mere wish for delay. There was more in it than that hesitation to take at once a step which she really desired to take, if not now, then after some short interval. He felt that she was unhappy, and unhappy because she distrusted the results of her marriage. But it never for a moment occurred to him that, therefore, the engagement between them should be broken. In the first place, he loved her too well to allow of his admitting such an idea without terrible sorrow to himself. He was a constant, firm man, somewhat reserved, and unwilling to make new acquaintances, and therefore specially unwilling to break away from those which he had made. Undoubtedly, had he satisfied himself that Alice's happiness demanded such a sacrifice of himself, he would have made it, and made it without a word of complaint. The blow would not have prostrated him, but the bruise would have remained on his heart indelible, not to be healed but by death. He would have submitted, and no man would have seen that he had been injured. But it did not once occur to him that such a proceeding on his part would be beneficial to Alice. Without being aware of it, he reckoned himself to be the nobler creature of the two, and now thought of her as of one wounded and wanting a cure. Some weakness had fallen on her, and strength must be given to her from another. He did not in the least doubt her love, but he knew that she had been associated for a few weeks past with two persons whose daily conversation would be prone to weaken the tone of her mind. He no more thought of giving her up than a man thinks of having his leg cut off because he has sprained his sinews. He would go up to town and see her, and would not even yet abandon all hope that she might be found sitting at his board when Christmas should come. By that day's post he wrote a short note to her. "Dearest Alice," he said, "I have resolved to go to London at once. I will be with you in the evening at 8, the day after tomorrow. Yours, J.G." There was no more in the letter than that. "And now," she said, when she received it, "I must dare to tell him the whole truth." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Gray Goes to London. And what was the whole truth? Alice Vavasor, when she declared to herself that she must tell her lover the whole truth, was expressing to herself her intention of putting an end to her engagement with Mr. Gray. She was acknowledging that that which had to be told was not compatible with the love and perfect faith which she owed to the man who was her affianced husband. And yet why should it be so? She did not intend to tell him that she had been false in her love to him. It was not that her heart had again veered itself round and given itself to that wild cousin of hers. Though she might feel herself constrained to part from John Gray, George Vavasor could never be her husband. Of that she assured herself 50 times during the 2 days' grace which had been allowed her. Nay, she went farther than that with herself, and pronounced a verdict against any marriage as possible to her if she now decided against this marriage, which had for some months past been regarded as fixed by herself and all her friends. People often say that marriage is an important thing and should be much thought of in advance, and marrying people are cautioned that there are many who marry in haste and repent at leisure. I am not sure, however, that marriage may not be pondered over too much, nor do I feel certain that the leisurely repentance does not as often follow the leisurely marriages as it does the rapid ones. That some repent no one can doubt, but I am inclined to believe that most men and women take their lots as they find them, marrying as the birds do by force of nature, and going on with their mates with a general, though not perhaps an undisturbed satisfaction, feeling inwardly assured that Providence, if it had not done the very best for them, has done for them as well as they could do for themselves, with all the thought in the world. I do not know that a woman can assure to herself, by her own prudence and taste, a good husband, any more than she can add 2 cubits to her stature. But husbands have been made to be decently good, and wives too, for the most part, in our country, so that the thing does not require quite so much thinking as some people say. That Alice Vavasor had thought too much about it, I feel quite sure. She had gone on thinking of it till she had filled herself with a cloud of doubts, which even the sunshine of love was unable to drive from her heavens. That a girl should really love the man she intends to marry, that at any rate may be admitted. But love generally comes easily enough. With all her doubts, Alice never doubted her love for Mr. Grey, nor did she doubt his character, nor his temper, nor his means, but she had gone on thinking of the matter till her mind had become filled with some undefined idea of the importance to her of her own life. What should a woman do with her life? There had arisen round her a flock of learned ladies asking that question, to whom it seems that the proper answer has never yet occurred. Fall in love, marry the man, have 2 children, and live happy ever afterwards. I maintain that answer has as much wisdom in it as any other that can be given, or perhaps more. The advice contained in it cannot, perhaps, always be followed to the letter, but neither can the advice of the other kind, which is given by the flock of learned ladies who ask the question. A woman's life is important to her, as is that of a man to him, not chiefly in regard to that which she shall do with it. The chief thing for her to look to is the manner in which that something shall be done. It is of moment to a young man, when entering life, to decide whether he shall make hats or shoes, but not of half the moment that will be that other decision, whether he shall make good shoes or bad. And so with a woman, if she shall have recognized the necessity of truth and honesty for the purposes of her life, I do not know that she need ask herself many questions as to what she will do with it. Alice Vavasor was ever asking herself that question, and had by degrees filled herself with a vague idea that there was a something to be done, a something over and beyond, or perhaps altogether beside that marrying and having 2 children, if she only knew what it was. She had filled herself, or had been filled by her cousins, with an undefined ambition that made her restless, without giving her any real food for her mind. When she told herself that she would have no scope for action in that life in Cambridgeshire which Mr. Grey was preparing for her, she did not herself know what she meant by action. Had any one accused her of being afraid to separate herself from London society, she would have declared that she went very little into society, and disliked that little. Had it been whispered to her that she loved the neighbourhood of the shops, she would have scorned the whisperer. Had it been suggested that the continued rattle of the big city was necessary to her happiness, she would have declared that she and her father had picked out for their residence the quietest street in London, because she could not bear noise. And yet she told herself that she feared to be taken into the desolate calmness of Cambridgeshire. When she did contrive to find any answer to that question as to what she should do with her life, or rather what she would wish to do with it if she were a free agent, it was generally of a political nature. She was not so far advanced as to think that women should be lawyers and doctors, or to wish that she might have the privilege of the franchise for herself, but she had undoubtedly a hankering after some second-hand political manoeuvring. She would have liked, I think, to have been the wife of a leader of a radical opposition in the time when such men were put into prison, and to have kept up for him his seditious correspondence while he lay in the Tower. She would have carried the answers to him inside her stays, and have made long journeys down into northern parts without any money, if the cause required it. She would have liked to have around her ardent spirits, male or female, and would have talked of the cause, and have kept alive in her some flame of political fire. As it was, she had no cause. Her father's political views were very mild. Lady Macleod's were deadly conservative. Kate Vavasor was an aspiring radical just now, because her brother was in the same line, but during the year of the love passages between George and Alice, George Vavasor's politics had been as conservative as you please. He did not become a radical till he had quarrelled with his grandfather. Now, indeed, he was possessed of very advanced views with which Alice felt that she could sympathize. But what would be the use of sympathizing down in Cambridgeshire? John Grey had, so to speak, no politics. He had decided views as to the treatment which the Roman Senate received from Augustus, and had even discussed with Alice the conduct of the Girondists at the time of Robespierre's triumph. But for Manchester and its cares he had no apparent solicitude, and had declared to Alice that he would not accept a seat in the British House of Commons if it were offered to him free of expense. What political enthusiasm could she indulge with such a companion down in Cambridgeshire? She thought too much of all this, and was, if I may say, over-prudent in calculating the chances of her happiness and of his, for, to give her credit for what was her due, she was quite as anxious on the latter head as on the former. I don't care for the Roman Senate, she would say to herself. I don't care much for the Girondists. How am I to talk to him day after day, night after night, when we shall be alone together? No doubt her tour in Switzerland with her cousin had had some effect in making such thoughts stronger now than they had ever been. She had not again learned to love her cousin. She was as firmly sure as ever that she could never love him more. He had insulted her love, and though she had forgiven him and again enrolled him among her dearest friends, she could never again feel for him that passion which a woman means when she acknowledges that she is in love. That, as regarded her and George Vavasor, was over. But nevertheless there had been a something of romance during those days in Switzerland, which she feared she would regret when she found herself settled at Nethercoats. She envied Kate. Kate could, as his sister, attach herself on to George's political career, and obtain from it all that excitement of life which Alice desired for herself. Alice could not love her cousin and marry him, but she felt that if she could do so without impropriety, she would like to stick close to him like another sister, to spend her money in aiding his career in Parliament, as Kate would do, and trust herself and her career into the boat which he was to command. She did not love her cousin, but she still believed in him, with a faith which he certainly did not deserve. As the 2 days passed over her, her mind grew more and more fixed as to its purpose. She would tell Mr. Grey that she was not fit to be his wife, and she would beg him to pardon her and to leave her. It never occurred to her that perhaps he might refuse to let her go. She felt quite sure that she would be free as soon as she had spoken the word which she intended to speak. If she could speak it with decision, she would be free, and to attain that decision she would school herself with her utmost strength. At one moment she thought of telling all to her father, and of begging him to break the matter to Mr. Grey. But she knew that her father would not understand her, and that he would be very hostile to her, saying hard, uncomfortable words, which would probably be spared if the thing were done before he was informed. Nor would she write to Kate, whose letters to her at this time were full of wit at the expense of Mrs. Greenow. She would tell Kate as soon as the thing was done, but not before. That Kate would sympathize with her, she was quite certain. So the 2 days passed by, and the time came at which John Grey was to be there. As the minute hand on the drawing-room clock came round to the full hour, she felt that her heart was beating with a violence which she could not repress. The thing seemed to her to assume bigger dimensions than it had hitherto done. She began to be aware that she was about to be guilty of a great iniquity, when it was too late for her to change her mind. She could not bring herself to resolve that she would, on the moment, change her mind. She believed that she could never pardon herself such weakness. But yet she felt herself to be aware that her purpose was wicked. When the knock at the door was at last heard, she trembled, and feared that she would almost be unable to speak to him. Might it be possible that there should yet be a reprieve for her? No, it was his step on the stairs, and there he was in the room with her. "My dearest," he said, coming to her. His smile was sweet and loving as it ever was, and his voice had its usual manly, genial, loving tone. As he walked across the room, Alice felt that he was a man of whom a wife might be very proud. He was tall and very handsome, with brown hair, with bright blue eyes, and a mouth like a god. It was the beauty of his mouth, beauty which comprised firmness within itself, that made Alice afraid of him. He was still dressed in his morning clothes, but he was a man who always seemed to be well dressed. "My dearest," he said, advancing across the room, and before she knew how to stop herself or him, he had taken her in his arms and kissed her. He did not immediately begin about the letter, but placed her upon the sofa, seating himself by her side, and looked into her face with loving eyes, not as though to scrutinize what might be amiss there, but as though determined to enjoy to the full his privilege as a lover. There was no reproach, at any rate, in his countenance, none as yet, nor did it seem that he thought that he had any cause for fear. They sat in this way for a moment or two in silence, and during those moments Alice was summoning up her courage to speak. The palpitation at her heart was already gone, and she was determined that she would speak. "Though I am very glad to see you," she said at last, "I am sorry that my letter should have given you the trouble of this journey." "Trouble," he said. "Nay, you ought to know that it is no trouble. I have not enough to do down at Nethercoats to make the running up to you at any time an unpleasant excitement. So your Swiss journey went off pleasantly." "Yes, it went off very pleasantly." This she said in that tone of voice which clearly implies that the speaker is not thinking of the words spoken. "And Kate has now left you?" "Yes, she is with her aunt at the seaside." "So I understand. And your cousin George?" "I never know much of George's movements. He may be in town, but I have not seen him since I came back." "Ah, that is the way with friends living in London. Unless circumstances bring them together, they are in fact further apart than if they lived 50 miles asunder in the country. And he managed to get through all the trouble without losing your luggage for you very often?" "If you were to say that we did not lose his, that would be nearer the mark. But, John, you have come up to London in this sudden way to speak to me about my letter to you. Is it not so?" "Certainly it is so. Certainly I have. I have thought much since of what I then wrote, very much indeed, and I have learned to feel sure that we had better—" "Stop, Alice, stop a moment, love. Do not speak hurriedly. Shall I tell you what I learned from your letter?" "Yes, tell me, if you think it better that you should do so." "Perhaps it may be better. I learned, love, that something has been said or done during your journey, or perhaps only something thought, that had made you melancholy, and filled your mind for a while with those unsubstantial and indefinable regrets for the past, which we are all apt to feel at certain moments of our life. There are few of us who do not encounter, now and again, some of that irrational spirit of sadness, which, when over-indulged, drives men to madness and self-destruction. I used to know well what it was before I knew you, but since I have had the hope of having you in my house, I have banished it utterly. In that I think I have been stronger than you. Do not speak under the influence of that spirit till you have thought whether you, too, cannot banish it." "I have tried, and it will not be banished." "Try again, Alice. It is a damned spirit, and belongs neither to heaven nor to earth. Do not say to me the words that you were about to say till you have wrestled with it manfully. I think I know what those words were to be. If you love me, those words should not be spoken. If you do not—" "If I do not love you, I love no one upon earth." "I believe it, as I believe in my own love for you. I trust your love implicitly, Alice. I know that you love me. I think I can read your mind. Tell me that I may return to Cambridgeshire, and again plead my cause for an early marriage from thence. I will not take such speech from you to mean more than it says." She sat quiet, looking at him, looking full into his face. She had in no wise changed her mind, but after such words from him she did not know how to declare to him her resolution. There was something in his manner that awed her, and something also that softened her. "Tell me," said he, "that I may see you again to-morrow morning in our usual quiet, loving way, and that I may return home to-morrow evening. Pronounce a yea to that speech from me, and I will ask for nothing further." "No, I cannot do so," she said, and the tone of her voice, as she spoke, was different to any tone that he had heard before from her mouth. "Is that melancholy fiend too strong for you?" He smiled as he said this, and as he smiled he took her hand. She did not attempt to withdraw it, but sat by him in a strange calmness, looking straight before her into the middle of the room. You have not struggled with it. You know, as I do, that it is a bad fiend and a wicked one, a fiend that is prompting you to the worst cruelty in the world. Alice, 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 try to think of all this as though some other person were concerned. If it were your friend, what advice would you give her? I would bid her tell the man who had loved her, that is, if he were noble, good, and great, that she found herself to be unfit to be his wife, and then I would bid her ask his pardon humbly on her knees. As she said this, she sank before him onto the floor, and looked up into his face with an expression of sad contrition, which almost drew him from his proposed firmness. He had proposed to be firm, to yield to her in nothing, resolved to treat all that she might say as the hallucination of a sickened imagination, as the effect of absolute want of health, for which some change in her mode of life would be the best cure. She might bid him begone in what language she would. He knew well that such was her intention, but he would not allow a word coming from her in such a way to disturb arrangements made for the happiness of their joint lives, as a loving husband would treat a wife who, in some exceptionable moment of a melancholy malady, should declare herself unable to remain longer in her home, so would he treat her. As for accepting what she might say as his dismissal, he would as soon think of taking the fruit trees from the southern wall, because the sun sometimes shines from the north. He could not treat either his interests or hers so lightly as that. But what if he granted no such pardon, Alice? I will grant none such. You are my wife, my own, my dearest, my chosen one. You are all that I value in the world, my treasure and my comfort, my earthly happiness, and my gleam of something better that is to come hereafter. Do you think that I shall let you go from me in that way? No, love. If you are ill, I will wait till your illness is gone by, and if you will let me, I will be your nurse. I am not ill. Not ill with any defined sickness. You do not shake with ague, nor does your head rack you with aching, but yet you may be ill. Think of what has passed between us. Must you not be ill when you seek to put an end to all that, without any cause assigned? You will not hear my reasons. She was still kneeling before him and looking up into his face. I will hear them if you will tell me that they refer to any supposed faults of my own. No, no, no. Then I will not hear them. It is for me to find out your faults, and when I have found out any that require complaint, I will come and make it. Dear Alice, I wish you knew how I long for you. Then he put his hand upon her hair, as though he would caress her. But this she would not suffer, so she rose slowly, and stood with her hand upon the table in the middle of the room. Mr. Gray, she said, if you will call me so, I shall think it only a part of your malady. Mr. Gray, she continued, I can only hope that you will take me at my word. Oh, but I will not. Certainly I will not, if that would be adverse to my own interests. I am thinking of your interests. I am, indeed, at any rate as much as of my own. I feel quite sure that I should not make you happy as your wife, quite sure, and feeling that, I think that I am right, even after all that has passed, to ask your forgiveness, and to beg that our engagement may be over. No, Alice, no, never with my consent. I cannot tell you with what contentment I would marry you tomorrow, or next month, or the month after. But if it cannot be so, then I will wait. Nothing but your marriage with someone else would convince me." "I cannot convince you in that way," she said, smiling. "You will convince me in no other. You have not spoken to your father of this as yet?" "Not as yet." "Do not do so, at any rate for the present. You will own that it might be possible that you would have to unsay what you had said." "No, it is not possible." "Give yourself and me the chance. It can do no harm. And, Alice, I ask you now for no reasons. I will not ask your reasons, or even listen to them, because I do not believe that they will long have effect even on yourself. Do you still think of going to Cheltenham?" "I have decided nothing as yet." "If I were you, I would go. I think a change of air would be good for you." "Yes, you treat me as though I were partly silly and partly insane, but it is not so. The change you speak of should be in my nature and in yours." He shook his head and still smiled. There was something in the imperturbed security of his manner which almost made her angry with him. It seemed as though he assumed so great a superiority that he felt himself able to treat any resolve of hers as the petulance of a child, and though he spoke in strong language of his love and of his longing that she should come to him, yet he was so well able to command his feelings that he showed no sign of grief at the communication she had made to him. She did not doubt his love, but she believed him to be so much the master of his love, as he was the master of everything else, that her separation from him would cause him no uncontrollable grief. In that she utterly failed to understand his character. Had she known him better, she might have been sure that such a separation now would with him have carried its mark to the grave. Should he submit to her decision, he would go home and settle himself to his books the next day, but on no following day would he be again capable of walking forth among his flowers with an easy heart. He was a strong, constant man, perhaps over-conscious of his own strength, but then his strength was great. "He is perfect," Alice had said to herself often. Oh, that he were less perfect! He did not stay with her long after the last word that has been recorded. "Perhaps," he said, as for a moment he held her hand at parting, "I had better not come to-morrow." "No, no, it is better not. I advise you not to tell your father of this, and doubtless you will think of it before you do so. But if you do tell him, let me know that you have done so." "Why that?" "Because in such case I also must see him. God bless you, Alice. God bless you, dearest, dearest Alice." Then he went, and she sat there on the sofa without moving, till she heard her father's feet as he came up the stairs. "What, Alice, are you not in bed yet?" "Not yet, papa." "And so John Gray has been here. He has left his stick in the hall. I should know it among 1,000. "Yes, he has been here." "Is anything the matter, Alice?" "No, papa, nothing is the matter." "He has not made himself disagreeable, has he?" "Not in the least. He never does anything wrong. He may defy man or woman to find fault with him." "So that is it, is it? He is just a shade too good. Well, I have always thought that myself, but it's a fault on the right side." "It's no fault, papa. If there be any fault, it is not with him. But I am yawning and tired, and I will go to bed." "Is he to be here to-morrow?" "No, he returns to Nethercoats early. Good night, papa." Mr. Vavasor, as he went up to his bedroom, felt sure that there had been something wrong between his daughter and her lover. "I don't know how she'll ever put up with him," he said to himself, "he is so terribly conceited. I shall never forget how he went on about Charles Kemble, and what a fool he made of himself." Alice, before she went to bed, sat down and wrote a letter to her cousin Kate. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Can You Forgive Her by Anthony Trollope. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. It cannot perhaps fairly be said that George Vavasor was an unhospitable man, seeing that it was his custom to entertain his friends occasionally at Greenwich, Richmond, or such places, and he would now and again have a friend to dine with him at his club. But he never gave breakfasts, dinners, or suppers under his own roof. During a short period of his wine-selling career, at which time he had occupied handsome rooms over his place of business in New Burlington Street, he had presided at certain feasts given to customers or expectant customers by the firm, but he had not found this employment to his taste, and had soon relinquished it to one of the other partners. Since that, he had lived in lodgings in Cecil Street, down at the bottom of that retired nook near to the river and away from the Strand. Here he had simply 2 rooms on the first floor, and hither his friends came to him very rarely. They came very rarely on any account. A stray man might now and then pass an hour with him here, but on such occasions the chances were that the visit had some reference, near or distant, to affairs of business. Eating or drinking there was never any to be found here by the most intimate of his allies. His lodgings were his private retreat, and they were so private that but few of his friends knew where he lived, and it had been possible he would have wished that no one should have known his whereabouts. I am not aware that he had any special reason for this peculiarity, or that there was anything about his mode of life that required hiding, but he was a man who had always lived as though secrecy in certain matters might at any time become useful to him. He had a mode of dressing himself when he went out at night that made it almost impossible that anyone should recognize him. The people at his lodgings did not even know that he had relatives, and his nearest relatives hardly knew that he had lodgings. Even Kate had never been at the rooms in Cecil Street, and addressed all her letters to his place of business or his club. He was a man who would bear no inquiry into himself. If he had been out of view for a month, and his friends asked him where he had been, he always answered the question falsely, or left it unanswered. There are many men of whom everybody knows all about all their belongings, as to whom everybody knows where they live, whither they go, what is their means, and how they spend it. But there are others of whom no man knows anything, and George Vavasor was such a one. For myself, I like the open babbler the best. Babbling may be a weakness, but to my thinking, mystery is a vice. Vavasor also maintained another little establishment down in Oxfordshire, but the 2 establishments did not even know of each other's existence. There was a third, too, very closely hidden from the world's eye, which shall be nameless. But of the establishment in Oxfordshire he did sometimes speak, in very humble words, among his friends. When he found himself among hunting men, he would speak of his 2 nags at Roebury, saying that he had never yet been able to mount a regular hunting stable, and that he supposed he never would, but that there were at Roebury 2 indifferent beasts of his, if any one chose to buy them, and men very often did buy Vavasor's horses. When he was on them, they always went well and sold themselves readily. And though he thus spoke of 2, and perhaps did not keep more during the summer, he always seemed to have horses enough when he was down in the country. No one even knew George Vavasor not to hunt because he was short of stuff. And here at Roebury he kept a trusty servant, an ancient groom, with 2 little bushy grey eyes, which looked as though they could see through a stable door. Many were the long whisperings which George and Bat Smithers carried on at the stable door, in the very back depth of the yard attached to the hunting inn at Roebury. Bat regarded his master as a man wholly devoted to horses, but often wondered why he was not more regular in his sojournings in Oxfordshire. Of any other portion of his master's life Bat knew nothing. Bat could give the address of his master's club in London, but he could give no other address. But though Vavasor's private lodgings were so very private, he had nevertheless taken some trouble in adorning them. The furniture in the sitting-room was very neat, and the bookshelves were filled with volumes that shone with gilding on their backs. The inkstand, the paperweight, the envelope case on his writing-table were all handsome. He had a single good portrait of a woman's head hanging on one of his walls. He had a special place adapted for his pistols, others for his foils, and again another for his whips. The room was as pretty a bachelor's room as you would wish to enter, but you might see by the position of the single easy-chair that was brought forward that it was seldom appropriated to the comfort of more than one person. Here he sat lounging over his breakfast, late on a Sunday morning in September, when all the world was out of town. He was reading a letter which had just been brought down to him from his club. Though the writer of it was his sister Kate, she had not been privileged to address it to his private lodgings. He read it very quickly, running rapidly over its contents, and then threw it aside from him as though it were of no moment, keeping, however, an enclosure in his hand. And yet the letter was of much moment, and made him think deeply. "If I did it at all," said he, "it would be more with the object of cutting him out than with any other." The reader will hardly require to be told that the hymn in question was John Gray, and that Kate's letter was one instigating her brother to renew his love affair with Alice. And Vavasor was in truth well inclined to renew it, and would have begun the renewing it at once, had he not doubted his power with his cousin. Indeed, it has been seen that he had already attempted some commencement of such renewal at Basle. He had told Kate more than once that Alice's fortune was not much, and that her beauty was past its prime, and that he would no doubt repeat the same objections to his sister with some pretence of disinclination. It was not his custom to show his hand to the players at any game that he played, but he was, in truth, very anxious to obtain from Alice a second promise of her hand. How soon after that he might marry her would be another question. Perhaps it was not Alice's beauty that he coveted, nor yet her money exclusively. Nevertheless, he thought her very beautiful, and was fully aware that her money would be of great service to him. But I believe that he was true in that word that he spoke to himself, and that his chief attraction was the delight which he would have in robbing Mr. Gray of his wife. Alice had once been his love, had clung to his side, had whispered love to him, and he had enough of the weakness of humanity in him to feel the soreness arising from her affection for another. When she broke away from him, he had acknowledged that he had been wrong, and when, since her engagement with Mr. Grey, he had congratulated her, he had told her in his quiet, half-whispered, impressive words how right she was. But not the less, therefore, did he feel himself hurt, that John Grey should be her lover. And when he had met this man, he had spoken well of him to his sister, saying that he was a gentleman, a scholar, and a man of parts, but not the less had he hated him from the first moment of his seeing him. Such hatred, under such circumstances, was almost pardonable. But George Vavasor, when he hated, was apt to follow up his hatred with injury. He could not violently dislike a man, and yet not wish to do him any harm. At present, as he sat lounging in his chair, he thought that he would like to marry his cousin Alice, but he was quite sure that he would like to be the means of putting a stop to the proposed marriage between Alice and John Grey. Kate had been very false to her friend, and had sent up to her brother the very letter which Alice had written to her after that meeting in Queen Anne Street, which was described in the last chapter, or rather a portion of it, for with the reserve common to women, she had kept back the other half. Alice had declared to herself that she would be sure of her cousin's sympathy, and had written out all her heart on the matter, as was her wont when writing to Kate. "But you must understand," she wrote, "that all that I said to him went with him for nothing. I had determined to make him know that everything between us must be over, but I failed. I found that I had no words at command, but that he was able to talk to me as though I were a child. He told me that I was sick and full of fantasies, and bade me change the air. As he spoke in this way, I could not help feeling how right he was to use me so. But I felt also that he, in his mighty superiority, could never be a fitting husband for a creature so inferior to him as I am, though I altogether failed to make him understand that it was so. Every moment that we were together made me more fixed in my resolution." This letter from Alice to Kate Vavasor read over and over again, though Kate's letter to himself, which was the longer one, he had thrown aside after the first glance. There was nothing that he could learn from that. He was as good a judge of the manner in which he would play his own game as Kate could be, but in this matter he was to learn how he would play his game from a knowledge of the other girl's mind. "She'll never marry him, at any rate," he said to himself, "and she is right. He'd make an upper servant of her, very respectable, no doubt, but still only an upper servant. Now with me, well, I hardly know what I should make of her. I cannot think of myself as a man married." Then he threw her letter after Kate's, and betook himself to his newspaper and his cigar. It was 2 hours after this, and he still wore his dressing-gown, and he was still lounging in his easy-chair, when the waiting-maid at the lodgings brought him up word that a gentleman wished to see him. Vavasor kept no servant of his own, except that confidential groom down at Bicester. It was a rule with him that people could be better served and cheaper served by other people's servants than by their own. Even in the stables at Bicester, the innkeeper had to find what assistance was wanted, and charge for it in the bill, and George Vavasor was no Sybarite. He did not deem it impractical to put on his own trousers without having a man standing at his foot to hold up the leg of the garment. A valet about a man knows a great deal of a man's ways, and therefore George had no valet. "A gentleman," said he to the girl. "Does the gentleman look like a public-house keeper?" "Well, I think he do," said the girl. "Then show him up," said George. And the gentleman was a public-house keeper. Vavasor was pretty sure of his visitor before he desired the servant to give him entrance. It was Mr. Grimes, from the Handsome Man public-house and tavern in the Brompton Road, and he had come by appointment to have a little conversation with Mr. Vavasor on matters political. Mr. Grimes was a man who knew that business was business, and as such had some considerable weight in his own neighbourhood. With him, politics was business, as well as beer, and omnibus horses, and foreign wines, in the fabrication of which latter article Mr. Grimes was supposed to have an extended experience. To such as him, when intent on business, Mr. Vavasor was not averse to make known the secrets of his lodging-house. And now, when the idol of London world was either at morning church or still in bed, Mr. Grimes had come out by appointment to do a little political business with the lately rejected member for the Chelsea districts. Vavasor had been, as I have said, lately rejected, and the new member who had beaten him at the hustings had sat now for one session in Parliament. Under his present reign he was destined to the honour of one other session, and then the period of his existing glory, for which he was said to have paid nearly £6,000, would be over. But he might be elected again, perhaps for a full period of 6 sessions, and it might be hoped that this second election would be conducted on more economical principles. To this, the economical view of the matter, Mr. Grimes was very much opposed, and was now waiting upon George Vavasor in Cecil Street, chiefly with the object of opposing the new member's wishes on this head. No doubt Mr. Grimes was personally an advocate for the return of Mr. Vavasor, and would do all in his power to prevent the re-election of the young Lord Kilfenora, whose father, the Marquis of Bunratty, had scattered that £6,000 among the electors and non-electors of Chelsea. But his main object was that money should be spent. "'Tain't altogether for myself," he said to a confidential friend in the same way of business. "I don't get so much on it. Perhaps sometimes not none. May be I've a bill again some of those gents, not paid this weary moment. But it's the game I looks to. If the game dies away, it'll never be got up again, never. Who'll care about elections then? Anybody'd go and get hisself elected if we was to let the game go by." And so, that the game might not go by, Mr. Grimes was now present in Mr. George Vavasor's rooms. "Well, Mr. Grimes," said George, "how are you this morning? Sit down, Mr. Grimes. If every man were as punctual as you are, the world would go like clockwork, wouldn't it?" "Business is business, Mr. Vavasor," said the publican, after having made his salute, and having taken his chair with some little show of mock modesty. "There's my maxim. If I didn't stick to that, nothing wouldn't ever stick to me, and nothing doesn't much as it is. Times is very bad, Mr. Vavasor." "Of course they are. They're always bad. What was the devil made for, except that they should be bad? But I should have thought you publicans were the last men who ought to complain. Lord love you, Mr. Vavasor, why, I suppose of all men as is put upon, we're put upon the worst. What's the good of drawing of beer, if the more you draw, the more you don't make? Yesterday, as ever was Saturday, and we drawed £3 10 and 9. What'll that come to, Mr. Vavasor, when you reckons it up with the brewer? Why, it's a next to nothing. You knows that well enough." "Upon my word, I don't. But I know you don't sell a pint of beer without getting a profit out of it." "Lord love you, Mr. Vavasor, if I hadn't nothing to look to but beer, I couldn't keep a house over my head. No, I couldn't. That house of mine belongs to Mews people, and very good people they are, too. Have made a sight of money, haven't they, Mr. Vavasor? I was to get my beer from them in course. Why not, when it's their house? But if I sells their stuff as I gets it, there ain't a halfpenny coming to me out of a gallon. Look at that now. But then you don't sell it as you get it, you stretch it." "That's in course. I'm not going to tell you a lie, Mr. Vavasor. You know what's what as well as I do, and a sight better, I expect. There's a dozen different ways of handling beer, Mr. Vavasor, but what's the use of that, when they can take 4 or 5 pounds a day over the counter for their rot-gut stuff at the Cadogan Arms, and I can't do no better, nor yet perhaps so well, for a real honest glass of beer. Stretch it! It's my belief the more you poison their liquor, the more people likes it." Mr. Grimes was a stout man, not very tall, with a mottled red face and large protruding eyes. As regards his own person, Mr. Grimes might have been taken as a fair sample of the English innkeeper as described for many years past. But in his outer garments he was very unlike that description. He wore a black, swallow-tailed coat, made, however, to set very loose upon his back, a black waistcoat, and black pantaloons. He carried, moreover, in his hands a black chimney-pot hat. Not only have the top boots and breeches vanished from the costume of innkeepers, but also the long parti-coloured waistcoat and the bird's-eye fogle round their necks. They get themselves up to look like dissenting ministers or undertakers, except that there is still a something about their rosy gills which tells a tale of the spigot and corkscrew. Mr. Grimes had only just finished the tale of his own hard ways as a publican, when the door-bell was again rung. "There's Scrooby," said George Vavasor, "and now we can go to business." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Grimes gets his odd money. The handmaiden at George Vavasor's lodging announced another gent, and then Mr. Scrooby entered the room in which were seated George and Mr. Grimes, the publican from the Handsome Man on the Brompton Road. Mr. Scrooby was an attorney from Great Marlborough Street, supposed to be very knowing in the ways of metropolitan elections, and he had now stepped round, as he called it, with the object of saying a few words to Mr. Grimes, partly on the subject of the forthcoming contest at Chelsea, and partly on that of the contest last past. These words were to be said in the presence of Mr. Vavasor, the person interested. That some other words had been spoken between Mr. Scrooby and Mr. Grimes on the same subjects behind Mr. Vavasor's back, I think very probable. But even though this might have been so, I am not prepared to say that Mr. Vavasor had been deceived by their combinations. The two men were very civil to each other in their salutations, the attorney assuming an air of patronizing condescension, always calling the other Grimes, whereas Mr. Scrooby was treated with considerable deference by the publican, and was always called Mr. Scrooby. "Business is business," said the publican, as soon as these salutations were over. "Isn't it now, Mr. Scrooby?" And I suppose Grimes thinks Sunday morning a particularly good time for business, said the attorney, laughing. It's quiet, you know, said Grimes, but it weren't me as named Sunday morning. It was Mr. Vavasor here. But it is quiet, ain't it, Mr. Scruby? Mr. Scruby acknowledged that it was quiet, especially looking out over the river, and then they proceeded to business. We must pull the governor through better next time than we did last, said the attorney. Of course we must, Mr. Scruby. But, Lord love you, Mr. Vavasor, whose fault was it? What notice did I get? Just tell me that. Why, Travers' name was up on the Liberal interest ever so long before the governor had ever thought about it. Nobody is blaming you, Mr. Grimes, said George. And nobody can't, Mr. Vavasor. I done my work true as steel, and there ain't another man about the place as could have done half as much. You ask Mr. Scruby else. Mr. Scruby knows, if e'er a man in London does. I tell you what it is, Mr. Vavasor, them Chelsea fellows, who lives mostly down by the river, ain't like your Maryboners or Fitzburyites. It wants something of a man to manage them, don't it, Mr. Scruby? It wants something of a man to manage any of them, as far as my experience goes, said Mr. Scruby. Of course it do, and there ain't one in London knows so much about it as you do, Mr. Scruby. I will say that for you. But the long and the short of it is this. Business is business, and money is money. Money is money, certainly, said Mr. Scruby. There's no doubt in the world about that, Grimes, and a deal of it you had out of the last election. No, I hadn't. Begging your pardon, Mr. Scruby, for making so free. What I had to my own cheek wasn't nothing to speak of. I wasn't paid for my time. That's what I wasn't. You look how a publican's business gets cut up at them elections, and then the state of the house afterwards. What would the governor say to me if I was to put down painting inside and out in my little bill? It doesn't seem to make much difference how you put it down, said Vavasor. The total is what I look at. Just so, Mr. Vavasor, just so. The total is what I looks at too, and I has to look at it a deuced long time before I gets it. I ain't a got it yet, have I, Mr. Vavasor? Well, if you ask me, I should say you had, said George. I know I paid Mr. Scruby £300 on your account, and I got every shilling of it, Mr. Vavasor. I'm not a-goin' to deny the money, Mr. Vavasor. You'll never find me doing that. I'm as round as your hat and as square as your elbow, I am. Mr. Scruby knows me, don't you, Mr. Scruby? Perhaps I know you too well, Grimes. No, you don't, Mr. Scruby, not a bit too well, nor I don't know you too well either. I respect you, Mr. Scruby, because you're a man as understands your business. But as I was saying, what's £300 when a man's bill is 392, 13 and fourpence? I thought that was all settled, Mr. Scruby, said Vavasor. Why, you see, Mr. Vavasor, it's very hard to settle these things. If you ask me whether Mr. Grimes here can sue you for the balance, I tell you very plainly that he can't. We were a little short of money when we came to a settlement, as is generally the case at such times, and so we took Mr. Grimes' receipt for £300. Of course you did, Mr. Scruby. Not on account, but in full of all demands. Now, Mr. Scruby, and the publican, as he made this appeal, looked at the attorney with an expression of countenance which was absolutely eloquent. Are you going to put me off with such an excuse as that? So the look spoke plainly enough. Are you going to bring up my own signature against me, when you know very well that I shouldn't have got a shilling at all for the next 12 months if I hadn't given it? Oh, Mr. Scruby, that's what Mr. Grimes' look said, and both Mr. Scruby and Mr. Vavasor understood it perfectly. "In full of all demands," said Mr. Scruby, with a slight tone of triumph in his voice, as though to show that Grimes' appeal had no effect at all upon his conscience. "If you were to go into a court of law, Grimes, you wouldn't have a leg to stand upon." "A court of law? Who's a-goin' to law with the governor, I should like to know? Not I. Not if he didn't pay me them £92 13 and 4 for the next 5 years. 5 years or 15 would make no difference," said Scruby. "You couldn't do it." "And I ain't a-going to try. That's not the ticket I've come here about, Mr. Vavasor, this blessed Sunday morning. Going to law indeed. But, Mr. Scruby, I've got a family." "Not in the Vale of Taunton, I hope," said George. "They is at the Handsome Man in the Brompton Road, Mr. Vavasor, and I always feels that I owes my first duty to them. If a man don't work for his family, what do he work for?" "Come, come, Grimes," said Mr. Scruby, "what is it you're at? Out with it, and don't keep us here all day." "What is it I'm at, Mr. Scruby? As if you didn't know very well what I'm at. There's my house. In all them Chelsea districts, it's the most convenientest of any public as is open for all manner of election purposes, that's given up to it." "And what's next?" said Scruby. "The next is I myself. There isn't one of the lot of 'em can work them Chelsea fellows down along the river unless it is me. Mr. Scruby knows that. Why, I've been a-getting of them up with a view to this very job ever since. Why, ever since they was a-talking of the Chelsea districts. When Lord Robert was a-coming in for the county on the religious dodge, he couldn't have worked them fellows anyhow, only for me. Mr. Scruby knows that." "Let's take it all for granted, Mr. Grimes," said Vavasor. "What comes next?" "Well, them Bunratty people, it is they as has come next. They know which side their bread is likely to be buttered, they do. They're a-bidding for the Handsome Man already, they are." "And you'd let your house to the Tory party, Grimes?" said Mr. Scruby, in a tone in which disgust and anger were blended. "Who said anything of my letting my house to the Tory party, Mr. Scruby? I'm as round as your hat, Mr. Scruby, and as square as your elbow, I am. But suppose as all the liberal gents as employs you, Mr. Scruby, was to turn again you and not pay you your little bills, wouldn't you have your eyes open for customers of another kind? Come now, Mr. Scruby." "You won't make much of that game, Grimes." "Perhaps not, perhaps not. There's a risk in all these things, isn't there, Mr. Vavasor? I should like to see you a Parliament gent, I should indeed. You'd be a credit to the districts, I really think you would." "I'm much obliged by your good opinion, Mr. Grimes," said George. "When I sees a gent coming forward, I knows whether he's fit for Parliament or whether he ain't. I says you are fit. But, Lord love you, Mr. Vavasor, it's a thing a gentleman always has to pay for." "That's true enough, a deal more than it's worth, generally. A thing's worth what it fetches. I'm worth what I'll fetch. That's the long and the short of it. I want to have my balance, that's the truth. It's the odd money in a man's bill as always carries the profit. You ask Mr. Scruby else. Only with a lawyer it's all profit, I believe." "That's what you know about it," said Scruby. If you cut off a man's odd money, continued the publican, you break his heart. He'd almost sooner have that and leave the other standing. He'd call the hundreds capital, and if he lost them at last, why, he'd put it down as being in the way of trade. But the odd money, he looks at that, Mr. Vavasor, as in a manner the very sweat of his brow, the work of his own hand. That's what goes to his family and keeps the pot a-boiling downstairs. Never stop a man's odd money, Mr. Vavasor, that is, unless he comes it very strong indeed. And what is it you want now? Said Scrooby. I wants 92 pounds 13 and 4pence, Mr. Scrooby, and then we'll go to work for the new fight with contented hearts. If we're to begin at all, it's quite time. It is indeed, Mr. Vavasor. And what you mean us to understand is, that you won't begin at all without your money, said the lawyer. That's about it, Mr. Scrooby. Take a 50-pound note, Grimes, said the lawyer. 50-pound notes are not so ready, said George. Oh, he'll be only too happy to have your acceptance, won't you, Grimes? Not for 50 pounds, Mr. Scrooby. It's the odd money that I wants. I don't mind the 13 and 4, because that's neither here nor there among friends. But if I didn't get all them 92 pounds, I should be a broken-hearted man. I should indeed, Mr. Vavasor. I couldn't go about your work for next year so as to do you justice among the electors. I couldn't indeed. You'd better give him a bill for 90 pounds at 3 months, Mr. Vavasor. I have no doubt he has got a stamp in his pocket. That I have, Mr. Scrooby. There ain't no mistake about that. A bill stamp is a thing that often turns up convenient with gents as mean business, like Mr. Vavasor and you. But you must make it 92. You must indeed, Mr. Vavasor. And do make it 2 months, if you can, Mr. Vavasor. They do charge so unconscionable on 90 days at them branch banks. They do indeed. George Vavasor and Mr. Scrooby between them yielded at last, so far as to allow the bill to be drawn for 92 pounds, but they were staunch as to the time. If it must be, it must, said the publican, with a deep sigh, as he folded up the paper and put it into the pocket of a huge case which he carried. And now, gents, I'll tell you what it is. We'll make safe work of this here next election. We know what's to be our little game in time, and if we don't go in and win, my name ain't Jacob Grimes, and I ain't the landlord of the Handsome Man. As you gents has perhaps got something to say among yourselves, I'll make so bold as to wish you good morning. So with that, Mr. Grimes lifted his hat from the floor and bowed himself out of the room. You couldn't have done it cheaper, you couldn't indeed, said the lawyer, as soon as the sound of the closing front door had been heard. Perhaps not, but what a thief the man is! I remember your telling me that the bill was about the most preposterous you had ever seen. So it was, and if we hadn't wanted him again, of course we shouldn't have paid him. But we'll have it all off his next account, Mr. Vavasor, every shilling of it. It's only lent. That's all. It's only lent. But one doesn't want to lend such a man money if one could help it. That's true. If you look at it in that light, it's quite true. But you see, we cannot do without him. If he hadn't got your bill, he'd have gone over to the other fellows before the week was over, and the worst of it would have been that he knows our hand. Looking at it all round, you've got him cheap, Mr. Vavasor. You have indeed. Looking at it all round is just what I don't like, Mr. Scrooby. But if a man will have a whistle, He must pay for it. You can't do it cheap for any of these metropolitan seats. You can't, indeed, Mr. Vavasor. That is, a new man can't. When you've been in 4 or 5 times, like old Duncombe, why then, of course, you may snap your fingers at such men as Grimes. But the Chelsea districts ain't dear. I don't call them by any means dear. Now, Marylebone is dear, and so is Southwark. It's dear and nasty, that's what the borough is. Only that I never tell tales. I could tell you a tale, Mr. Vavasor, that'd make your hair stand on end. I could indeed. Ah, the game is hardly worth the candle, I believe. That depends on what way you choose to look at it. A seat in Parliament is a great thing to a man who wants to make his way, a very great thing, specially when a man's young like you, Mr. Vavasor. Young, said George. Sometimes it seems to me as though I've been living for 100 years. But I won't trouble you with that, Mr. Scruby, and I believe I needn't keep you any longer. With that he got up and bowed the attorney out of the room with just a little more ceremony than he had shown to the publican. Young, said Vavasor to himself when he was left alone. There's my uncle or the old squire. They're both younger men than I am. One cares for his dinner, and the other for his bullocks and his trees. But what is there that I care for, unless it is not getting among the sheriff's officers for debt? Then he took out a little memorandum book from his breast pocket, and having made in it an entry as to the amount and date of that bill which he had just accepted on the publican's behalf, he conned over the particulars of its pages. Very blue indeed, he said to himself when he had completed the study, but nobody shall say I hadn't the courage to play the game out, and that old fellow must die some day, one supposes. If I were not a fool, I should make it up with him before he went. But I am a fool, and shall remain so to the last. Soon after that he dressed himself slowly, reading a little every now and then as he did so. When his toilet was completed, and his Sunday newspapers sufficiently perused, he took up his hat and umbrella and sauntered out. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Can You Forgive Her by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Alice Vavasor becomes troubled. Kate Vavasor had sent to her brother only the first half of her cousin's letter, that half in which Alice had attempted to describe what had taken place between her and Mr. Grey. In doing this, Kate had been a wicked traitor, a traitor to that feminine faith against which treason on the part of one woman is always unpardonable in the eyes of other women. But her treason would have been of a deeper dye had she sent the latter portion, for in that Alice had spoken of George Vavasor himself. But even of this treason Kate would, I think, have been guilty, had the words which Alice wrote been of a nature to serve her own purpose if read by her brother. But they had not been of this nature. They had spoken of George as a man with whom any closer connection than that which existed at present was impossible, and had been written with the view of begging Kate to desist from making futile attempts in that direction. I feel myself driven, Alice had said, to write all this, as otherwise, if I were simply to tell you that I have resolved to part from Mr. Grey, you would think that the other thing might follow. The other thing cannot follow. I should think myself untrue in my friendship to you if I did not tell you about Mr. Gray, and you will be untrue in your friendship to me if you take advantage of my confidence by saying more about your brother. This part of Alice's letter Kate had not sent to George Vavasor, but the other thing shall follow, Kate had said, as she read the words for the second time, and then put the papers into her desk. It shall follow. To give Kate Vavasor her due, she was, at any rate, unselfish in her intrigues. She was obstinately persistent, and she was, moreover, unscrupulous, but she was not selfish. Many years ago she had made up her mind that George and Alice should be man and wife, feeling that such a marriage would be good, at any rate, for her brother. It had been almost brought about, and had then been hindered altogether through a fault on her brother's part, but she had forgiven him this sin as she had forgiven many others, and she was now at work in his behalf again, determined that they two should be married, even though neither of them might be now anxious that it should be so. The intrigue itself was dear to her, and success in it was necessary to her self-respect. She answered Alice's letter with a pleasant, gossiping epistle, which shall be recorded, as it will tell us something of Mrs. Greenow's proceedings at Yarmouth. Kate had promised to stay at Yarmouth for a month, but she had already been there 6 weeks, and was still under her aunt's wing. Yarmouth, October 1806. Dearest Alice, of course I am delighted. It is no good saying that I am not. I know how difficult it is to deal with you, and therefore I sit down to answer your letter with fear and trembling, lest I should say a word too much, and thereby drive you back, or not say quite enough, and thereby fail to encourage you on. Of course I am glad. I have long thought that Mr. Gray could not make you happy, and as I have thought so, how can I not be glad? It is no use saying that he is good and noble, and all that sort of thing. I have never denied it, but he was not suited to you, and his life would have made you wretched. Ergo, I rejoice, and as you are the dearest friend I have, of course I rejoice mightily. I can understand accurately the sort of way in which the interview went. Of course he had the best of it. I can see him so plainly as he stood up in unruffled self-possession, ignoring all that you said, suggesting that you were feverish, or perhaps bilious, waving his hand over you a little, as though that might possibly do you some small good, and then taking his leave with an assurance that it would be all right as soon as the wind changed. I suppose it's very noble in him, not taking you at your word, and giving you, as it were, another chance. But there is a kind of nobility which is almost too great for this world. I think very well of you, my dear, as women go, but I do not think well enough of you to believe that you are fit to be Mr. John Gray's wife. Of course I'm very glad. You have known my mind from the first to the last, and therefore what would be the good of my mincing matters? No woman wishes her dearest friend to marry a man to whom she herself is antipathetic. You would have been as much loss to me had you become Mrs. Gray of Nethercoats, Cambridgeshire, as though you had gone to heaven. I don't say but what Nethercoats may be a kind of heaven, but then one doesn't wish one's friend that distant sort of happiness. A flat Eden I can fancy it, hemmed in by broad dykes, in which cream and eggs are very plentiful, where an Adam and an Eve might drink the choicest tea out of the finest china, with toast buttered to perfection, from year's end to year's end, into which no money troubles would ever find their way, nor yet any naughty novels. But such an Eden is not tempting to me, nor, as I think, to you. I can fancy you stretching your poor neck over the dike, longing to fly away, that you might cease to be at rest, but knowing that the matrimonial dragon was too strong for any such flight. If ever bird banged his wings to pieces against gilded bars, you would have banged yours to pieces in that cage. You say that you have failed to make him understand that the matter is settled. I need not say that of course it is settled, and that he must be made to understand it. You owe it to him now to put him out of all doubt. He is, I suppose, accessible to the words of a mortal, God though he be, but I do not fear about this, for after all, you have as much firmness about you as most people, perhaps as much as he has at bottom, though you may not have so many occasions to show it. As to that other matter, I can only say that you shall be obliged, as far as it is in my power to obey you. For what may come out from me by word of mouth, when we are together, I will not answer with certainty. But my pen is under better control, and it shall not write the offending name. And now I must tell you a little about myself, or rather I am inclined to spin a yarn and tell you a great deal. I have got such a lover, but I did describe him before. Of course, it's Mr. Cheesacre. If I were to say he hasn't declared himself, I should hardly give you a fair idea of my success. And yet he has not declared himself, and which is worse, is very anxious to marry a rival. But it's a strong point in my favour that my rival wants him to take me, and that he will assuredly be driven to make me an offer sooner or later, in obedience to her orders. My aunt is my rival, and I do not feel the least doubt as to his having offered to her 6 times. But then she has another lover, Captain Belfield, and I see that she prefers him. He is a penniless scamp, and looks as though he drank. He paints his whiskers too, which I don't like, and being 40, tries to look like 25. Otherwise, he is agreeable enough, and I rather approve of my aunt's taste in preferring him. But my lover has solid attractions, and allures me on by a description of the fat cattle which he sends to market. He is a man of substance, and should I ever become Mrs. Cheesacre, I have reason to think that I shall not be left in want. We went up to his place on a visit the other day. Oileymead is the name of my future home. Not so pretty as Nethercoats, is it? And we had such a time there. We reached the place at 10 and left it at 4, and he managed to give us 3 meals. I'm sure we had before our eyes at different times every bit of china, delf, glass, and plate in the establishment. He made us go into the cellar, and told us how much wine he had got there, and how much beer. It's all paid for, Mrs. Greenow, every bottle of it, he said, turning round to my aunt, with a pathetic earnestness, for which I had hardly given him credit. Everything in this house is my own. It's all paid for. I don't call anything a man's own till it's paid for. Now, that jacket that Belfield swells about with on the sands at Yarmouth, that's not his own, and it's not like to be either. And then he winked his eye, as though bidding my aunt to think of that before she encouraged such a lover as Belfield. He took us into every bedroom, and disclosed to us all the glories of his upper chambers. It would have done you good to see him lifting the counterpanes and bidding my aunt feel the texture of the blankets, and then to see her turn round to me and say, "Kate, it's simply the best furnished house I ever went over in my life." "It does seem very comfortable," said I. "Comfortable," said he. "Yes, I don't think there's anybody can say that Oileymead isn't comfortable. I did so think of you and Nethercoats. The attractions are the same, only in the one place you would have a god for your keeper, and in the other a brute. For myself, if ever I'm to have a keeper at all, I shall prefer a man." But when we got to the farmyard, his eloquence reached the highest pitch. "Mrs. Greenow," said he, "look at that," and he pointed to heaps of manure raised like the streets of a little city. "Look at that." "There's a great deal," said my aunt. "I believe you," said he. "I've more muck upon this place here than any farmer in Norfolk, gentle or simple. I don't care who the other is. Only fancy, Alice, it may all be mine, the blankets, the wine, the muck, and the rest of it. So my aunt assured me when we got home that evening. When I remarked that the wealth had been exhibited to her and not to me, she did not affect to deny it, but treated that as a matter of no moment. 'He wants a wife, my dear,' she said, 'and you may pick him up to-morrow by putting out your hand.' When I remarked that his mind seemed to be intent on low things, and specially named the muck, she only laughed at me. 'Money's never dirty,' she said, 'nor yet what makes money.' She talks of taking lodgings in Norwich for the winter, saying that in her widowed state she will be as well there as anywhere else, and she wants me to stay up with her to Christmas. Indeed, she first proposed the Norwich plan on the ground that it might be useful to me, with a view to Mr. Cheesacre, of course, but I fancy that she is unwilling to tear herself away from Captain Belfield. At any rate, to Norwich she will go, and I have promised not to leave her before the second week in November. With all her absurdities, I like her. Her faults are terrible faults, but she has not the fault of hiding them by falsehood. She is never stupid, and she is very good-natured. She would have allowed me to equip myself from head to foot at her expense, if I would have accepted her liberality, and absolutely offered to give me my trousseau if I would marry Mr. Cheesacre. I live in the hope that you will come down to the old place at Christmas. I won't offend you more than I can help. At any rate, he won't be there, and if I don't see you there, where am I to see you? If I were you, I would certainly not go to Cheltenham. You are never happy there. Do you ever dream of the river at Basle? I do, so often. Most affectionately yours, Kate Vavasor." Alice had almost lost the sensation created by the former portion of Kate's letter by the fun of the latter, before she had quite made that sensation her own. The picture of the Cambridgeshire Eden would have displeased her had she dwelt upon it, and the allusion to the cream and toast would have had the very opposite effect to that which Kate had intended. Perhaps Kate had felt this, and had therefore merged it all in her stories about Mr. Cheesacre. "I will go to Cheltenham," she said to herself. "He has recommended it. I shall never be his wife, but till we have parted altogether, I will show him that I think well of his advice." That same afternoon she told her father that she would go to Lady Macleod's at Cheltenham before the end of the month. She was, in truth, prompted to this by a resolution of which she was herself hardly conscious, that she would not at this period of her life be in any way guided by her cousin. Having made up her mind about Mr. Grey, it was right that she should let her cousin know her purpose, but she would never be driven to confess to herself that Kate had influenced her in the matter. She would go to Cheltenham. Lady Macleod would no doubt vex her by hourly solicitations that the match might be renewed, but if she knew herself, she had strength to withstand Lady Macleod. She received one letter from Mr. Grey before the time came for her departure, and she answered it, telling him of her intention, telling him also that she now felt herself bound to explain to her father her present position. "I tell you this," she said, "in consequence of what you said to me on the matter. My father will know it to-morrow, and on the following morning I shall start for Cheltenham. I have heard from Lady Macleod, and she expects me." On the following morning she did tell her father, standing by him as he sat at his breakfast. "What," said he, putting down his teacup and looking up into her face, "what, not marry John Grey? No, papa, I know how strange you must think it. And you say that there has been no quarrel?" "No, there has been no quarrel. By degrees I have learned to feel that I should not make him happy as his wife." "It's damned nonsense," said Mr. Vavasor. Now such an expression as this from him, addressed to his daughter, showed that he was very deeply moved. "Oh, papa, don't talk to me in that way." "But it is. I never heard such trash in my life. If he comes to me, I shall tell him so. Not make him happy! Why can't you make him happy? We are not suited to each other. But what's the matter with him? He's a gentleman. Yes, he's a gentleman, and a man of honour, and with good means, and with all that knowledge and reading which you profess to like. Look here, Alice, I am not going to interfere, nor shall I attempt to make you marry any one. You are your own mistress, as far as that is concerned. But I do hope, for your sake and for mine, I do hope that there is nothing again between you and your cousin." "There is nothing, papa." "I did not like your going abroad with him, though I didn't choose to interrupt your plan by saying so. But if there were anything of that kind going on, I should be bound to tell you that your cousin's position at present is not a good one. Men do not speak well of him." "There is nothing between us, papa, and if there were, men speaking ill of him would not deter me." "And men speaking well of Mr. Grey will not do the other thing. I know very well that women can be obstinate." "I haven't come to this resolution without thinking much about it, papa." "I suppose not. Well, I can't say anything more. You are your own mistress, and your fortune is in your own keeping. I can't make you marry John Grey. I think you very foolish, and if he comes to me I shall tell him so. You are going down to Cheltenham, are you?" "Yes, papa, I have promised Lady Macleod." "Very well. I'd sooner it should be you than me. That's all I can say." Then he took up his newspaper, thereby showing that he had nothing further to say on the matter, and Alice left him alone. The whole thing was so vexatious that even Mr. Vavasor was disturbed by it. As it was not term time, he had no signing to do in Chancery Lane, and could not, therefore, bury his unhappiness in his daily labour, or rather in his labour that was by no means daily. So he sat at home till 4 o'clock, expressing to himself in various phrases his wonder that any man alive should ever rear a daughter. And when he got to his club, the waiters found him quite unmanageable about his dinner, which he ate alone, rejecting all proposition of companionship. But later in the evening he regained his composure over a glass of whiskey toddy and a cigar. "She's got her own money," he said to himself, "and what does it matter? I don't suppose she'll marry her cousin. I don't think she's fool enough for that. And after all, she'll probably make it up again with John Gray." And in this way he determined that he might let this annoyance run off him, and that he need not, as a father, take the trouble of any interference. But while he was at his club, there came a visitor to Queen Anne Street, and that visitor was the dangerous cousin of whom, according to his uncle's testimony, men at present did not speak well. Alice had not seen him since they had parted on the day of their arrival in London, nor indeed had heard of his whereabouts. In the consternation of her mind at this step which she was taking, a step which she had taught herself to regard as essentially her duty before it was taken, but which seemed to herself to be false and treacherous the moment she had taken it, she had become aware that she had been wrong to travel with her cousin. She felt sure, she thought that she was sure, that her doing so had in no wise affected her dealings with Mr. Gray. She was very certain, she thought that she was certain, that she would have rejected him just the same had she never gone to Switzerland. But every one would say of her that her journey to Switzerland with such companions had produced that result. It had been unlucky, and she was sorry for it, and she now wished to avoid all communication with her cousin till this affair should be altogether over. She was especially unwilling to see him, but she had not felt it necessary to give any special injunctions as to his admittance, and now, before she had time to think of it, on the eve of her departure for Cheltenham, he was in the room with her, just as the dusk of the October evening was coming on. She was sitting away from the fire, almost behind the window curtains, thinking of John Gray, and very unhappy in her thoughts, when George Vavasor was announced. It will, of course, be understood that Vavasor had at this time received his sister's letter. He had received it, and had had time to consider the matter since the Sunday morning on which we saw him in his own rooms in Cecil Street. "She can turn it all into capital to-morrow, if she pleases," he had said to himself when thinking of her income. But he had also reminded himself that her grandfather would probably enable him to settle an income out of the property upon Alice in the event of their being married, and then he had also felt that he could have no greater triumph than walking atop of John Gray, as he called it. His return for the Chelsea districts would hardly be sweeter to him than that. "You must have thought I had vanished out of the world," said George, coming up to her with his extended hand. Alice was confused, and hardly knew how to address him. "Somebody told me that you were shooting," she said, after a pause. "So I was, but my shooting is not like the shooting of your great Nimrods, men who are hunters upon the earth. 2 days among the grouse, and 2 more among the partridges, are about the extent of it. Capel Court is the preserve in which I am usually to be found." Alice knew nothing of Capel Court, and said, "Oh, indeed." "Have you heard from Kate?" George asked. "Yes, once or twice. She is still at Yarmouth with Aunt Greenow." "And is going to Norwich, as she says. Kate seems to have made a league with Aunt Greenow. I, who don't pretend to be very disinterested in money matters, think that she is quite right. No doubt Aunt Greenow may marry again, but friends with £40,000 are always agreeable. I don't believe that Kate thinks much of that, said Alice. "Not so much as she ought, I dare say. Poor Kate is not a rich woman, or, I fear, likely to become one. She doesn't seem to dream of getting married, and her own fortune is less than 100 a year." "Girls who never dream of getting married are just those who make the best marriages at last," said Alice. "Perhaps so, but I wish I was easier about Kate. She is the best sister a man ever had. Indeed she is. And I have done nothing for her as yet. I did think, while I was in that wine business, that I could have done anything I pleased for her, but my grandfather's obstinacy put me out of that, and now I'm beginning the world again, that is, comparatively. I wonder whether you think I'm wrong in trying to get into Parliament." "No, quite right. I admire you for it. It is just what I would do in your place. You are unmarried, and have a right to run the risk." "I am so glad to hear you speak like that," said he. He had now managed to take up that friendly, confidential, almost affectionate tone of talking which he had so often used when abroad with her, and which he had failed to assume when first entering the room. "I have always thought so. But you have never said it." "Haven't I? I thought I had." "Not heartily like that. I know that people abuse me, my own people, my grandfather, and probably your father, saying that I am reckless and the rest of it. I do risk everything for my object. But I do not know that any one can blame me, unless it be Kate. To whom else do I owe anything?" "Kate does not blame you." "No, she sympathizes with me. She and she only, unless it be you." Then he paused for an answer, but she made him none. "She is brave enough to give me her hearty sympathy, but perhaps for that very reason I ought to be the more chary in endangering the only support that she is like to have. What is £90 a year for the maintenance of a single lady?" "I hope that Kate will always live with me," said Alice, "that is, as soon as she has lost her home at Vavasor Hall." He had been very crafty, and had laid a trap for her. He had laid a trap for her, and she had fallen into it. She had determined not to be induced to talk of herself, but he had brought the thing round so cunningly that the words were out of her mouth before she remembered whither they would lead her. She did remember this as she was speaking them, but then it was too late. "What, at Nethercoats?" said he. "Neither she nor I doubt your love, but few men would like such an intruder as that into their household, and of all men Mr. Grey, whose nature is retiring, would like it the least." "I was not thinking of Nethercoats," said Alice. "Ah, no, that is it, you see. Kate says so often to me that when you are married she will be alone in the world." "I don't think she will ever find that I shall separate myself from her." "No, not by any will of your own. Poor Kate, you cannot be surprised that she should think of your marriage with dread. How much of her life has been made up of her companionship with you, and all the best of it too. You ought not to be angry with her for regarding your withdrawal into Cambridgeshire with dismay." Alice could not act the lie which now seemed to be incumbent on her. She could not let him talk of Nethercoats as though it were to be her future home. She made the struggle, and she found that she could not do it. She was unable to find the words which should tell no lie to the ear, and which should yet deceive him. "Kate may still live with me," she said slowly. "Everything is over between me and Mr. Grey." "Alice, is that true?" "Yes, George, it is true. If you will allow me to say so, I would rather not talk about it, not just at present." And does Kate know it? Yes, Kate knows it. And my uncle? Yes, papa knows it also. Alice, how can I help speaking of it? How can I not tell you that I am rejoiced that you are saved from a thraldom which I have long felt sure would break your heart? Pray do not talk of it further. Well, if I am forbidden, I shall of course obey, but I own it is hard to me. How can I not congratulate you? To this she answered nothing, but beat with her foot upon the floor as though she were impatient of his words. Yes, Alice, I understand. You are angry with me, he continued, and yet you have no right to be surprised that when you tell me this, I should think of all that passed between us in Switzerland. Surely the cousin who was with you then has a right to say what he thinks of this change in your life. At any rate, he may do so, if, as in this case, he approves altogether of what you are doing. I am glad of your approval, George, but pray let that be an end to it. After that the two sat silent for a minute or two. She was waiting for him to go, but she could not bid him leave the house. She was angry with herself in that she had allowed herself to tell him of her altered plans, and she was angry with him because he would not understand that she ought to be spared all conversation on the subject. So she sat looking through the window at the row of gas-lights as they were being lit, and he remained in his chair with his elbow on the table and his head resting on his hand. "Do you remember asking me whether I ever shivered?" he said at last. "Whether I ever thought of things that made me shiver? Don't you remember, on the bridge at Basel?" "Yes, I remember." "Well, Alice, one cause for my shivering is over. I won't say more than that now. Shall you remain long at Cheltenham?" "Just a month." "And then you come back here?" "I suppose so. Papa and I will probably go down to Vavasor Hall before Christmas. How much before I cannot say. I shall see you at any rate after your return from Cheltenham. Of course Kate will know, and she will tell me." "Yes, Kate will know. I suppose she will stay here when she comes up from Norfolk. Good-bye. Good-bye, Alice. I shall have fewer fits of that inward shivering that you spoke of, many less, on account of what I have now heard. God bless you, Alice. Good-bye. Good-bye, George." As he went, he took her hand and pressed it closely between his own. In those days, when they were lovers, engaged lovers, a close, long-continued pressure of her hand had been his most eloquent speech of love. He had not been given to many kisses, not even to many words of love, but he would take her hand and hold it, even as he looked away from her, and she remembered well the touch of his palm. It was ever cool, cool, and with a surface smooth as a woman's, a small hand that had a firm grip. There had been days when she had loved to feel that her own was within it, when she trusted in it, and intended that it should be her staff through life. Now she distrusted it, and as the thoughts of the old days came upon her, and the remembrance of that touch was recalled, she drew her hand away rapidly. Not for that had she driven from her as honest a man as ever had wished to mate with a woman. He, George Vavasor, had never so held her hand since the day when they had parted, and now on this first occasion of her freedom she felt it again. What did he think of her? Did he suppose that she could transfer her love in that way, as a flower may be taken from one buttonhole and placed in another? He read it all, and knew that he was hurrying on too quickly. "I can understand well," he said in a whisper, "what your present feelings are, but I do not think you will be really angry with me because I have been unable to repress my joy at what I cannot but regard as your release from a great misfortune." Then he went. "My release," she said, seating herself on the chair from which he had risen. "My release from a misfortune? No, but my fall from heaven. Oh, what a man he is, that he should have loved me, and that I should have driven him away from me." Her thoughts travelled off to the sweetness of that home at Nethercoats, to the excellence of that master who might have been hers, and then in an agony of despair she told herself that she had been an idiot and a fool as well as a traitor. What had she wanted in life that she should have thus quarrelled with as happy a lot as ever had been offered to a woman? Had she not been mad when she sent from her side the only man that she loved, the only man that she had ever truly respected? For hours she sat there, all alone, putting out the candles which the servant had lighted for her, and leaving untasted the tea that was brought to her. Poor Alice! I hope that she may be forgiven. It was her special fault that when at Rome she longed for Tibur, and when at Tibur she regretted Rome. Not that her cousin George is to be taken as representing the joys of the great capital, though Mr. Gray may be presumed to form no inconsiderable part of the promised delights of the country. Now that she had sacrificed her Tibur because it had seemed to her that the sunny quiet of its pastures lacked the excitement necessary for the happiness of life, she was again prepared to quarrel with the heartlessness of Rome, and already she again sighing for the tranquillity of the country. Sitting there full of these regrets, she declared to herself that she would wait for her father's return, and then, throwing herself upon his love and upon his mercy, would beg him to go to Mr. Gray and ask for pardon for her. "I should be very humble to him," she said, "but he is so good that I may dare to be humble before him." So she waited for her father. She waited till 12, till 1, till 2, but still he did not come. Later than that she did not dare to wait for him. She feared to trust him on such business, returning so late as that, after so many cigars, after perhaps some superfluous beakers of club nectar. His temper at such a moment would not be fit for such work as hers. But if he was late in coming home, who had sent him away from his home in unhappiness? Between 2 and 3 she went to bed, and on the following morning she left Queen Anne Street for the Great Western Station before her father was up. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Can You Forgive Her? By Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Paramount Crescent. Lady MacLeod lived at number 3 Paramount Crescent in Cheltenham, where she occupied a very handsome first-floor drawing-room with a bedroom behind it, looking over a stable-yard, and a small room which would have been the dressing-room had the late Sir Archibald been alive, but which at present was called the dining-room, and in it Lady MacLeod did dine whenever her larger room was to be used for any purposes of evening company. The vicinity of this stable-yard was not regarded by the tenant as among the attractions of the house, but it had the effect of lowering the rent, and Lady MacLeod was a woman who regarded such matters. Her income, though small, would have sufficed to enable her to live removed from such discomforts, but she was one of those women who regarded it as a duty to leave something behind them, even though it be left to those who do not at all want it, and Lady Macleod was a woman who wilfully neglected no duty. So she pinched herself and inhaled the effluvia of the stables, and squabbled with the cabman in order that she might bequeath £1,000 or two to some Lady Midlothian who cared perhaps little for her, and would hardly thank her memory for the money. Had Alice consented to live with her, she would have merged that duty of leaving money behind her in that other duty of finding a home for her adopted niece. But Alice had gone away, and therefore the money was due to Lady Midlothian rather than to her. The saving, however, was postponed whenever Alice would consent to visit Cheltenham, and a bedroom was secured for her which did not look out over the stables. Accommodation was also found for her maid, much better than that provided for Lady Macleod's own maid. She was a hospitable, good old woman, painfully struggling to do the best she could in the world. It was a pity that she was such a bore, a pity that she was so hard to cabmen and others, a pity that she suspected all tradesmen, servants, and people generally of a rank of life inferior to her own, a pity that she was disposed to condemn for ever and ever so many of her own rank, because they played cards on weekdays and did not go to church on Sundays, and a pity, as I think above all, that while she was so suspicious of the poor, she was so lenient to the vices of earls' sons, and such like. Alice, having fully considered the matter, had thought it most prudent to tell Lady Macleod by letter what she had done in regard to Mr. Grey. There had been many objections to the writing of such a letter, but there appeared to be stronger objection to that telling it face to face, which would have been forced upon her had she not written. There would in such case have arisen on Lady Macleod's countenance a sternness of rebuke which Alice did not choose to encounter. The same sternness of rebuke would come upon the countenance on receipt of the written information, but it would come in its most aggravated form on the immediate receipt of the letter, and some of its bitterness would have passed away before Alice's arrival. I think that Alice was right. It is better for both parties that any great offence should be confessed by letter. But Alice trembled as the cab drew up at No. 3, Paramount Crescent. She met her aunt, as was usual, just inside the drawing-room door, and she saw at once that if any bitterness had passed away from that face, the original bitterness must indeed have been bitter. She had so timed her letter that Lady Macleod should have no opportunity of answering it. The answer was written there in the mingled anger and sorrow of those austere features. "Alice," she said, as she took her niece in her arms and kissed her. "Oh, Alice, what is this?" "Yes, aunt, it is very bad, I know," and poor Alice tried to make a jest of it. Young ladies are very wicked when they don't know their own minds, but if they haven't known them and have been wicked, what can they do but repent? "Repent," said Lady Macleod. "Yes, I hope you will repent. Poor Mr. Grey, what must he think of it?" "I can only hope, aunt, that he won't think of it at all for very long." "That's nonsense, my dear. Of course he'll think of it, and of course you'll marry him." "Shall I, aunt?" "Of course you will. Why, Alice, hadn't it been all settled among families? Lady Midlothian knew all the particulars of it just as well as I did. And is not your word pledged to him? I really don't understand what you mean. I don't see how it is possible you should go back." Gentlemen, when they do that kind of thing, are put out of society, but I really think it is worse in a woman. Then they may, if they please, put me out of society, only that I don't know that I'm particularly in it. And the wickedness of the thing, Alice, I'm obliged to say so. When you talk to me about society, aunt, and about Lady Midlothian, I give up to you willingly, the more willingly, perhaps, because I don't care much for one or the other. Here Lady Macleod tried to say a word, but she failed, and Alice went on, boldly looking up into her aunt's face, which became a shade more bitter than ever. But when you tell me about wickedness and my conscience, then I must be my own judge. It is my conscience and the fear of committing wickedness that has made me do this. You should submit to be guided by your elders, Alice. No, my elders in such a matter as this cannot teach me. It cannot be right that I should go to a man's house and be his wife if I do not think that I can make him happy. Then why did you accept him? Because I was mistaken. I am not going to defend that. If you choose to scold me for that, you may do so, aunt, and I will not answer you. But as to marrying him or not marrying him now, as to that, I must judge for myself. It was a pity you did not know your own mind earlier. It was a pity, a great pity. I have done myself an injury that is quite irretrievable. I know that, and am prepared to bear it. I have done him, too, an injustice, which I regret with my whole heart. I can only excuse myself by saying that I might have done him a worse injustice. All this was said at the very moment of her arrival, and the greeting did not seem to promise much for the happiness of the next month. But perhaps it was better for them both that the attack and the defense should thus be made suddenly at their first meeting. It is better to pull the string at once when you are in the shower-bath, and not to stand shivering, thinking of the inevitable shock which you can only postpone for a few minutes. Lady Macleod in this case had pulled the string, and thus reaped the advantage of her alacrity. "Well, my dear," said her ladyship, "I suppose you will like to go upstairs and take off your bonnet. Mary shall bring you some tea when you come down." So Alice escaped, and when she returned to the comfort of her cup of tea in the drawing-room, the fury of the storm had passed away. She sat talking of other things till dinner, and though Lady Macleod did, during the evening, make one allusion to poor Mr. Grey, the subject was allowed to drop. Alice was very tender as to her aunt's ailments, and was more than ordinarily attentive to the long list of Cheltenham iniquities which was displayed to her, and refrained from combating any of her aunt's religious views. After a while they got upon the subject of Aunt Greenow, for whose name Lady Macleod had a special aversion, as indeed she had for all the Vavasor side of Alice's family, and then Alice offered to read, and did read to her aunt, many pages out of one of those terrible books of wrath, which from time to time come forth and tell us that there is no hope for us. Lady Macleod liked to be so told, and as she now, poor woman, could not read at nights herself, she enjoyed her evening. Lady Macleod, no doubt, did enjoy her niece's sojourn at Cheltenham, but I do not think it could have been pleasant to Alice. On the second day nothing was said about Mr. Grey, and Alice hoped that by her continual readings in the Book of Wrath her aunt's heart might be softened towards her. But it seemed that Lady Macleod measured the periods of respite, for on the third day and on the fifth she returned to the attack. Did John Grey still wish that the match should go on? She asked, categorically. It was in vain that Alice tried to put aside the question, and begged that the matter might not be discussed. Lady Macleod insisted on her right to carry on the examination, and Alice was driven to acknowledge that she believed he did wish it. She could hardly say otherwise, seeing that she had at that moment a letter from him in her pocket, in which he still spoke of his engagement as being absolutely binding on him, and expressed a hope that this change from London to Cheltenham would bring her round and set everything to rights. He certainly did, in a fashion, wave his hand over her, as Kate had said of him. This letter Alice had resolved that she would not answer. He would probably write again, and she would beg him to desist. Instead of Cheltenham bringing her round, Cheltenham had made her firmer than ever in her resolution. I am inclined to think that the best mode of bringing her round at this moment would have been a course of visits from her cousin George, and a series of letters from her cousin Kate. Lady Macleod's injunctions would certainly not bring her round. After 10 days, 10 terrible days, devoted to discussions on matrimony in the morning, and to the Book of Wrath in the evening, relieved by 2 tea parties, in which the sins of Cheltenham were discussed at length, Lady Macleod herself got a letter from Mr. Grey. Mr. Grey's kindest compliments to Lady Macleod. He believed that Lady Macleod was aware of the circumstances of his engagement with Miss Vavasor. Might he call on Miss Vavasor at Lady Macleod's house in Cheltenham, and might he also hope to have the pleasure of making Lady Macleod's acquaintance? Alice had been in the room when her aunt received this letter, but her aunt had said nothing, and Alice had not known from whom the letter had come. When her aunt crept away with it after breakfast, she had suspected nothing, and had never imagined that Lady Macleod, in the privacy of her own room looking out upon the stables, had addressed a letter to Nethercoats. But such a letter had been addressed to Nethercoats, and Mr. Grey had been informed that he would be received in Paramount Crescent with great pleasure. Mr. Grey had even indicated the day on which he would come, and on the morning of that day Lady Macleod had presided over the 2 teacups in a state of nervous excitement, which was quite visible to Alice. More than once Alice asked little questions, not supposing that she was specially concerned in the matter which had caused her aunt's fidgety restlessness, but observing it so plainly that it was almost impossible not to allude to it. "There's nothing the matter, my dear, at all," at last Lady Macleod said, but as she said so, she was making up her mind that the moment had not come in which she must apprise Alice of Mr. Grey's intended visit. As Alice had questioned her at the breakfast table, she would say nothing about it then, but waited till the teacups were withdrawn, and till the maid had given her last officious poke to the fire. Then she began. She had Mr. Grey's letter in her pocket, and as she prepared herself to speak, she pulled it out and held it on the little table before her. "Alice," she said, "I expect a visitor here to-day." Alice knew instantly who was the expected visitor. Probably any girl under such circumstances would have known equally well. "A visitor, aunt," she said, and managed to hide her knowledge admirably. "Yes, Alice, a visitor. I should have told you before, only I thought I had better not. It is Mr. Grey." "Indeed, aunt. Is he coming to see you?" "Well, he is desirous, no doubt, of seeing you more especially, but he has expressed a wish to make my acquaintance, which I cannot, under the circumstance, think is unnatural. Of course, Alice, he must want to talk over this affair with your friends." "I wish I could have spared them," said Alice. "I wish I could." I have brought his letter here, and you can see it if you please. It is very nicely written, and as far as I am concerned, I should not think of refusing to see him. And now comes the question, what are we to do with him? Am I to ask him to dinner? I take it for granted that he will not expect me to offer him a bed, as he knows that I live in lodgings. Oh, no, aunt, he certainly will not expect that. But I ought to ask him to dinner. I should be most happy to entertain him, though you know how very scanty my means of doing so are. But I really do not know how it might be, between you and him, I mean. We should not fight, aunt. No, I suppose not. But if you cannot be affectionate in your manner to him— I will not answer for my manners, aunt, but you may be sure of this, that I should be affectionate in my heart. I shall always regard him as a dearly loved friend, though for many years, no doubt, I shall be unable to express my friendship. That may be all very well, Alice, but it will not be what he will want. I think upon the whole that I had better not ask him to dinner. Perhaps not, aunt. It is a period of the day in which any special constraint among people is more disagreeable than at any other time, and then at dinner the servants must see it. I think there might be some awkwardness if he were to dine here. I really think there would, said Alice, anxious to have the subject dropped. I hope he won't think that I am inhospitable. I should be so happy to do the best I could for him, for I regard him, Alice, quite as though he were to be your husband. And when anybody at all connected with me has come to Cheltenham, I always have asked them to dine, and then I have Gubbins' man to come and wait at table, as you know. Of all men in the world, Mr. Grey is the last to think about it. That should only make me the more careful, but I think it would perhaps be more comfortable if he were to come in the evening. Much more comfortable, aunt. I suppose he will be here in the afternoon before dinner, and we had better wait at home for him. I dare say he'll want to see you alone, and therefore I'll retire to my own rooms, looking over the stables, dear old lady. But if you wish it, I will receive him first, and then Martha was Alice's maid, can fetch you down. This discussion as to the propriety or impropriety of giving her lover a dinner had not been pleasant to Alice, but nevertheless, when it was over, she felt grateful to Lady Macleod. There was an attempt in the arrangement to make Mr. Grey's visit as little painful as possible, and though such a discussion at such a time might as well have been avoided, the decision to which her ladyship had at last come with reference both to the dinner and the management of the visit was, no doubt, the right one. Lady Macleod had been quite correct in all her anticipations. At 3 o'clock Mr. Grey was announced, and Lady Macleod alone received him in her drawing-room. She had intended to give him a great deal of good advice, to bid him still keep up his heart, and as it were hold up his head, to confess to him how very badly Alice was behaving, and to express her entire concurrence with that theory of bodily ailment as the cause and origin of her conduct. But she found that Mr. Grey was a man to whom she could not give much advice. It was he who did the speaking at this conference, and not she. She was overawed by him after the first 3 minutes. Indeed, her first glance at him had awed her. He was so handsome, and then in his beauty he had so quiet and almost saddened an air. Strange to say that after she had seen him, Lady Macleod entertained for him an infinitely higher admiration than before, and yet she was less surprised than she had been at Alice's refusal of him. The conference was very short, and Mr. Grey had not been a quarter of an hour in the house before Martha attended upon her mistress with her summons. Alice was ready and came down instantly. She found Mr. Grey standing in the middle of the room, waiting to receive her, and the look of majesty which had cowed Lady Macleod had gone from his countenance. He could not have received her with a kinder smile had she come to him with a promise that she would, at this meeting, name the day for their marriage. At any rate, it does not make him unhappy, she said to herself. You are not angry, he said, that I should have followed you all the way here to see you. No, certainly, not angry, Mr. Grey. All anger that there may be between us must be on your side. I feel that thoroughly. Then there shall be none on either side. Whatever may be done, I will not be angry with you. Your father advised me to come down here to you. You have seen him, then? Yes, I have seen him. I was in London the day you left. It is so terrible to think that I should have brought upon you all this trouble. You will bring upon me much worse trouble than that, unless— But I have not now come down here to tell you that. I believe that according to rule in such matters, I should not have come to you at all, but I don't know that I care much about such rules. It is I that have broken all rules. When a lady tells a gentleman that she does not wish to see more of him— Oh, Mr. Grey, I have not told you that. Have you not? I am glad at any rate to hear you deny it, but you will understand what I mean. When a gentleman gets his dismissal from a lady, he should accept it. That is, his dismissal under such circumstances as I have received mine. But I cannot lay down my love in that way, nor maintaining my love can I give up the battle. It seems to me that I have a right at any rate to know something of your comings and goings as long as— unless, Alice, you should name another name than mine. My intention is to keep my own. This she said in the lowest possible tone, almost in a whisper, with her eyes fixed upon the ground. And you will not deny me that right? I cannot hinder you. Whatever you may do, I myself have sinned so against you that I can have no right to blame you. There shall be no question between us of injury from one to the other, in any conversation that we may have, or in any correspondence. Oh, Mr. Grey, do not ask me to write. Listen to me. Should there be any on either side, there shall be no idea of any wrong done. But I have done you wrong, great wrong. No, Alice, I will not have it so. When I asked you to accept my hand, begging the greatest boon which it could ever come to my lot to ask from a fellow mortal, I knew well how great was your goodness to me when you told me that it should be mine. Now that you refuse it, I know also that you are good, thinking that in doing so you are acting for my welfare, thinking more of my welfare than of your own. Oh, yes, yes, it is so, Mr. Grey, indeed it is so. Believing that, how can I talk of wrong? That you are wrong in your thinking on this subject, that your mind has become twisted by false impressions, that I believe, but I cannot therefore love you less, nor so believing can I consider myself to be injured, nor am I even so little selfish as you are. I think if you were my wife that I could make you happy, but I feel sure that my happiness depends on your being my wife. She looked up into his face, but it was still serene in all its manly beauty. Her cousin George, if he were moved to strong feeling, showed it at once in his eyes, in his mouth, in the whole visage of his countenance. He glared in his anger, and was impassioned in his love. But Mr. Grey, when speaking of the happiness of his entire life, when confessing that it was now at stake with a decision against him that would be ruinous to it, spoke without a quiver in his voice, and had no more sign of passion in his face than if he were telling his gardener to move a rose-tree. "I hope and believe that you will find your happiness elsewhere, Mr. Grey." "Well, we can but differ, Alice. In that we do differ. And now I will say one word to explain why I have come here. If I were to write to you against your will, it would seem that I were persecuting you. I cannot bring myself to do that, even though I had the right. But if I were to let you go from me, taking what you have said to me and doing nothing, it would seem that I had accepted your decision as final. I do not do so. I will not do so. I come simply to tell you that I am still your suitor. If you will let me, I will see you again early in January, as soon as you have returned to town. You will hardly refuse to see me." "No," she said, "I cannot refuse to see you." "Then it shall be so," he said, "and I will not trouble you with letters, nor will I trouble you longer now with words. Tell your aunt that I have said what I came to say, and that I give her my kindest thanks." Then he took her hand and pressed it, not as George Vavasor had pressed it, and was gone. When Lady Macleod returned, she found that the question of the evening's tea arrangements had settled itself. Chapter 15.